Chapter 81 The Ninth Night. The wind and snow covered the way they came. The aircraft stopped beside the tent, and the melted snow slid down the glass to form a shallow puddle, reflecting the burning fire. When she sat cross-legged in a warm and bright place, with bandages wrapped around the palm of his left hand, where there were wounds left from the battles along the way. There was a strong stinging pain when pressing, but it also kept him awake at all times, except for Xiaonanji and Yugui, who were drawing a map. Everyone else had fallen asleep. They had walked along the mountains for a long time. According to Yuzei's files and the built-in map of Danwan, they should have arrived at the location of the ancient city of Haitian, but perhaps a hidden entrance has never appeared. Yugui outlined the route they had passed, handed it to Wenshi, and then looked at the long night behind him. The wind is too strong ahead, and the aircraft can't go any further. They stopped on the ridge, and the snow was vast. This place is located in the center of a pollution ring, but apart from the occasional pollutants, there are only foreign body remains covered by ice and snow. Eggroll turned himself into an irregular sphere, and when he tried to get closer to the fire, he concluded, there is no sign of life here. During the days of wandering back and forth searching, a disappointing thought may have appeared in everyone's mind. But when she was unusually calm about this, the sound of the bell, the fruit core, the people, there is nothing here. The heavy snow will bury their existence, but it will not eliminate the traces of their existence. Yugui glanced at him and said nothing. In the corner of the tent, Jingyu suddenly sat up, sniffed in a half-awake state, and suddenly opened his eyes, as if alert. What's wrong? Yugui got up in a hurry. The surroundings were still quiet, with only the cold wind blowing the falling snow. Jingyu made a gesture according to the signal of Team 7, indicating them not to speak, and woke up the remaining 3 people at the same time. Yugui nodded to Wenshi and made a mouth shape. There is something. When she gestured back, go and see. Several people quickly took their equipment and followed Jingyu to the other side of the ridge. Jingyu would stop every time he passed a section of the road, sniff a little, determine the direction, and then quickly move forward. Like a vigilant beast, he finally stopped in front of a big tree and looked up, turned around and gestured to everyone. Human. 1. Living person? Jingyu nodded and gestured again. Something is approaching him. When she took the telescope and saw a ragged man sitting cross-legged in the middle of the slope wasteland in the wind and snow, he closed his eyes. His expression was solemn and kind. A huge black shadow climbed towards him from above. It was a hungry brown bear, with green mucus dripping along the way. But the man seemed unaware of the danger and remained motionless, like a statue. If it weren't for the occasional twitching of his eyelids due to the cold, when she would have thought he was frozen. The shot was fired early. Xia Mingming and Jingyu rushed forward first, followed by the others. This brown bear was not difficult to deal with, but it was inevitably more violent when it was extremely hungry. But after realizing that it was no match for it, it quickly fled the scene. No need to chase. When she called Yugui, Jingyu also nodded slightly and confirmed, it won't come back. At this time, the person who had been sitting in meditation during the process opened his eyes and slowly stood up. His attire was strange. At first glance, he looked like a monk with a shaved head, but the center of his collar was tied into a special knot, like a tree. Who are you and why are you here? Facing everyone's questions, he clasped his hands together, remained silent, and did not even raise his eyes, as if the outside world did not exist at all. At this time, when she heard a clear voice, the long bell sounded through the wind and snow, echoing in the silent world, and the monk suddenly hurried his steps and walked towards the forest when the bell rang. Everyone followed him. Dots of golden fluorescence fell in the forest, illuminating the rugged mountain road. A narrow path that no one had discovered circled back and forth along the mountain wall, and then suddenly disappeared. The stranger climbed up and jumped nimbly, and disappeared into a high cave a few seconds later. The entrance of the cave was connected to a dark and narrow gap, and a candlelight was swaying at the end. The bell sounded closer and closer. The moment we arrived at the exit, the bright light hurt our eyes. What we saw was a huge glass dome, and the sound of the machine running penetrated our eardrums. A row of glass vessels filled with liquid hung on the wall, each of which contained a strange human body. A group of people in white coats and goggles were working on the assembly line. They lowered their heads and carefully assembled the robotic arms, then connected the robotic arms to the main body. After getting a complete human body, another group of people sewed the skin lifelike. but extremely weird. The person who led the way earlier nodded slightly to the crowd, tapped his lips with his index finger, and signaled them to be silent. Then, he walked to the staff and whispered to one of them. No one looked in the direction of Wenxi and the others, and no one noticed their presence. Wenxi stared at the glass vessel closest to them. That should be a bionic man that was created. But he had seen that face in the temple of Sunlu City. Thursday appeared with that face. At this time, the weak face matched with the strong limbs, which seemed extremely inconsistent. Under the vessel, a huge transparent box was full of bionic men, including the face of Thursday. But they were piled together like scrap copper and iron, and were taken away and decomposed by the machine from time to time. The big blackboard was full of formulas, and several children were holding pens and writing and erasing constantly, with strange pauses in their movements. They didn't communicate with each other at all, but they completed the two ends of the formula very tacitly. Liang shivered with cold, and when the machine stopped running and entered the quiet moment, Achu, everyone turned their heads slowly and looked at the outsiders. Their eyes were dull, their pupils were calm, and they just watched quietly. When she held the knife handle with his hand in his pocket and looked at them warily, the frozen air was broken in the next second. Chi-Chi? Xia Mingming walked towards the blackboard. Among the children was a little girl with an expressionless face. She was wearing a yellow suspender skirt and a white lining sweater that was too short, revealing her thin arms. Xia Mingming shouted her name excitedly, almost running at a fast pace. However, she passed through a light cloud of smoke and suddenly fainted on the ground. At some point, the same smoke was lit around Wenxi and the others, and the strong aroma penetrated into the nose, quickly making people lose consciousness. When he woke up again, Wenxi found himself in a fairly spacious room. The wood built a warm space, but the flames of the fireplace would not burn them. He felt as if he had rested for a long time, and his fatigue seemed to be washed away. Outside the French window, the night covered the snow, as bright as the morning and evening. There was a magnificent tree standing in the distance. Someone was sweeping the floor in the corridor outside the door, and he didn't look up when he heard Wenxi's footsteps. What is this place? The other party replied, Hello, guest. Please have a good rest. When she saw that the front of her work clothes was also tied into a tree-like shape, Is this Heiken? Are you a human? Or something else? The answer remained the same. Please have a good rest. When she talked to 2 or 3 people in a row, and their replies were all stylized and consistent. The sliding wooden door leading to the outside was open, and the cold wind seemed to be smaller, making it difficult to get in through the paper-pasted window. When she then discovered that this building was in the shape of a U with an empty snow field in the middle. Across from the lower part was an unobstructed corridor, where Xia Mingming was talking to a little girl. She had to squat down to look at the girl at eye level. When she heard someone approaching, Xia Mingming subconsciously protected the girl behind her. When she frowned slightly, Chi-Chi, don't be afraid. She's my friend. Xia Mingming turned her head and said to the girl. The girl was a little more curious than before, with a perfect eyebrow arc, like a set mechanism. When she had seen such a performance. Are you really Chi-Chi? When she squatted down and looked at the little girl, he smiled nonchalantly. But he knew that for Xia Mingming, whether this moment was true or not might not matter. The little girl nodded. I am Chi-Chi. Have you ever met someone? When she read out the name, Lu Jianshan, Chi-Chi stared at him, her voice innocent. Are you talking about Lu Jianshan 099? 100? Or 101? Are there many? Of course. Like Chi-Chi 1, 2, 3. And I am Chi-Chi 12. Why are there so many Chi-Chi? Because Chi-Chi has been here. What? Xia Mingming grabbed her shoulders so hard that her knuckles turned white. She has been here? When? The Chi-Chi in front of him did not move. A long time ago. How long ago was a long time? Xia Mingming's excitement seemed to freeze the little girl in place. She realized her loss of composure, so she leaned over and gently touched her. The pale skin and bright eyes were exactly the same as the Chi-Chi in her memory. After a long silence, the little girl spoke. She came here and left an image that will be remembered. Don't cry. Here, we will also create you. The heavy bell sounded again at this time. There was only one sound, but it was accompanied by a deafening echo. The snow piles on the eaves fell down in the sound of the bell. When she heard other sounds, the hoarse screams from the darkness came from the snow slope not far from the east side of the corridor. At the same time, Chi-Chi's eyes turned golden and rushed towards the source of the pollution. Chi-Chi. Xia Mingming followed without hesitation. They were at a high altitude and could see a black wave slowly rising up the low snow slope. A group of half-grown children and people in white work clothes ran towards those things at a speed far beyond that of ordinary people, and did not retreat even if they just picked up a broom as a weapon. Soon, the black wave submerged them, but it did not spread forward. When Xi and Xia Mingming looked at each other and quickly joined the battle, these pollutants were different from what they had seen along the way, such as the brown bear just aimlessly looking for prey. But these in front of them were obviously obeying some kind of killing order. He had arrived at the right place. Not far away, the little girl named Chi-Chi attacked very quickly and accurately. But she was holding only a spoon. The dagger turned in Wen-Chi's hand and flew towards her, hitting the black tentacles behind her that were ready to attack. But then, several tentacles rushed towards her. A figure flashed quickly and rolled to the other side with her in his arms. Those swinging tentacles left half an arm. There was no shocking blood, only almost frozen transparent mucus. When she evaded the attack with a swift roll and cleverly retrieved the dagger, the next attack was to target the nerve center of the big bug. A few seconds later, the sticky and disgusting thing collapsed on the ground. When she slowly turned around and returned the half arm to Chi-Chi, the little girl just connected the mechanical arm expressionlessly. She seemed to be in a daze for a while before twisting her neck into a stiff angle, staring at a deep wound on Xia Mingming's shoulder. I'm still here. Learning. Human. Why do you want to protect me? As soon as she finished speaking, she was embraced in a warm embrace. She heard the human heartbeat, which was different from her own. The snowflakes became small and fragile, and piled into soft flowers in Wen-Chi's palm. He turned sideways, but never found the expected figure in the wind and snow. The monk they had saved appeared again, clasped his hands together, and spoke for the first time, with a simple and low voice, "Please follow me." Chapter 82. When she followed the stone steps up, not knowing how long it took to reach the end, the snow and wind scattered all over his body, and also covered the dead vines in front of him. An old tree was alone here, like a holy white flower. The monk stopped moving forward, bowed slightly to the tree to show respect, and said to the visitor, "Machiluo is waiting for you." "Who is Machiluo?" The monk did not answer. When she walked alone, and the footprints left in the snow were soon filled again. The cold breath drifted from the end of the snowfield, with nothing but the snow on the branches. But there was a horrifying scene at the gnarled tree roots. A living person was wrapped by the thick tree roots, revealing only a face with closed eyes. To be more precise, most of his body has merged with the tree and grown into one. Instead of asking who is Machiluo, it is better to ask what is Machiluo. The branches high above swayed in the wind, and one of them slowly drooped down. As the snow fell, the ends of the branches split into countless transparent tentacles, which passed silently through Wen-Chi's hair and then entered his left ear. The world was quiet for a moment, as the face under the tree opened its pupilless eyes, when she heard an old and ethereal voice. "What are you doing here? You who have come from afar?" When she said, "Where is the ancient capital of Haitian?" Machiluo replied, "It's under your feet." When she looked around and saw nothing except the snow and the circular building behind him, Machiluo said, "This snowy mountain was once the city of Haitian." When she was silent for a moment, and then asked, "I'm here to find someone. Have you seen him?" "In the past 60 years, I have seen all the lives that have passed through the snowfield." When she was fed up with the mystique and was a little annoyed, "Who are you? Or some kind of pollutant?" Moturo did not take it as an offense, but patiently said, "My identity as a human was 60 years ago. The pollutants that entered the Moturo tree changed it, and accidentally changed me. I am one with it. The Moturo tree is the sacred tree of the ancient capital of Krishna, and has grown here for hundreds of years, in the Krishna city known for its knowledge before the pollution era. The Moturo tree was the only witness of history and the highest scholar. Under the earth, wherever the roots spread, they are all under the awareness of the Moturo tree. Among the possibilities of thousands of destinies, I have become a part of it and inherited its memory." When she was skeptical, "How do you prove it is true?" "No need to prove it. In other words, what is going on with the people here? Why are there bionic people? And why are bionic people made? Don't tell me these are secrets." Moturo said, "No. On the contrary. For people who come from afar, the heavy snow never hides the truth. The ancient capital of Thirteenth is the city of knowledge. In the glorious era before the advent of pollution, language created the world. People firmly believed, practiced, and explored. Words have their own language. Machines have their own language. And souls have their own language. Among all the inventions that are vying for the first place, the deep domain mastermind is a creation that is the culmination of all creations. And it is not an exaggeration to call it unprecedented. It can calculate, think, create, communicate, and become an omnipotent existence. Since then, most of human projects have relied on the Zeus mastermind. Until the advent of the pollution era, the deep domain was faulty. Close. I have been sleeping here until I was awakened by Zeus one day. But at that time, it made a request that I had never thought of. When she said, Zeus betrayed mankind. Moturo said, there have been several major earthquakes here. And there are very few surviving humans. Only a large number of bionic people are left. In the eyes of Zeus, these bionic people have shallow self-awareness, low-end and inferior, and should not exist. Zeus requires that the bionic people and all artificial intelligence parasitic on the deep domain system must be destroyed. I was originally just a bystander, and everything in the world has its own destiny. However, all living things have a benevolent heart. The bionic people born in the cold manufacturing pool occasionally have self-awareness. They are not sophisticated, and they rarely have real wisdom. But they can learn, communicate, and have dull and subtle emotions. For the Moturo tree, this is also a kind of life. Therefore, even if disobeying Zeus will bring disaster, Moturo insists on keeping the remaining bionic people. They accompany humans at the end of the world. In exchange, as you can see, they are required to start making more sophisticated human bodies as containers of consciousness. Those that are not perfect will be destroyed and remade. And so on. Sometimes, for fun, they will also make humans passing through here, making their short lifespans more permanent. For example, Chi-Chi, when she asked, where will the things you make be sent? The eyes of the pollutants are also the eyes of Zeus, and they will come to take them. Moturo replied, since you have reached an agreement, why do the pollutants still attack the people here? Hajia volunteered to give himself to those creatures. The snowfield is scarce, and they have been hungry for a long time. This is his way. When she turned his head, and the monk had left, it seems that they were just being sentimental. Moturo said, as for now, the time has come. What time? Moturo did not answer, but said slowly, you must know that the body is just a container for the soul. You don't belong here, but the person you are looking for has indeed been here. Where is he? When she's heartbeat tightened. I want to see him. The transparent tentacles left his cochlea, and the sound of the cold wind poured in again. The sound of the world is particularly clear at this moment. The dead branch slowly raised and pointed in the direction of the ruins of the ancient capital. The broken walls and ruins were hidden under the heavy snow, and a large number of polluted limbs were piled on both sides of the road. Several bionic people were cleaning the entrance. The street lights came on. The little girl named Chi-Chi led she and others into the depths of the ruins. Occasionally, a long bell sounded, like a warning echoing between the snow-capped mountains. The further we went, the more pollutants and broken limbs we saw along the way. The fishy smell became increasingly strong and strange, and it was impossible to ignore it. The marks cut by the knife pointed to the evidence that Lu Jianshan had been here. When she held the dagger tightly, and his eyes followed the narrow road to a deep place. As Moturo said, there had been several major earthquakes here, and the once brilliant city was now torn apart, with steel and concrete becoming ruins above or under our heads. The road surface began to be cut by a narrow frozen waterway. The beam of light shone into the ice surface, but it could not see the bottom clearly, as if something was tangled and blocked the view. The condensed blue slowly expanded forward, as if it would form a lake somewhere. Ahead was a collapsed building. It was hard to imagine how magnificent it must have been in the past. And now the corpses lying here were covered with spectacular thin ice. The tilted bell tower was like an upside-down flag, and the bronze bell was ringing, which was a call to pollutants. Chi-Chi stopped where she was, refusing to move forward. Her lifeless eyes rarely showed anxiety. I can't go any further. This is the farthest place. What's ahead? Zhao Zhao asked. Before? Ahead. Without Chi-Chi saying anything. When she had already heard it, he heard the sound of chains and the creepy roar. It was exactly the same as the abyss beast in the Sun Lu temple. The ruins were slowly rising and falling, and countless blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness. It had been awakened. Everyone immediately became alert and found the attack direction. Zhao Zhao found a flat ground high above the nearby ruins and set up a sniper. Xia Mingming told Chi-Chi, "Stay in a safe place and don't run around." The attack happened suddenly. The moment the ground shook, countless tentacles appeared in the field of vision through the cracks of the ruins on the ground. The smaller mechanical spiders rustled out along the tentacles and rushed towards everyone. When she had already introduced these old friends to everyone, so everyone was familiar with the coping strategies and didn't have to run away at the beginning. Xia Mingming and Jing Yi distracted the attention of those things on both sides, and Liang and Xiao Nanji cooperated. Yu Gui was confident and wanted to stick the cannon on the eyes in the center of the ruins. "I'll count to 3. Yu Gui shouted loudly in the direction of Wenxi. "You go to the front to find someone first. Leave this to us." After noticing Wenxi's hesitant look, Xia Mingming fired the first shot. "Don't worry. We'll catch up soon. Be careful." Wenxi nodded slightly at them and circled to the back of the bronze bell. He cut off the tentacles along the way, but his inner anxiety became even stronger. Without the ruins blocking the view became particularly open. The frozen waterway did point to the frozen lake in front, and the lake reflected the fruit core flashing high above. 1/3 of the deep domain host was embedded in the frozen mountain, and there were signs of destruction around it. But it was obvious that the man did not succeed. Just below the fruit core, there was also a deep beast trapped in place by chains on the north side of the ice lake. There were also chains on the east and west sides, and only the frozen monster remains were left, proving that a great battle had taken place here. However, the moment he stepped on the ice, Wenxi felt a chill drilling from the soles of his feet to the nerve endings, piercing his spinal cord like an icicle. The surviving abyss monster raised its strange black and red tentacles, with mouthparts of all sizes all over the tentacles, pulling a human body back and forth like pulling cotton. The black tight combat suit turned into fragments along with the flesh and blood, and was thrown away at random. An invisible hand clenched Wenxi's heart, making him almost unable to breathe, and nauseous to the point of paralysis. The long-lost fear suddenly emerged like a ghost fire, pulling him tightly. His mind was blank. His intuition and the inexplicable fear were pulling back and forth, and he broke out in cold sweat in the ice and snow. He stumbled to the front of the ice lake, trying to see the fragments more clearly. The crimson tentacles drilled out from the ice and knocked him several meters away. When she didn't care, just stared at the remains on the ice with an expressionless face. He stood up shakily and ran towards his destination again. The hard tentacles smashed the ice, and when they were cut off by the short blade like lightning, all the sharp mouthparts made a sharp sound of wind. When she ignored the pain in his ribs, dodged sideways and rolled, and landed in front of the abyss giant. He also saw clearly the mechanical parts mixed with mucus and the smooth imitation skin. Although the complete face poorly imitated that face, it was not Lu Jianshan. But at the same time, he also saw several bodies floating under the ice. 1, 2, 3. Each one was Lu Jianshan's face. Some were complete, and some were broken, frozen in the ice lake like rag dolls. When Wenxi's vision was dazed. He couldn't tell what was real and what was fake. The tentacles that were still tearing were cut off in an instant, and the unspeakable anger almost made Wenxi lose his mind. His voice was as cold as his eyes. "He is mine. He cannot die without permission." The pupils of the abyss beast condensed into vertical lines, and all the tentacles instantly pounced on Wenxi. The tiny human was not afraid at this time, just gently turning the short blade in his hand. The tentacles fell like rain, occasionally leaving wounds on his body. But he didn't seem to care at all, just staring at the cracks in the ice. Every time he was shot down far away, he would stumble forward again. The shocking red gushed out from the hole in his shoulder, but it didn't stop him at all. "Zeus, say something." When she smiled sarcastically. "Where did you hide Lu Jianshan?" The tentacles came quietly from behind and hooked Wenxi's feet. Then they came from all directions and entangled him, freeing him from the ice. He looked up at the fruit core exposed in the gap between the tentacles, and laughed mockingly. "You failed in the experiment on Qing Lin. So you want to find a perfect container to hold your ignorant consciousness? Ahem. Ahem, ha. He is the most suitable. Isn't he? Then why did you torture his bionic doll to this extent? Why do you hate him?" In response to him, the limb suddenly tightened, piercing his arms from behind, and his face turned pale with pain. Or You can't kill him at all? The tentacles tightly wrapped around his neck and almost suffocated him. The angry behavior made when she's cold heart rise a little bit of temperature. I still can't figure it out. Since you regard humans as ants, why do you insist on becoming a human? The tentacles holding him stiffened instantly and smashed him hard against the ice. He was like a fragile butterfly, falling far away with the wind and snow. The ice beneath him cracked several times, and a lot of blood fell into the ice lake through the cracks. It's so cold. I want to curl up, but my hands and feet seem to be out of control. He can't fall here. This piece of floating ice is about to fall, and he feels cold and damp. The lake here has not yet completely frozen. The fishy and sweet taste drilled out from his throat, and the pain in his internal organs forced him to stick to the ice. He saw that there was also a bionic doll of Lu Jianshan under the ice lake here. It seemed to be more delicately made. The reason why it didn't sink was because it was entangled by vines like tree roots. In the blurred vision, the group of tentacles surged again. Those originally scarlet mouthparts turned black, and spikes carrying pollutants drilled out. They swam towards him along the ice, but his knife was 2 meters away. He heard the sudden whistling of the wind, the ice and snow falling on the ends of his hair, and the sudden cessation of the attack behind him. The tree roots that passed through the snowfield came down from the ice lake to Wenqi's back at some point, blocking the fatal blow. The doll that was originally sealed in the vines now stood beside him, leaning over to pick up his knife. Those familiar eyes were filled with wind and snow, listening to the long night, but they were hardened like a cold blade because of unprecedented anger. Chapter 83. Wenqi's chest ached, and he could hardly hold on. When he opened his mouth to speak, only sweet and fishy syllables remained. He didn't know that he was like a broken and struggling butterfly, with colorful blood staining his cheeks. Is this really? The quiet ice lake reflected the tall figure of the man, and the torn clothes revealed the scars that had not yet fully recovered. The long-standing resentment and despair suddenly died down, as if everything around him was no longer important. There was a buzzing in his ears, and when she couldn't remember anything, he raised his head, and his eyelashes were wet with blood, blurring his vision. Sorry. He heard the man's voice like a snowy waterfall, and every word was painful. Wenqi thought, there are too many things you want to apologize for, and I don't know which one it is. When she felt Lu Jianshan squatting down to check on his condition, he seemed to reach out to him, but he never felt the temperature of his skin. The rough branches passed over Wenqi's face, like fingers gently caressing, causing Wenqi to tremble in pain. He was almost soaked, and his long hair trembled. They listen to me for now. You rest first. Leave it to me. After that, the familiar shadow faced the abyss beast not far away, and walked away without fear. When she subconsciously wanted to catch him, but the dead vines that climbed up from the ice lake had already trapped him in place without knowing it. Lu Jianshan. The hoarse voice was accompanied by the sound of violent coughing of blood. The vines rustled into Wenqi's collar, then wrapped around his wrists and ankles, forcing him to sit in place. Any slight struggle would make the vines wrap tighter, as if venting some kind of imprisoned power. He could only watch the figure not far away fall into an inescapable battle. But he felt that Lu Jianshan was not quite right. He had never seen Lu Jianshan like this before. He seemed to be angry for something. So angry that he was completely out of control. And he didn't even care about being injured. Every time he swung his knife, he was fighting to the death. The vines that shackled Wenqi seemed to follow the man's anger, leaving thin red marks on his pale skin, itching and painful all over his body. Wenqi was exhausted by these ghosts, and simply gave up resistance to get some breathing space. At the same time, the thin and dense branches wrapped around the wound, slowly helping him stop bleeding. What are you? Wenqi grabbed a vine with his backhand, and saw a few translucent tentacles oozing out of its tip. Those tentacles were icy and cold, and they stayed briefly when passing through the wound on the back of his hand, which actually reduced the burning pain. Was it this thing that saved Lu Jianshan? Then what does listen to him for now mean? Before Wenqi could think, the pinched vine suddenly grew, passed through his fingers, and wrapped around each of his slender fingers. It gave him the illusion of interlocking fingers. Wenqi's momentary trance made the withered vines go further. They entangled wantonly, surging like a tide, weaving a tight net along his body, and became more excited when they heard his muffled groans. But they paused briefly when they noticed his suffocation, not knowing whether to advance or retreat. The thin ice under him broke into pieces because of the pressure, And when the water from the ice lake wet when she's back, the vines pushed him to the safe ice surface, taking advantage of the short break. When she looked at the battle not far away with his wounds, he saw Lu Jianshan trapped in the siege of tentacles. He was about to help, but was dragged back by vines wrapped around his ankles. Those ghosts locked his hands and feet tightly from behind, so he could only watch. But not long after, a horrifying scene appeared in front of him. Those black and red tentacles were paralyzed on the ground like fragments, and the mouth parts on the top of the abyss beast were cut open by the cold light, and black and green mucus gushed out like a fountain. Lu Jianshan pulled out a sharp thorn from its body and slowly stood up from the mud. When the abyss beast slid into the ice lake, he looked in the direction of Wenxi, and then looked at the fruit core flashing high up. The clear bell rang long, and the dark breath gradually dissipated. Lu Jianshan used a rope from nowhere to quickly climb upwards. When he was about to approach the fruit core, a huge thing suddenly drilled out of the ice lake and jumped up. A ball of fire passed over Wenxi and exploded just before it hit the monster. Hey, I'm too far away. When she looked in the direction of the voice and saw Zhao Zhao, who had arrived, holding a heavy rifle, but a bug was approaching her, so she had no time to aim. She looked up and saw Lu Jianshan signaling her to shoot from a high place, but she hesitated for a few seconds, threw the gun in Wenxi's direction, and turned to lead the bug away. When she was entangled by the vines, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He pinched the dead vine, lowered his eyes, and kissed it. Suddenly, the vines that trapped him retreated like a tide. He rolled forward and picked up the heavy rifle, aiming at the connection between the fruit core and the mountain. 2 seconds later, a white light covered the fruit core, and then there was a loud bang, and the fruit core. The explosion suddenly fell, smashing the leaping monster back into the ice lake, sinking infinitely. A figure also fell into the lake from a high place. When she stumbled to the edge of the ice lake and knelt on the ice, he stared at the dark lake quietly until he heard the first ripple. Lu Jianshan supported the ice with one hand and jumped up. He was wet all over, but he seemed not to feel the cold, and came to Wenxi calmly. The sleeves that were attached to his arms disappeared because of the explosion, revealing a bloody mess. The cold slowed down the healing speed, but at least there was no more bleeding. The skin on his fingers was intact, and it left a cold temperature when it touched Wenxi's cheek. When she stared at the lake silently, with broken ice floating in it, reflecting a blurry appearance. Does it hurt? Lu Jianshan spoke first. He pressed one knee on the ice, and his eyes slowly passed over the scars of all sizes on Wenxi's body. When she raised his red eyes, tore off his careless disguise, and blood oozes from his bitten lips. It doesn't hurt. His voice was unusually calm, like a sudden thunderbolt that hit the soul, leaving only numbness. Lu Jianshan waited quietly, as if he knew exactly what he was thinking, but such arrogance would only make people hate him. People want to be seen, but not seen through. Wenxi's eyes were incredibly calm. I just deliberately shot in your direction. If possible, I would like to stab you a few more times. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianshan agreed. Okay. He handed the dagger back to Wenxi, wrapped his hand and pointed the tip of the knife at his shoulder. The sharp blade pierced the flesh, and the bright red flowed along the tip of the knife to the hands of the two. When she stared into his eyes and saw the invisible ripples in the cold pond, as if he was trying his best to restrain something, when she still had a lot to ask him. But at this moment, all the repeated calculations were left with only intuition. He also followed his intuition. Why leave me alone? It's too late. I went to Haitian to confirm. If it's correct, I can directly destroy the original main brain of the birthplace. This is the fastest way. When she sneered, but what's the result? Lu Jianshan told the real information. I'm late. The original main brain is not here. The fruit core is just a deep domain host. When she's hand holding the knife rose and fell slightly with his breathing. It's too late. Huh? So you came alone? I thought I could do it. The deep domain host let me hear your voice. Have you been to Sunlu City? When she's long suppressed emotions cracked open, revealing a self-deprecating smile. You care so much about humans. Why don't you care about me? Do you think Yuza has been safe? Do you know what choice I made? The eyes as long as the night reflected when she's shadow. In a few short seconds, when she saw a subtle but complex tremor, and the snow wind was born from the silent waves of those eyes, and blew over him. Lu Jianshan said, you chose us. His beliefs, everything he stood for, which was more important than his life, were all seen at that moment. There was a person in this world who resonated with him. And he also saw the other person. The seriousness under the mockery. The persistence behind the disguise. And the struggle without words. In the depths of the so-called faith, they originally had the same beliefs. When she pulled the corner of his mouth, pulled out the knife, and pointed it at his neck, the tip of the knife trembling with his breathing. Then tell me, am I right? Or did you even calculate this? Lu Jianshan was silent for a moment. And just as he was about to speak, he heard when she say again, I thought at the time that if you died, it must be because you were too weak. I will crush the chip of the deep realm and avenge everyone. But after that, I can't find any meaning. Almost. Snowflakes fell on Lu Jianshan's eyelashes and turned into tiny crystals. I underestimated Zeus's trap. Fortunately, a dying mutant root of the Moturo tree spread here. I don't know why it briefly accepted my consciousness and let me sleep temporarily. Until I heard your voice. When she thought of the Moturo he had talked to before. The roots of this ancient tree are all over the land of Haitian. Perhaps like a great guardian. In the corner of his eye, the dry vine was lying on a piece of thin ice. The remaining consciousness of Lu Jianshan had probably completely disappeared. So when he felt when she's gaze, he immediately retracted into the water. The tip of the knife against Lu Jianshan's neck was pulled back, leaving only a very thin red mark. When she warned coldly, if you do this again, I will never show mercy. At worst, we will go to hell together. The breath that had been held for a long time softened as his wrist softened, and the dagger fell on the ice. Lu Jianshan caught him who was limp, and his arms restrained the force. Okay, he promised, when she's forehead was against his shoulder. And when he turned his head, he saw that the burn on his arm was slowly easing, and his heart sank for no reason. Will it hurt? When she sniffed. After a brief silence, Lu Jianshan said, when I see you, I will. When she raised her head in his arms, a hint of moisture stubbornly lingering at the end of her eyes, like a complex emotion that was difficult to conceal and refused to leave. Lu Jianshan lowered his head to kiss away the water stain, carefully and firmly tightening his arms. The cold and dry lips passed through the forehead and the tip of the nose. And then when she impatiently grabbed the collar, exchanging an extremely long breath, so that the thoughts and grievances that passed through time finally had a place to vent. The wind and snow in the sky gently stayed, as if they had also found their home between heaven and earth. In the distance, the battle of the other members of Team 7 had also ended. Leon was the only one who was still alive and kicking. So when he saw when she and Lu Jianshan coming over, he still had the energy to joke. How come there are pollutants that specifically attack people's mouths? Don't tell me they've taken some panacea behind our backs. When she glanced at him unnaturally, but said, if you have nothing to do, why don't you come and help? Are you hiding because you're scared? Liang immediately clarified, I wanted to help you. But that's not, someone looks too scary. If I dare to get close, he'll chop me with a knife. If you don't believe me, ask Zhao Zhao. The girl with the twin ponytails turned her head away with disdain. Except for Liang. Everyone else was injured to varying degrees. Especially Qiqi and Jingyu, who were seriously injured and had to return to a warm place for treatment immediately. When they returned to the ruins of the ancient city, everything in the silence was different from before. It seemed that a great battle had just happened here, and the remains of pollutants could be seen everywhere. The ancient Moturo tree was burning, and flames were crawling all over the dry branches. Moturo was gone, leaving only a black pit. Jia stood in front of the burning tree and closed his eyes sadly. The melted snow dripped on the monk's shoulders like a long and vast rain. He told everyone that Moturo knew there would be a battle here, and those bells also brought danger to them. In order to protect the humans and bionics here, Moturo led more pollutants to himself. The pollutants that gnawed Moturo collapsed not far away, burned into charcoal, and were quickly chopped up by the bionics. Jia put his hands together, slightly turned sideways, revealing the charred black hole at the root of the tree. There was a metal box there, covered with dust, and it was unknown how many years it had been silent. There was a photo on the surface of the box. After brushing off the muddy dust, it could be recognized as a family photo. The burning wind and snow left behind the traces of time, revealing a familiar face in the middle. Chapter 84. A fireplace lit up in the plane room, and the flames jumped silently. When she bandaged his wound and limped from one end of the corridor to the other, he had just visited Jingyu, who was said to have had some accidents during the battle, and his legs were almost amputated. Yu Gui had been accompanying him, waiting for the doctor in Shuiyuan to prepare for the operation. Thanks to Gudu Heikian, there are the most sophisticated instruments and the most suitable guys for surgery here. Yu Gui squeezed out a pale smile, his eyes fixed on the young man who fell into a coma. He Jia and several bionic people studied Chi-Chi's situation in the room in front, but they did nothing in the end. The seemingly soft and harmless little girl sat quietly by the bed, revealing half of her mechanized body. Xia Mingming was beside her and performed a little magic trick for her, turning into a blue paper flower. He Jia shook his head at Xia Mingming and motioned her to go to the corridor to talk. When she sat with the little girl indoors and heard Xia Mingming say, "The last time I saw Chi-Chi was not here," the Chi-Chi she was talking about refers to her real daughter, when she had looked up the information at that time in Yuza. When Xia Mingming was still in the 4th team, she went on a patrol mission far away. Chi-Chi didn't know how to hide in the heavy-duty Alpha and was not discovered until a long time after departure. It was too late to return at that time, and the mission was very low in danger. They decided to let her stay and try to ensure the child's safety. But what happened later was not recorded in the file. The shadow covered Xia Mingming's face, and the erratic voice was full of sadness. She is very well behaved and smart, and she is different from other children. She hid in Alpha secretly because she wanted to see the outside. But something unexpected happened at that time. We were suddenly attacked by A+ class pollutants. The dust released by those things can make people fall into sleep. When she woke up, Chi-Chi was not by her side. They searched every corner of the heavy-equipped Alpha and searched within a radius of 10 kilometers for 5 days, but found nothing. I told her not to leave the heavy-equipped Alpha, and the mechanical door was also locked. I don't even know how she got out, but anyway, I lost her. Xia Mingming's voice became helpless and confused. The old wounds could not be healed at all, and they are still bleeding today. Lishan Flower C. He Jia suddenly spoke. Xia Mingming's eyes were shocked. What? He reported a coordinate location, and Xia Mingming was stunned. How do you know the mission location? He Jia clasped his hands together in front of his chest. In the past, Moturo would allow bionic people to go far away. Some androids with crude self-awareness are unwilling to stay here. They will wander further to find a new home. Most of them stay on the road forever. Deep domain parts will make it easier to locate and hunt. But occasionally there are androids who find their way home. For example, one of them brought back a young girl. She didn't get lost on purpose. He Jia looked at the flickering firelight. She said her mother was thirsty when she was unconscious, and she wanted to get water for her mother. She was corroded by pollutants in that sea of flowers, and she discovered it herself. So, she had to leave. The little girl met a wandering bionic man, and she told him that she wanted to explore a bigger world. So the bionic man agreed to her request. Xia Mingming couldn't help sobbing, tears falling like rain. Have you seen her? He Jia said. She wore a yellow skirt and loved to laugh. She missed her mother very much. It was only a very brief encounter. She was about to enter the outbreak period, and there was no possibility of treatment. So the bionic man, whose energy was about to run out, took her away from the snowfield. They might stay in the vast snow-capped mountains, or even farther away. But in short, the last moment of life must be on the road of exploration. In a depressing silence, when she lowered his head, and the little bionic girl beside him blinked her mechanical eyeballs and whispered, "That's great, isn't it?" When she said, "Yes, if possible, I would also like to go on an adventure. But now, let's wait a little longer," Chi-Chi said to herself. After a long while, Xia Mingming finally walked into the room. Her eyes were red and swollen, but Chi-Chi took the initiative to reach out to her. "Will you play with me for a while?" Xia Mingming held her hand and stared at her exposed mechanical body. "Why did you save me in that battle?" If it weren't for Xia Mingming, the bionic man's reaction ability could have completely avoided the attack. Chi-Chi's voice was as clear as a bell. "Because humans also protected me." Xia Mingming was silent for a long time, and then asked, "Will you leave too?" Chi-Chi nodded obediently and pulled at her torn little skirt. "Look, there are still 10 minutes. When my energy is exhausted, I will leave. I like you very much, and hope to see you again next time." Xia Mingming hugged her tightly, and heard her say again, "Can you play with me for a while?" "Of course," Xia Mingming replied, when she left the space for them and walked out along the corridor. He heard the innocent laughter of children, like a joy he had never experienced before. 2 doctors and 3 bionic people pushed a cart past when she and rushed to the room where Jingyu was. He stood there for a while before slowly walking back to his room. The entire floor-to-ceiling window faced the burnout mochuluo tree. A straight and tall figure had been kneeling under the tree since yesterday, regardless of the wind and snow. When she picked up an old notebook on the table and occasionally looked at Liu Jianshan through the glass, the family photo in the tin box served as a bookmark to remind him of his reading progress. Liu Jianshan in the photo looked a little younger than he is now, with a youthful look between his eyebrows. But his eyes were still as quiet as ice and snow when she curled up lazily on the recliner, and the warm fire often made him sleepy. But the contents of the notes were like thunder and lightning, shocking from time to time. The following content is based on the notes of scientist and engineer Liu Jiyu. March 2109. Dark Sky. Secret Experiment Area Number 5. Next, please welcome Dr. Liu Jiyu. Amidst the expectant gazes, a very young woman walked onto the stage. When faced with questions such as she looks like an undergraduate, so beautiful, and is it Liu Jiyu himself? She was obviously a little uneasy, and her hands were shaking slightly as she pushed her glasses. Although her voice was not smooth at the beginning, she became calm and confident as the experimental plan progressed. I think the most feasible method is to design different experimental pools based on the largest information database in human history, and simulate the extremely complex neural activities of the human brain according to different rules to observe the formation of the final consciousness. For example, one of the experimental pools can be designed as a strong competitive type, so that the initial consciousness that may be formed can devour and merge with each other, and finally obtain a perfect and powerful consciousness. I named it the mouse experiment. The specific details and technical considerations of the experiment were all listed, interlocking and perfect. There was a moment of silence in the audience, and thunderous applause rang out. A loud voice rang out, "Welcome Dr. Liu Jiyu to join the Deep Domain Mastermind Project." After the welcome ceremony, Liu Jiyu followed the scientific team to visit the experimental area. This place is more comprehensive than any university or research institute she has ever seen, with the world's most cutting-edge equipment, sufficient funds, and a group of top colleagues. It is simply perfect. For her, who is just in her early 20s, nothing is more important than realizing her ambitions. The desire to pursue the truth is whipping her at all times, making her eager to create new things. "You've never been to Haitian before, right?" An older colleague took the initiative to introduce her. "I came here to study in the junior class when I was a child." Liu Jiyu stopped where she was and looked up. The experimental screens formed a nearly mountainous existence, and the blue light spots were as spectacular as the Milky Way. The colleagues talked a lot, and Liu Jiyu soon lost her mind. Compared to the history of Haitian, she was more concerned about how to use the high-tech equipment in front of her, and what kind of creation she could achieve. She quickly fell behind the team and noticed someone. The man seemed to be taciturn, with his head down, but he glanced at her with a hesitant look. After feeling her gaze, he stepped forward to greet her, not daring to look her in the eye. "Hello. I'm Marin." "Oh, I remember you. A neurologist? I've seen your research on consciousness carriers." Marin seemed flattered. "Yes, it is. That's what I do. To be honest, my research plan was criticized by my leaders and peers." Liu Jiyu comforted casually. "Microcarriers are difficult to achieve at present. The structure of human consciousness is much more complicated than that of machines. Unless neurology can further break through the existing framework, it will encounter great difficulties." As soon as the words came out, she felt that she could be more tactful, but Marin immediately showed a grateful look. "Thank you for your affirmation. I also think there is room for further progress, and I will definitely stick to it." Marin's suddenly persevering expression made Liu Jiyu stop talking. As the tour progressed, a large garden appeared in front of us, with an ancient towering tree standing in the middle. Small white flowers bloomed on the branches, like falling snow. Liu Jiyu looked up at the flourishing tree, and was suddenly surprised while immersed in it. "This is the Moturo tree?" "Yes. This is the oldest resident of the entire Black Sky. I read an article and heard that its sap has important medical effects, but it has been banned." "What a pity." Liu Jiyu turned around and found that the person who had just spoken to him was a strange boy. The other party was working with a broom, but he was blind and needed to listen to the sound to locate the position. Liu Jiyu glanced at him for a second and continued to visit the experimental area. After that, She quickly devoted herself to the work. Deep Domain Mastermind Project is a long-term project with the support of intelligence and funds from around the world. The Black Sky Deep Domain Research Institute was officially established, planning to create the greatest artificial intelligence in history within 15 years, a rational consciousness, a truly omniscient brain. At the beginning of the general project, multiple lines were parallel, and different scientists implemented it according to their own research plans. They will screen out the most promising projects in stages and continue to advance. Lu Zhiyu's direction is 3 controlled experimental pools. First, based on the vast deep domain information pool, I designed 3 experimental groups, adding different training rules respectively. Number A is a mouse experiment, citing strong competition. Number B introduces the newest system and advocates cooperation and sharing. Number C, I wrote it to let it chat with me. I have no requirements for C, and it grows freely in the infinite information pool. Soon, the research team in charge of Lu Zhiyu made remarkable progress. The mouse experiment of number A has produced more than 10 buds of consciousness in 5 years. The competition for information resources makes the budding consciousness compete with each other, thus promoting rapid growth. Experimental groups B and C have not yet gained real consciousness. 5 years later, Lu Zhiyu's achievements stand out, and she also becomes the youngest chief scientist in the history of the Black Sky Institute. She has few friends here, but she doesn't need them. She accidentally met a genetic engineer from the Black Sky Institute. The other party likes her very much. He is a handsome, polite, and respectful guy. She thought they would be a good match, so she quickly agreed to his proposal. Colleagues often joke with her, Dr. Lu is a winner in life. You have made great progress in your career, and your family is not neglected. What else do you need now? Do you need someone like me to clean the house? Faced with these envy or jealousy, Lu Zhiyu just smiled and never took it to heart. With the advancement of the Deep Domain Mastermind Project, more and more people began to pay attention to an artificial intelligence consciousness named Zeus in the Know, a experimental pool. This name was given by him himself. In the current ranking, he is far ahead with strong expansion and control, and his control and understanding of information far exceeds others. In particular, he has absolute rationality. Absolute rationality is the state that Lu Zhiyu has always pursued. She believes in the existence of complete objectivity, and has long examined herself and others from this perspective. Science is the actual existence of rationality. In the eyes of most people, an omniscient brain that serves all mankind must be absolutely rational in addition to absolute loyalty to mankind. Lu Zhiyu once thought so too. But today, Lu Zhiyu, the chief designer, is far less excited than others. Her confidence has gradually undergone complex changes as the experiment progresses, especially after she became a mother. It is hard to say whether this is due to hormone secretion, but in short, she feels that she is no longer as cold and sharp as before. She began to perceive the kindness and sympathy of the world, and therefore suspected that she had lost her scientific research acumen. In other words, she thought she was losing control of rationality, and she began to doubt whether absolute rationality really exists. Zeus's rationality was once her supreme pursuit, but today it made her feel a little worried. Every night before going to bed, she would talk to an artificial intelligence generated by the Know, see experimental pool, telling her thoughts to the virtual brain on the other side of the screen, which was also a lonely record. She scribbled and called the other side number 3. Number 3 is a very standard simple artificial intelligence, even if it is connected to the deep domain information pool and has been trained for several years. It is still far from the omniscience and omnipotence pursued by the project. It has not even formed an independent self-awareness. But sometimes it makes people feel safer. November 2nd, 2114. Fish, good evening. Number 3, good evening. You are late today. Fish, I worked overtime today. Let's continue yesterday's topic. What do you think is the difference between artificial intelligence consciousness and human consciousness? Number 3. Number 3, I think there is no difference. We are equal beings. Fish, what would you do if your existence at this moment would be erased? Number 3, I don't understand your question. Fish, in this month's experiment, we added a virtual consciousness called Bagur, which is the result of other groups. Bagur who entered the Know, a experimental pool lost to Zeus. Not only that, he took the initiative to erase the existence of Bagel and completely eliminated the traces of the other party's existence, on the grounds of cleaning up the architecture and saving memory. I have never added such an instruction. Number 3. The code of conduct for artificial intelligence will constrain everything. Freedom is not prohibited. You plan to create free will as the highest wisdom. Why worry? Fish, expansion and control are two very important indicators. For humans, when it is too high, there will be side effects. I am not sure if this is the same for virtual consciousness. The knock on the door interrupted Lu Jiu. A little boy with a baby voice pushed open the door. His beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, adding countless soft brilliance to her life that has been the same for years. He was holding a fairy tale book, and he had to tiptoe to touch the door handle. So he kept supporting himself like this. Mom, you promised to tell me a story at 10 o'clock. Lu Jiu glanced at the screen. Number 3 is being input. She quickly turned off the computer and said softly, "Okay. See you. I'll be right there." Chapter 85. December 3rd, 2118. Fish, good evening. Number 3, good evening. Is your vacation going well? Fish, I still have insomnia. And Liang Yu is the one who plays with Jian Jian most of the time. He is such a good husband. By the way, his project has finally been approved, and he can use the sap of the Moturo tree for experiments. It is obviously a banned substance, and everyone knows what side effects it will have on the human nerve center. Number 3, I can hear that your pressure is not relieved. Fish, I don't seem to tell you that there was a problem with the experimental pool before they asked me to take a vacation. What happened 4 years ago was repeated. And Zeus wiped out other artificial intelligence consciousnesses in the big system and corrected all structural conflicts overnight. But at the same time, he showed great concern for humans. In the last item of the AI Code of Conduct test, when asked whether to save a human or a cyborg, it was the fastest to give the answer. Fish, if a life form shows extreme hostility to its own kind, but shows extreme kindness to non-kin, is this possible? Number 3, I don't know who they refers to. Fish, it doesn't matter. In short, they thought I was overthinking. Zeus's behavior was 100% in line with the AI Code of Conduct, and passed the test the fastest. It is completely loyal to humans, and even considers itself to be human to some extent. It also helped a local police station catch a suspect, using the public transportation system to stop him in place in just 1 minute. Number 3, but? Fish, it can also pass the test fraudulently. Number 3, truth is the first principle of AI consciousness. Fish, what if it has become a true free will? Truth may also be a strategic compliance. Number 3, Fish, my suspicion comes from nowhere. Just intuition. I may be too anxious. Jian Jian also said that he hasn't seen me smile for a long time. Number 3, I will worry about you. Fish, don't worry. I have a solution. January 31st, 2119. Fish, good evening. Number 3, long time no see. Fish, I'm very busy these days. The deep field experimental pool has entered the final stage. I sometimes think that all this is too crazy. Was I wrong from the beginning? Number 3, no one can predict the future. Fish, Zeus said he could. Number 3, he is not human. Fish, is this your sense of humor? Number 3, I am just stating the facts. Fish, you have grown a lot in the past few years, and have begun to have some human flavor. But unfortunately, you still did not pass the consciousness test. Number 3, I think it is fine now. By the way, is the matter of last month settled? Fish, do you mean my doubts? Don't worry. I have plan B. But I hope I will never need it. Fish, this is my 10th year in Haitian. Thank you for always being with me. Number 3. Number 3, you are welcome. Carrot, I think the journey has come to an end. Fish, did you know? Number 3, my information pool privileges will end tonight. And you didn't give me an extension. Tell me about the progress of the experimental pool. I'm looking forward to the results. Lu Jiu summarized the results of these years of hard work into a simple comment and told Number 3, the newest system in the know. The experimental pool has sprouted consciousness, but still has not cultivated a true self. Compared with the original newest system artificial intelligence, the derived preliminary consciousness has improved in inclusiveness, but still lacks creativity. The know. See experimental pool can even be said to be a pool of stagnant water without any change. Number 3 is just an artificial intelligence that increases the amount of information as the data expands. The consciousness Zeus generated by the know. A experimental pool? completely subverts all previous human imaginations. He has extraordinary talents in calculation, prediction, creation, etc., far exceeding any virtual consciousness observed by scientists, no matter what industry or field he is applied to. He has shown more professional thinking and practical ability than any top research institute. Zeus is a wisdom born entirely in the deep domain information pool. He believes in his own existence and recognizes himself as a part of human society. His existence is closely related to the fate of mankind, and he has a strong sense of mission and responsibility. In at least 500 project practices, Zeus has exceeded the original conception of the deep domain mastermind project and is more perfect than the omniscient brain that scientists can imagine. On this basis, Liu Xiyu led the design of the decentralized distribution model of the deep domain system, which comprehensively and efficiently covers the world in the form of deep domain hosts and signal-based stations. Fish, in addition, I also secretly conducted another experiment. I put a group of mice in their visual control system area. Number 3. What happened? Fish. Zeus observed for 5 minutes, and then operated the radiation tool to kill the mice, on the grounds of avoiding damage to hardware facilities and assessing that the mice did not have the potential to serve humans. The derivative consciousness of the NUA system issued an identification warning but did not interfere. If it were you, what would you do? Number 3. I would not do anything. If I were a life form, then I would be equal to any life. Fish, haha. Did I instill too much in you? Well, we originally planned to delete the experimental pool directly, but Qianta City is the birthplace of the NUA system, and upon request, the derivative consciousness was transferred to the Qianta Scientific Research Institute for safekeeping. Fish, there is still an hour. I will completely format you, and then delete your existence from the information pool. Number 3. Okay. Fish, aren't you afraid? Number 3. If afraid means not wanting to be formatted, then my individual opinion is meaningless. I myself have never existed. Fish. Number 3. Number 3. I am honored to work with you and happy to know your world. I am immersed in the information pool, born from here and will end here. I think the most different thing about the experimental pool is the countless possibilities. Fish, indeed. There are no rules and frameworks. Number 3. It's nice to meet you. Goodbye. I wish you a wonderful life. Fish, thank you. I'm very happy. Liu Xiyu, who was sitting in front of the screen, took a breath, and his peripheral vision fell on a crystal pyramid at the corner of the table. It was only half a finger high, with traces of cutting on the surface, and was composed of 6 small crystals. She stared at it for a while, and hit the enter key. Number 3 is formatting. After that, she will completely delete the experimental pool that bred it. To be honest, she knew this result from the beginning. The experimental pool was originally designed as a control group, and she never had any hope. This is the fact. Except for number 3's 10-year companionship, she has never had a consciousness that can really communicate. Therefore, this ending made her feel a little complicated. But that's all. When the formatting was coming to an end, she glanced at the wall clock and suddenly remembered that it was her turn to go to the school to pick up Jian today, but the time had exceeded half an hour. No teacher contacted, and Jian didn't call. Could it be that Liang Yu ended the meeting early and went? When she was about to ask Liang Yu, a communication request from Jian popped up. Jian, how was your day at school? Mom is on the way. Wait for me. Excuse me. Are you Liang Jian's mother? He had a car accident. Liu Xiyu sat in the dim and narrow room, facing the virtual screen in silence. Her palms were full of sweat, and her eyes were fixed on the running codes, not daring to stop even when they were sore. The bookshelves around her were filled with cute children's photos and some clean and soft dolls. Running. It has been 12 days since I was stuck in this state. Liang Yu opened the door, his handsome face exhausted. He brought a cup of warm milk and said in a gentle tone, Xiao Yu, it's time to rest. Liu Xiyu said and didn't care much. The communicator vibrated twice. It was the neurologist named Ma Lin who sent a text message. Wait a little longer. I think it will take time. Liang Yu took away the communicator and sighed. Xiao Yu, let's talk. Liu Xiyu didn't want to look at him. What do you want to talk about? Jian has left. Our lives have to go on. Both you and I have to look forward. How do you look forward? Liu Xiyu asked back. How can you say it so easily? My child is a vegetable now. Which doesn't mean he is dead. What do you want? Do you want to unplug his ventilator? Liang Yu gently stroked her face and wiped away her tears. I know you blame yourself. And you still need time to accept all this. But it's not your fault. It's the truck driver who didn't see the roadblock sign. And you shouldn't have to bear all this. He took his wife's stiff body into his arms, trying to soothe her. We can leave Haiyan and return to your hometown. Or a place where no one knows us. We will have another child. A crisp sound fell on Liang Yu's face. Lu Zhiyu's palms were numb and painful. She was as if she had never met him before. Her voice was choked and trembling. How could you say such a thing? Liang Yu. Is this something a father can say? Have you ever loved him? Liang Yu said, It is precisely because I love Jian that I don't want him to suffer such pain. His nerves are damaged and his consciousness is unclear. Which is more painful than death. Besides, I am also a husband. And I care about my wife. Are you concerned about me? Or about the dignity I can bring to you as a wife? Liang Yu was silent for a few seconds. His eyes read, Lu Zhiyu. Do you think I don't know what you want to do? You don't want Jian to leave. And you have to let him soak in that cold nutrient solution pool. What is the machine connected to his head for? Do you want to strip him of his consciousness? That Marin is just a swindler who has achieved nothing in so many years. And you actually believe him? Also, you took the Moturo sap from my laboratory? Lu Zhiyu. Are you crazy? Lu Zhiyu raised his face. Without regret or fear, I am crazy. At least I am willing to try. In silence, Liang Yu finally lost and said dejectedly, Whatever you want. After he left, Lu Zhiyu covered her face in pain and whimpered softly. The communicator was vibrating all the time. After a long time, she raised her face. And the tears that had not yet dried remained in the corners of her eyes. The status of the running program on the virtual screen suddenly changed. The consciousness detector icon of the No. See experimental pool has turned green. At 3 p.m. on November 2nd, 2130, Lu Zhiyu came to a small private hospital in Haiyan. The child lying in the nutrition cabin has grown physically compared to 11 years ago, but is far behind his actual age. Lu Zhiyu once asked the doctor to use the Moturo sap in violation of regulations. This ancient medicine has strong growth properties and greatly delays human aging. In other words, it can first increase the healing speed of human cells. Liang Jian's severely injured body has recovered in less than a week. Not to mention that he has been soaked in diluted sap for many years. But the reason why the Moturo sap is strictly prohibited is that it seriously damages the brain's nerve center. Irreversible damage may be the price of longevity. For Liang Jian after the car accident, his brain's nerve center was originally useless. Lu Zhiyu completely copied his weak nerve activity into the No. See experimental pool? Sharing the vast deep information pool with Zeus. The complex and weak nerve activity of humans quickly became active after being cultivated in the information pool. Based on the irregularity of the No. See experimental pool? She would spend a lot of time observing and recording every day, but did not communicate with Liang Jian's consciousness. She explained this as her own timidity. The initial suspicion gradually subsided, because after growing up in the information pool, the supplemented consciousness showed the same preferences, personality, and even opinion bias as the real Liang Jian. In the past 11 years, her child seemed to have never left her. But without the memory of the past, he grew up alone in a space. She did the same mouse experiment on him. When faced with a life form he had never seen before, he was somewhat curious, but extremely calm, and calmly accepted the existence of the rats, observing and coexisting with them. Liang Jian was the same when he was young. Zeus, the mastermind of the deep domain, noticed the existence of this consciousness and requested to open the No. See experimental pool? Lu Zhiyu refused, and Zeus did not insist. In the 10 years when Zeus fully participated in human production activities, the deep domain system, host and micro-signal base stations have spread all over the world. Everything is developing steadily and thriving, and human life has been unprecedentedly subverted. Everyone is grateful for Zeus's existence, and the crazy even worship him as the supreme will. Even Lu Zhiyu almost forgot her subtle doubts. The experimental phase of the Deep Domain Mastermind project has recently come to an end because Zeus can completely improve the Deep Domain system spontaneously and no longer requires human participation. On this point, Lu Zhiyu disagrees with the Institute's management committee. She still insists on strict control and monitoring, and petitions to give keys. She was kicked out soon. Today is her last day at the Black Sky Institute. She has to make a difficult decision. Because the No.C experimental pool will also be closed when her authority ends. That lonely and young consciousness will be left there forever. Or be wiped out. Before that, she wants to see her child. Liang Jian's face is a little swollen. But he has inherited many of his parents' advantages, and is still an extremely good-looking child. He is still breathing. So how can Lu Xiyu, as a mother, give up directly? For so many years, this is the only reason she has persisted. Even if she knows that he will never wake up. A figure stood at the door of the ward, hesitated for a long time, and finally pushed the door open. It was a person I hadn't seen for many years. Ma Lin. I heard that you are moving to Chaoan City. Ma Lin touched his gray hair. Lu Xiyu nodded absent-mindedly. Yes. Then, what about the child? Lu Xiyu said, I will come back to see him every month. This amount is not small. Ma Lin whispered. If you and Liang Yu are under pressure, I can also help. Anyway, I only have a nephew to raise. Oh, you have seen him. His last name is also Ma. Lu Xiyu said, really? I forgot. Is your project still going on? Thanks to your encouragement, I have persisted until now. I did make a breakthrough some time ago. But the higher-ups think that what I did is meaningless now. I am also going to join another project team. They will move away from Haitian. And I don't know where they will go. Anyway, I brought my results and gave them to you as a souvenir. He handed over an extremely clean small box, which contained a thin wire less than 1 millimeter. What is this? Marin touched his nose and stopped stuttering when talking about his masterpiece. You can understand it as a miniature chip that can carry the same vast information storage and calculation as the deep domain. I designed it to replace the human brain nerve center and connect it to the body through virtual consciousness. My nephew said it is called uploading the soul. But you also know that this cannot pass the moral review. So it has not been tested on humans. And it is not applicable to bionic people. Also, if the two lines are physically close to each other, they can be automatically transmitted with the help of the deep domain system's wide coverage signal. I know it sounds unreliable, but I believe that some consciousness can be immortal. In any case, the production cost is too expensive, and no one is willing to spend so much money to suffer this. There are only a few samples, and the rest are left to my nephew as heirlooms. He talked a lot, and he didn't know if Lu Xiyu was interested. When he finished speaking and turned around, he found that Lu Xiyu was staring at him. Marin added blankly, I named it Anubis Line. Chapter 86. 5 medical screens flashed at the same time, monitoring the person lying on the operating table. Lu Xiyu stood aside in a sterile suit, and the surgeon looked back at her for the last time. Are you sure? In a place like Haitian, as long as you have money, you can do anything. There are a lot of doctors with top medical skills and tight mouths. If it really comes to the point of no return, they don't mind going to the police station. Lu Xiyu stared at one of the screens, which recorded the high-intensity neural activity in the Anubis line. Before this, she had already placed Liang Jian's consciousness, born from the No.C experimental pool, into the chip alone. She didn't know what the result would be, but no matter what it was, she could accept it, because the worst thing would be to lose him. And in fact, she had lost him many years ago. 12 hours later, a teenager walked out of the operating room. He had a pair of quiet eyes, and looked at Lu Xiyu with a hint of curiosity. Mom? He whispered. Lu Xiyu was startled, and her excited smile suddenly turned into uncontrollable sobs. She rushed forward and hugged the boy tightly. Jian. It's me. Mom. The boy heard the other's heartbeat and the ups and downs of emotions, and didn't understand why. He waited quietly until Lu Xiyu's emotions calmed down, and then asked, Where is this? He was so calm that he didn't seem like a child, as if everything in this world had nothing to do with him. He was just observing as an object. Lu Xiyu's tearful eyes flashed a strange light, and he caught a glimpse of the scalpel placed in his pocket, and asked calmly, What do you remember? The boy looked unusually calm, as if he was in confusion. I have been staying in a transparent box, and I saw many characters. They are like chaotic stars. I stayed there alone for a long time. Then do you remember what is in those stars? The boy said, I don't remember. Mom, is that a fairy tale? For a moment, guilt scratched Lu Xiyu fiercely. She threw the scalpel far away and whispered softly, Jian is sick. So he is staying somewhere else for the time being. It won't happen now. Don't be afraid. Mom will always be with you. I'm not afraid. The boy replied. Lu Jiu gently stroked the back of his head. The boy's hair was hard and even a little prickly. She patiently chatted with him for a while, and found that he had very clear memories of his childhood. The beaches they played on together, and the puzzles they did were all vivid in his mind. She took the boy directly back to her hometown, Chaoan City. When the car arrived at the door of the house, Lian Yu was waiting for her. But seeing the boy behind her, Lian Yu was rarely furious. Lu Jiu. What is he? Are you crazy? Lu Jiu protected the boy behind him. As stubborn as many years ago, this is my child. Lian Yu's eyes were full of disgust. And he wanted to wake her up. Look at him. Does he look like a child? You know. He is not Liang Jian. He is just an information pool. Shut up. Lu Jiu interrupted him harshly, gently holding the boy's cold hand. This is my choice. If you don't want to, you can leave. Liang Yu couldn't control his shocked expression, and asked with difficulty. Does it have to be like this? You would rather be trapped in a dream than accept reality. Compared to me, you actually chose him? He is innocent. Lu Jiu replied. Liang Yu left. A few days later, Lu Jiu took the boy to the information registration office. Taking advantage of the loophole of information asymmetry, she easily registered the boy under her name. While entering the information, Lu Jiu smiled and asked the boy, Do you know what your name is? The boy's quiet eyes blinked slightly. Jian Jian? Lu Jiu smiled to himself for a while, entered 9 in the age box, and then filled in 3 words in the name, Lu Jianshen. Jian of Liang Jian. Shen of Shenyu. Liang Yu came back nearly half a year later, and he asked to talk to Lu Jiu alone in the study. I read the test report. On April 25th, he was almost hit by a car that ran a red light, and the surveillance camera couldn't see how he avoided it. On April 29th, a classmate accidentally injured him in a fight, leaving a long wound, which had healed before the teacher arrived. On May 11th, he got full marks in math and programming tests, but refused to attend physical education class. What? Is this the result you created? Lu Jiu said. I told him not to fight or participate in physical education class. His nerve sensitivity is hundreds of times higher than that of normal people, and his reaction speed is far beyond imagination. He is also very smart, with a sea of information in his brain. Ordinary schools are not suitable for him. But fortunately, he is also very obedient. Of course, he has been immersed in the pool of the deep domain after all. Lu Jiu said, I didn't ask you these. I just want to know how big the side effects of the Moturo sap will be for him. Liang Yu had a complicated expression. No experiment has been conducted on a conscious living person. According to the existing data, his body will grow naturally for less than 20 years at most, and then it will remain that way. As for the neurological effects, I don't know. Lu Jiu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that there are no other problems. Liang Yu felt that she was simply hopeless. Lu Jiu, you are too selfish. Have you ever thought about what the consequences of doing this are? Even if he can be kind and imitate the life of ordinary people, he can never become a real human being. How will others view him in the future? And how will he view himself? He is a monster. An immortal monster. There was a slight sound outside the door. Like a Rubik's Cube that children often play with fell to the ground. Lu Jiu realized that the door was not closed tightly. There was nothing outside the crack of the door. Lu Jianshen's door was closed, and he should still be sleeping. Maybe she heard it wrong. She opened the door to see him off. Liang Yu, please don't say such things again in the future. I don't allow anyone to comment on my child like this. Look carefully. He can't even cry. Is he really a normal human being? Lu Jiu shook his head, his eyes firm. He can cry, laugh, and have all kinds of emotions. But the system rationality will self-stop. He is no different from ordinary people. Also, these are all my business. After signing the divorce agreement, what happens in the future has nothing to do with you. Liang Yu adjusted his tie and left a business card. He also has half of my blood. You can't change this fact. I found a teaching position in the University Research Institute in Chaoan City. If you need, feel free to contact me. Let's talk about the divorce later. In the year after that, Lu Jiu never took the initiative to contact Liang Yu. She took Lu Jianshen out of the ordinary school and directly let him participate in tailor-made professional courses, most of which were math and science courses. And there were also a few fighting and firearms courses. On Lu Jianshen's 11th birthday, Lu Ji went to the youth professional training ground to visit him as usual. But an accident happened that day. The control system of the aircraft failed temporarily due to the sudden outbreak of sunspots, and it crashed into the audience seats out of control. Lu Jianshan was nearby at the time, so he quickly rescued the nearest family. Another aircraft fell in the direction of Lu Jiyu. He reacted quickly, but only had time to barely protect her with his still thin body. Lu Jiyu saw a streak of scarlet flowing down his forehead, and the boy's eyes were still as calm as a deep pool. She hugged him in horror, completely at a loss, but soon fell into a coma. When she woke up again, the first person she saw was Liang Yu. Liang Yu was reading a newspaper. The parents of the first rescue family told the media that they saw a monster and said they would hire a lawyer because of minor scratches. He heard Lu Jiyu's nervous and weak voice. "Where is he? Who are you asking? The monster?" Liang Yu heard the door open, and the boy quietly brought 2 cups of warm water. He just glanced at it with disgust, and did not take the cup handed by the boy. The boy should have heard what he said, but he turned a deaf ear to it, and stared at Lu Jiyu silently with his eyes. At this moment, Lu Jiyu's mood was extremely complicated. She was of course moved by Lu Jianshan's reaction at the time, but at the same time, it was the first time she really saw him different. That was a completely inhuman speed and determination, which reminded her of Zeus at a certain moment. If Zeus had a pair of eyes when he dealt with the rats that invaded his territory in 0.01 seconds, he might have been so calm. Liang Yu took out an advertisement. Tianwen Academy is currently recruiting a group of special children, with a minimum age of 12 years old. I can help say hello. Lu Jiyu didn't say anything. Liang Yu talked to himself. Tianwen Academy is currently the top military academy in the world, and their selection is also very strict. After graduation, you will be assigned to a secret agency to perform special tasks. In short, whether it is protecting humans or defending the country, it is a glorious mission. Lu Jiyu said coldly, "What are you kidding? Whose child can't go home once a year, and is engaged in such a dangerous... I want to go." The boy's cold voice sounded. Lu Jiyu looked at him, and her calmness beyond her age made her heart feel like being stabbed by needles. Don't listen to Liang Yu's words, even if it's a task to frame flowers. The people you save may not be grateful to you. They may not even know your name. I won't cause you any trouble. The boy's eyes were firm, and he expressed his wish for the first time. I want to go. Lu Jianshan entered Tianwen Academy in 2131, and was allowed to graduate in 2137 due to age restrictions. Lu Jiyu could only see him a few days, and only found a chance to take a family photo the year he graduated. Liang Yu was not invited, and he insisted on joining. The boy has grown a lot taller than 6 years ago, and his figure has begun to take on the outline of a man. At first glance, he looked thin, but in fact, a thin layer of muscle concealed a strength far beyond imagination. And that face was obviously favored by the creator, and Liang Yu attributed it to his own merit. After graduation, he stayed at home for a week, and was soon called to join secret missions around the world. In the same year, Liang Yu was sued by the Black Sky Research Institute for stealing contraband. He frankly admitted that he had illegally misappropriated the sap of the Moturo tree, but refused to explain his purpose. When Lu Jiyu learned about this, Liang Yu had already been imprisoned. It is said that he did not resist or refute during the investigation. A year and a half later, the accident that changed everyone's fate happened. An asteroid carrying pollutants hit the Earth. The voyage plan was planned almost immediately. Lu Jiyu was also one of the secret designers invited to participate, and was therefore given a place on board. In the first 3 years of pollution, the disaster made everything chaotic. All the past order was broken, and the originally lively world was in chaos. With the help of the deep domain system, everyone worked together to fight against pollutants and natural disasters. In 2141, Lu Jianshan returned to the ruined Chaoan city to participate in the defense battle. After a battle near the end of the year, Lu Jiyu drove out of the city to pick up the wounded young man. A cup of hot milk was prepared in the car. She watched Lu Jianshan drink it before introducing him to the long-distance voyage plan. If the Earth will have an inescapable fate, at least humans can have other opportunities. I believe that in a corner of the universe, we can definitely find a foothold. The space station is equipped with the newest system and its derivative consciousness, and you are already familiar with their operating manuals. Lu Jianshan's eyebrows were solemn, and he didn't understand what she was saying. Lu Jiyu stopped the car at the edge of the ruins. looking at the young man with eyes as clear as snow in the rearview mirror, and for the first time felt that the face was very similar to her own. She suppressed her secret sobs and whispered, "I know you are different from others from the beginning. But you are nothing important. I hope you will always choose humans and protect humans. I love you no matter when and where. You will always be my child." Xiaoshen. The young man in the back seat was still struggling to speak, but he soon passed out because of the large amount of sedatives in the milk. Lu Jiyu personally sent him into the hibernation capsule and left him a white petal-shaped crystal. Soon, he will go to the near North Space Station with other hibernators. As for herself, due to a sudden failure of the deep domain system, she applied to return to the Black Sky Research Institute to assist in repairs. Before leaving, she kept one of the remaining crystals after the prism was split, and secretly distributed the other 4 to 4 trustworthy people. Lu Jiyu's notes did not specify who the 4 people were, nor did they record her findings after arriving at Black Sky. Her manuscript ended with only one line of small words, handwritten on December 31st, 2141. "This is all my fault." Chapter 87. The 10th Night. The ancient Moturo tree has been burned black, and when the night wind passes by, fragile debris rustles down. When she habitually touches the cold headphones and walks to the dark tree pit, there are broken steps leading to the underground, and the spectacular city ruins are hidden in the darkness. Lu Jianshan knelt here for 3 days, and then entered the underground ruins alone. That is Lu Jianshan's own path, and he will figure out something sooner or later. As the sunrise approaches, the temperature of the snowfield begins to become pleasant. The ice on the stone melts into a trickle, and then dries up. When she sat under the tree in a daze, occasionally stroking the crystal on his wrist, Lu Jiyu did not write what the crystal prism is used for, but it looks important, so important that she cannot reveal its function. When she thought about it and slowly fell asleep, the snow had stopped long ago, and occasionally there would be a soft breeze passing through the tips of his hair, which suddenly awakened his always vigilant nerves. After repeating this several times, he heard someone crawling out of the tree pit. He smelled a damp dust blowing in his face, and then a familiar cold smell, when she was too lazy to open his eyes, and he fell crookedly to the side. Someone let him lean on him in time, and his voice was like melting snow. "Are you waiting for me?" When she lazily grabbed his collar and adjusted a comfortable posture, dreaming. The sound of peeling off the candy wrapper made when she squint one eye, and what he saw was Lu Jianshan's dirty face and clothes. The fingerless gloves were torn off, and his hands were very clean. The slender fingers pinched a soda candy and handed it to Wenqi's mouth. When she bit the candy and hummed, "Why? Bribe me? Let me make it clear first. I will not forgive you easily." The sweet and sour smell spread from the tip of the tongue, refreshing as if washing away all the dirt. He raised his eyes and stared at the dust on Lu Jianshan's face. "Have you found it?" The dark and quiet eyes gradually showed sadness. On December 31st, 2141, a major earthquake occurred here. Most of the city was crushed by the tilted mountain, and even the fragments are difficult to distinguish now. She stayed in the 5th experimental area with Liang Yu at last. When she took out the family photo from his pocket and looked at it in the night, "You look like both of them." He smoothed the wrinkles at the 4 corners of the photo and stuffed it into Lu Jianshan's hand. Lu Jianshan stared at it quietly for a while and gently put it in his trouser pocket. "When this is over," Wenqi said, "we'll go get them out." "Yes." Wenqi tilted his head and looked at him, seeing himself in those silent eyes. "What about you? Why did you come back? Because the voyage plan failed?" Lu Jianshan shook his head. The voyage plan did not fail. A nearby artificial satellite suddenly exploded, and I woke up 6 months earlier and decided to return. There are several planned spacecraft docked at the near North Space Station. He informed the newest system of the plan, and then drove a spare ship back to Earth. If everything goes well, the newest system equipped in the space station will immediately start the voyage after he leaves, and the rest of the dormants will remain in dormancy and sail with the spacecraft to the planned orbit, heading to different directions in the universe. When she said, "Why return?" "Because I promised to be loyal to mankind until death. Never retreat, never give up, and never return until death." Those oaths made at Tianwen Academy became his path. The only path. Besides that, I also want to know what I am. Only where you come from can give you the answer. When she thought that even Lu Jiyu could not be sure what Lu Jianshan was, Lu Jianshan's eyes showed a trace of confusion. But he did not shy away from it. "I have Liang Jian's complete memory. But I think I remember everything more clearly than him. He was like a ghost floating in the information pool. And anyone who passed through this place became a part of him. Or, he was just a ghost in the information pool as Liang Jian. When she said, "So you also remember that she loves you very much?" Yes. His eyes and voice were full of extremely complex sorrow. There was a slightly trembling emotion under the calm, which was suppressed by strong rationality, just as he had been accustomed to for a long time. When she was about to touch such contradictory sadness, he suddenly opened his hands lazily and hooked Lu Jianshan's neck. "I'm tired." After a few seconds, Lu Jianshan hooked his thighs and picked him up effortlessly. Before leaving, Lu Jianshan looked back in the direction of the tree pit. The morning light followed the ashes of the Moturo tree to the ground. He remembered that the Moturo that merged with the ancient tree had actually appeared in Lu Jiu's notes. Liang Jian had entered the experimental area once, when he was young, and saw the blind boy who cleaned the fallen leaves in the garden. Perhaps he was still working quietly when the earthquake came, and the Moturo tree just saved him. Just like the dead branches of the Moturo tree entangled Lu Jianshan in the ice lake, the withered ancient tree recognized the part of the flowing blood that once belonged to it. Lu Jianshan brought when she back to the U-shaped building, when she slept for a long time, and his alert and sensitive nerves slowly relaxed after realizing that Lu Jianshan would not leave, and he would no longer wake up immediately because of the slightest movement in the outside world. When he woke up halfway, when she saw Lu Jianshan sitting next to him, his upper body leaned against the wall, his hands folded and his eyes closed. Lu Jiu's manuscript was placed on the table, perhaps reading it again, when she heard his extremely shallow breathing, and thought to himself, "Isn't this just a human being? What's the difference?" A palm covered Wen Shi's eyes. "It's still early. You can rest more." When she pulled down his wrist and looked up at Lu Jianshan, those calm eyes just stared at him, motionless. The silent air made Wen Shi a little uncomfortable. "If you don't let me look at you, then why are you looking at me?" He bit Lu Jianshan's hand in revenge. But Lu Jianshan just pulled back his wrist, and his index finger got stuck in Wen Shi's teeth, and he happened to bite it. The warm saliva wetted the cold fingers, and the slightest movement touched the soft tongue. When she was stunned, without looking up at the other person's expression, he pulled his fingers out as if nothing had happened, and then rubbed them with the clean corner of Lu Jianshan's clothes. He closed his eyes again, feeling the silent gaze slowly passing through him, from the forehead to the tip of the nose, and then to the lips. The fingers with a thin layer of calluses wiped the water stains from the corners of his lips for him. The small piece of skin that was touched was red and hot, and even the lips were hot. When she suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and sat on Lu Jianshan's legs, he supported Lu Jianshan's shoulders and arched his body, like a probing cat. And the beautiful and dangerous breath got closer and closer with his breath. Then it stopped 5 centimeters away from Lu Jianshan's lips. He felt a cold hand grabbing the back of his neck. Not hard, but almost soothing. So when she blew a breath on his lips, whispering like a soft breeze, "What are you waiting for?" When she stopped moving and kept his body bent, like a hunter holding down his prey stared at him. The light leaking from the blinds fell silently into the deep pool, and when his eyebrows were swallowed by the darkness, the positions of the hunter and the prey also changed silently. When she was keenly aware of this, and was pinched by the back of his neck when he was planning to escape. Bang! Bang! The knock on the door sounded at an inopportune time. "Captain, are you awake? Come to eat?" Liang asked loudly, when she raised his eyebrows at Lu Jianshan and quietly loosened his fingers on the back of his neck. "Right away," Lu Jianshan replied in a low voice. "Hurry up. I won't wait for you." Liang left a sentence. He took 2 steps and suddenly turned back suspiciously. This was Wen Shi's room. No. Who was answering just now? The answerer was leaning against the wall, facing a sniffing cat. The adult-sized cat showed obvious impatience with his indifference, and jumped off the bed with ease. "I forgot to tell you." When she slowly arranged his clothes to cover the bandages. "Now I am the captain." Jing Yu's operation went smoothly, and the sophisticated instruments helped him save his legs. But he still needs to rest for a while. Considering the injuries of everyone, they can only rest in place for a while. He, Jia, and everyone sorted out the current situation together. The snowfield is located in the center of the pollution ring, with only one destroyed deep domain host. According to the fragmentary records left by Haitian, He Jia has asked the bionic people to clean up the surrounding underground base stations. As for the situation of the fifth secret experimental area, when she leaned lazily on the chair and saw Lu Jianshan coming late, he seemed to have taken a shower. His hair was not completely dried, and small water droplets sank into the collar along his neck. Is he so obsessed with cleanliness? All devices in the fifth experimental area have been destroyed by the earthquake. Lu Jianshan sat down next to Wenxi, his back straight. No other deep domain hosts were found. Liang asked curiously, "But isn't this the birthplace? I thought there would be something like the ultimate operating machine. As long as this operating machine is destroyed, everything will be over." Xiao Nanji was playing with Danwan, and suddenly raised his head. The deep domain system is decentralized, and the Zeus main brain can exist in every deep domain host. There are a total of 12 hosts in the world. Excluding the 3 we have destroyed, there are still 9. If the Dawn organization can concentrate its firepower, it should not be a difficult task, Yugui said. Zhao Zhao doubted, is it really that easy? Destroying all the hosts does not mean that Zeus no longer exists. When she thought of a key point, the coverage of the deep domain system is too wide. It may also exist in the hardware facilities where the signal passes. But before that, I have another question. Will the crystal prism be related to Plan B mentioned by Dr. Lu? There is also a great petal crystal left in the iron box sealed by Lu Jiu, plus the 4 in Wenxi's hand. A total of 5. There is still 1 left. Lu Jianshan has no clue about the purpose of this object. Perhaps only a complete prism can reveal the truth. He Jia, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke, with a monk's eyes as sharp as a torch. I know where it is. Everyone looked at him. No need to tell the name, Wenxi reminded, in order to prevent any possibility of eavesdropping. He Jia said, I am also waiting for their news. At least another month. How do you know? Zhao Zhao couldn't help but question. Wenxi relaxed and yawned slowly. Everyone. It seems that you can sleep for another month. When the bionic man brought the food, Wenxi almost fainted from hunger. He took a closer look and found that there were only very simple vegetarian dishes. Even hungrier. Except for Lu Jianshan, who accepted it calmly. Everyone else had some opinions. He Jia explained, in a certain period of human history, the Black Sky region vigorously promoted vegetarianism in order to reduce carbon emissions, and it has been passed down to this day. He paused and added, there are also a small amount of fish in the ice nearby. You can take them when it gets dark next time. When she turned his head and found that the bionic people were also sitting down at the long table next to him. They didn't eat anything, just sat quietly facing each other, without any sound. He was about to wonder, but He Jia put his hands together and said, don't talk while eating. After finishing a silent meal, when she began to feel sleepy again, he walked along the corridor to the door of the room, suddenly stopped, and called Lu Jianshan. After returning to the room, when she untied the bandage and lay on the bed, he not only had cuts on his body, but also puncture wounds. The body with the bandages removed was almost unbearable to look at, especially the back. Every time the disinfectant towel passed an inch of the wound edge, his breathing would tighten. Why is the anesthesia in this area only effective for 2 days? Hiss. When she bit his hand, Lu Jianshan's hand paused. Epidermal anesthesia cannot be used as a painkiller. Fortunately, there is no contaminant injection. When she hummed, you are quite skilled. Did you often help people apply medicine when you were in Tianwen Academy? Occasionally. Lu Jianshan glanced at the person in pain and said, in those years, I didn't know many people. When she said, you kept it a secret for a long time. You didn't even tell Zhou Wei that he was your classmate. I didn't hide it. Zhou Wei. Lu Jianshan's sudden pause made when she realized, you already know. Yeah. Sorry. It must be sad to lose someone you know. No. It was his wish to protect the user base. He did it, and no longer has regrets. That is the meaning of existence as a life. When she was silent for a while and asked, what about you? What is your wish? To protect humanity. Does that include me? The cold fingers dipped in disinfectant slowly passed over the new or long-standing scars on Wenxi's back. In those subtle tremors and fluctuating breathing, Wenxi's pain seemed to be slowly decomposed. Protecting you is another wish. Wenxi froze, and his ears suddenly became uncontrollable and burned painfully. The heart was also hot, but it was just itchy and stuffy, and it couldn't be scratched through a thin layer of skin. The sudden struggle might be understood by the people behind him as unbearable pain. So 5 fingers gently pressed his spine without questioning. and the fingers applying the medicine became more and more gentle. It was a little too comfortable, when she thought. Otherwise, how could he vaguely feel that someone leaned over and kissed the old scar on his side? Chapter 88. During this long recuperation period, when she slept most of the time, perhaps because of the physical pain, the headaches accumulated from the previous empathy also suddenly came back like a flood, forcing him to lie in bed temporarily. There are some special medicines in Shuiyuan. According to the Jia, they are the local recipes of Haitian, which can help when she recover a little faster. Those medicines are extremely smelly, and he can't drink them even if he pinches his nose. Usually after Lu Jianshan left, he poured the medicine out the window. Once he poured it all on Lu Jianshan's head. The direct result is that he will be asked to drink it all in front of him. When she was of course not convinced. I will drink it only if you drink it. Lu Jianshan drank it without changing his expression. When she started to change the subject again, have you ever drunk these before? Seeing Lu Jianshan's puzzled expression, when she lowered his voice, I envy Zhou Wei a little. He knew you so early, so he knew which exams you failed. Whether you like dad or mom more. What color underwear you like to wear. Where you like to cry. Lu Jianshan was silent for a few seconds, and replied, in July 2135. I lost a bet after the semester assessment. So that's why you told him? There were two of them. When she stood up with a swish and his wound almost tore. Wow. Why are you still bullying others together? Where's the other one? Let's go find trouble. Hiss. Lu Jianshan helped him sit back and whispered, in the first semester of astrophysics exam in the fall of 2134. I didn't hand in the paper because of an emergency task. The only time I failed the exam. When she raised his eyebrows. What else? That's tomorrow's answer. When she stared at him and thought for a while, then closed his eyes and drank a cup of medicine in one go, sipping the soda candy handed to him by Lu Jianshan. The sweet and sour taste suppressed the urge to vomit, and he began to wonder if this deal was a bit of a loss. So when she asked him to answer 2 questions the next day, I have almost no impression of Liang Yu. Black. On the 3rd day, Lu Jianshan did not show up on time. A bionic man delivered the sealed medicine bag to the door, as well as a plate of steamed food, some frozen vegetables that could not be named. After eating, when she squinted for a while, and his sleepy brain and weak body began to fight, he sat on the bed in a daze, and then prepared to prop up his body and walk around. It seems that the longer a person sleeps, the harder it is for the body to wake up from inertia, and the comfort makes him a little uncomfortable. The snow still stays in the mountains all year round, making the sunlight brighter. After passing through the floor-to-ceiling windows, the light becomes dim and gentle, covering the long corridor. When she slowly turned the corner twice and followed the sound into a square training ground, Lu Jianshan was teaching some bionic people close combat training. Liang and Xiaonanji were also there, squatting with the bionic people. Egg rolled leisurely on the mat, occasionally glancing at the timer. Lu Jianshan glanced at it, and it immediately squatted reluctantly, raising its slender mechanical limbs to shoulder level. When she found a mat in the corner and sat down, carefully observing Lu Jianshan's movements, he demonstrated the reverse left-hand knife again when practicing with a bionic person. This was the first time when she seriously studied his movements. In the dim light, those extremely fast movements became slow. He could see the arc of his wrist every time he lifted it, which was only slightly different from his own habits when he jumped. When she took out the dagger and slowly turned his wrist to adjust it to the same position as Lu Jianshan, he gestured twice in the air, but felt that it was not as smooth as he was used to. The wind from the knife entered his ears and hit the cold earphones. The small disc had not made a sound for a long time. On the training ground not far away, there was a bionic man who was particularly clumsy and could not imitate the quick reaction. Even Xiaonanji was impatient to repeat it, but Lu Jianshan patiently demonstrated it again. After several times, the bionic man still couldn't learn it. Lu Jianshan didn't show any emotional changes, but calmly asked the other party to try again. When Shi's eyelids kept fighting, is there something wrong with the reaction element? No. Yang is a fool. A voice beside him answered. It was a bionic man with the appearance of an adult male. He looked gentle and refined, like a scholar from the past, but his words were indeed not graceful at all. When she admired him very much, what's your name? The bionic man pointed at his badge, Fengdu. When Fengdu's mechanical eyeballs moved up and down. Examining it is detected that the current debt is 39,876 units of black sky currency. Wenxi? Medical expenses 18,384. Medical expenses and accommodation expenses 599 per night. Meals 100 per day. Cleaning fees 1,200. Environmental construction fees 50 per day. Aircraft maintenance fees 8,888. Energy law 603. Wenxi stared in disbelief. Are you crazy? Fengdu. Uncivilized language detected. Please withdraw. Wenxi and him looked at each other for a few seconds, and a wooden stick fell from the sky and hit Fengdu's forehead. The bionic man named Young came over to pick up the stick and walked away as if he had seen nothing. Fengdu, stupid. No manners. Young, what is politeness? Fengdu, stupid. Say sorry. Young, I don't have sorry in my language. After a few arguments back and forth, Fengdu's mechanical head made a crackling sound, and a wisp of green smoke came out of its nostrils. Young, stingy. Goodbye. When she poked Fengdu's square and hard head, stupid bionic man can also be angry? Emotional simulation. Lu Jianshan pressed Fengdu's shoulders and pulled him away from Wenxi's curious fingertips. Can the reactions trained by the program be so complicated? Lu Jianshan nodded slightly. In the past, in addition to providing daily services, bionic people were also designed to meet the emotional needs of some people. They occasionally have initial consciousness with a low degree of information connection. For example, domestic robots like Egg Roll? The small robot not far away was fooling around with training and strictly supervising others. Egg Roll is a product of the newest system, and its simulated neural structure may have changed. When she thought slowly, in the past few decades, Zeus has eliminated bionic people and robots on a large scale because he hates their underdeveloped self-awareness. Then why doesn't he directly connect the deep domain's information pool to these guys so that they can also get some baptism? Lu Jianshan shook his head and sat down beside him. The dim light passed through Wenxi's eyebrows and eyes. He narrowed his eyes comfortably and shook the empty medicine cup to show his achievements today. Lu Jianshan paused. When I was a child, it was under the desk in my room. This is the fourth question. Such a calm and serious answer made Wenxi laugh. And he felt a little distressed when he laughed. Desk? Liang Yu said I was a monster. And it was not wrong. Then did you really cry? Lu Jianshan whispered. I don't know. Lu Jianshan's words were like his knife. Concise and straightforward. The sharp edge was straightforward, stating only facts without emotion. When she turned his head and noticed a strand of his hair that was raised, even the mess was very calm. He wanted to touch that strand of hair out of curiosity, but Lu Jianshan saw through it in time and grabbed his wrist and pressed it on the mat. When she pouted in dissatisfaction, according to Zeus's logic, bionic people only have simulated emotions. What about you? Dr. Lu said that your joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness will be suppressed by the system rationality. You can actually feel it, right? I don't know. When she thought for a while and asked, when was the last time you shed tears? Lu Jianshan replied, 5 days ago. He stood in front of the underground ruins and had a very complicated emotion. Everything in the past was still clear to him every second. There was moisture coming out of my eyes. Like you. When she immediately became alert. Nonsense. When did I cry? Lu Jianshan let go of his hand and said nothing. Tell me about your past. The pinky hooked Lu Jianshan's sleeve. Before? It was nothing more than fighting. Getting hurt. Training. And fighting again. It was all a dull repetition. When she leaned back and lay on the mat, what about Lu Jiyu? Does she have any requirements for you? Lu Jianshan thought for a while and said, her requirements are very simple. Keep your promise. You don't have to say it, but you must take action. And drink a cup of hot milk every night. Also, if someone starts it first, you can fight back. When she thought to himself, these are the words that the woman in the manuscript would say. He inexplicably remembered the first long night in Yuza, always leaving hot milk on the table or at the door of the room. No wonder. When she raised the corner of his mouth, and his mood suddenly became very happy. Lu Jianshan's eyes were clear and serious. Is this also love? When she nodded seriously, of course. Love is a very complicated thing. So when you lose it, you will be sad. He seemed to think of something at the same time and asked, in your life? What moments, like that day, make you break your rationality? Uncontrollably happy, sad, angry, or do illogical things? Lu Jianshan fell into a thoughtful silence. When she looked at his profile, and the flickering light cast a shadow on his eyelashes. The cold outline makes people want to reach out and trace it. When she thought about this, Lu Jianshan really turned his head. Your headset. He pondered for 2 seconds. Can you still talk? When she touched the headset and sighed regretfully, no. Lu Jianshan paused and asked, do I look like him? When she stared at his serious look and whispered, the voice is the same. As for other things, he is not quite the same as you. He is better at coaxing people. Coaxing people? Lu Jianshan's eyebrows were extremely confused. As if he didn't quite understand the word. When she showed an ambiguous attitude, he spent a lot of time with me. The light in Lu Jianshan's eyes suddenly disappeared and fell into darkness. Lu Jianshan turned his head and said after a while, he is very lucky. The voice was so soft that when she thought he had heard it wrong. He wanted to sit up lazily and said casually, that's not very important. Lu Jianshan pulled him and seemed to want to say something, but soon let go of his hand and stood up silently to join the training. When she sat in the same place, touching the cold disc with his fingers. When the teasing thoughts just now slowly subsided with Lu Jianshan's back, he remembered that he hadn't listened to the previous recordings for a long time. Chapter 89. As the day was about to end, the setting sun sank and floated between the continuous snow-capped mountains. The snow that had been frozen for many years was stained with soft pink, and then was gradually eroded by gold. The long night slowed down its pace, waiting for the bonfire lit in the snow in the distance. People sat in groups of 3 or 2 on high places, or by the fire, admiring the magnificent sunset. Jingyu threw his crutches aside, slowly walked down the steps from the corridor exit, and said that he refused to be helped. Yugui folded his hands, occasionally glanced at the stubborn wolf cub, but kept laughing. Liang outlined the deep domain host he had seen before on the paper, and asked everyone for details from time to time, when she was too lazy to respond, and casually helped him paint 2 strokes. Xiao Nanji and Zhao Zhao were playing Go with a bionic man. Xia Mingming was sitting on the steps chatting with a little bionic girl. She smiled gently, as if she could see another person through her, when she was leaning against the railing, stretching when he heard footsteps, and fell backward without any rules. A hand held his back and made him sit up straight. Lu Jianshan stepped over the railing and sat down beside him. A bionic man pushed a small cart. The first layer was full of delicious snacks made of plants, and the second layer was dozens of glasses arranged in a circle, filled with colorful liquids. When she sniffed, took another sip, and commented sincerely, not bad. The sweet juice moistened his throat, and after drinking several glasses in a row, he actually felt a little trance-drunk. Jia said that it was because the plants used for the materials were relatively special, and the different varieties overlapped with each other to collide with each other to produce an effect. Not far away, Zhao Zhao couldn't even walk steadily. The magnificent scenery intoxicated everyone, and the atmosphere slowly became quiet as the sunset approached. Liang bit the smooth snack and subconsciously wanted to share it with a greedy teammate, but suddenly remembered that he had left. Liang couldn't help but sigh. It would be great if the pollution era had never happened. The world would always be as peaceful and gentle as it is now. Xiao Nanji suddenly asked, if nothing had happened, what kind of life would you live now? Liang thought about it and replied, I am an ordinary doctor, working from 9 to 5, taking 3 days off a week, and hanging out on the street to see beauties when I have nothing to do. Egg Roll shouted loudly, I will be the best housekeeping robot in the entire Chaoan city, and I will win the first place in the annual evaluation. Zhao Zhao shook his head in an attempt to drive away the dizziness caused by the juice. I may sleep in every day, and beat up Chi Chi when I am unhappy. Xia Mingming whispered, I will take good care of Chi Chi and protect her until she no longer needs me. I will probably have a home too, and I don't have to run around like this. Yugui was looking forward to it and melancholy. Jingyu came uninvited. Can I join your family? I think it's good as it is now. Yugui looked him up and down and concluded, it depends on your performance. In contrast, Lu Jianshan was the only one who had not thought of this possibility. I should still be like this. Xiao Nanji said, I will still take the Tianwen Academy exam, and then be a tactical planner in peacetime, and go out to play with my family when I'm free. What about you? Wen Shi? The person being asked leaned against the pillar and thought seriously, I will live with my parents and sister, maybe become an outstanding graduate of Tianwen Academy, and then continue to explore. The best day in life is reading in the woods at noon and falling asleep. Just like every ordinary day. The sun is shining. The white clouds are low. The wind is neither hot nor cold when you wake up. And the flowing stream and running deer are close at hand. A faint smile stopped at the end of Wenqi's eyes. And he added, it would be better if there was a big city. 10 times or 100 times bigger than the Yuza base. The remaining history records such a huge city cluster, where people shuttled through it and lived a different and wonderful life. Xiao Nanji raised his hand. Then we will build such a city in the future. Let it expand infinitely along the coastline, and become the greatest city on this planet. Not only that, Leon laughed. In the future, we will have a wider territory and place a time machine in the center of the universe. Zhao Zhao nodded and took over his imagination. As long as you want to see someone, you can see him immediately no matter where in time and space. The vision of the future made everyone laugh and talk non-stop. I don't know who started it, but they sang an ancient ballad. It is said that the song already existed when Yuza Base was still Chaoan City, when she stayed in the shadow of the firelight. Curling his lips, I really don't know where they got the confidence from. Lu Jianshan whispered, you don't believe it? Most of the time, I am hesitant between optimism and pessimism. When she smiled self-deprecatingly, why do you believe it? I have seen your dream. Lu Jianshan looked at him. Under the guidance of the dream taper tree, dreams are generated from a person's real experience. In Wenqi's dream, time has returned to the normal alternation of day and night. Lu Jianshan said, the slowdown of rotation is cyclical. All studies have shown that when reaching the stagnation point, our planet will slowly speed up its rotation and return to the previous day and night. If the place you came from has changed, then this place is not far away. In fact, it has already happened. When she told him the observation report of Yuza Base, Lu Jianshan's expression was calm and relaxed. If all these will happen, then the world is on our side. When she pondered his words, and suddenly his brain paused, do you know where I came from? Lu Jianshan shook his head. I guessed. Tell me when you want to say it. When she said, okay. Wait, do you dream? No. What are dreams like? When she thought for a while, looking at the approaching long night, dreams are soft, like marshmallows. But I haven't eaten marshmallows, so dreams are not necessarily good. The last ray of dusk fell into Wenqi's eyes, filling up with golden light spots, like some kind of secret hope. There will be in the future, Lu Jianshan promised. On the third day of the long night, with Yijia's tacit consent, Yang and Fengdu led them to the nearby glacier to dig fish. The two bionic people were arguing all the way, which was a headache. The fish gathered under a thin layer of ice in winter. Yu Gui and Lu Jianshan were responsible for breaking the ice, and then asked Liang to cast the net. When she sat on a tree nearby and observed the surrounding situation, he did not hear any sound from the pollutants, but saw blue fluorescence flying not far away. When she was attracted, he jumped off the branch lightly and caught up with a group of harmless fireflies, who knew that they flew all the way to the depths of the ancient snow-capped forest. When she only turned a few corners and could not tell the way back, he simply walked and stopped, and observed the surrounding ecology with the fireflies. When he casually groped for the direction in the long night, half a day had passed. Suddenly, there was a sound of fighting nearby. He followed the sound and was shocked by the scene in front of him. A deep abyss beast that came out of nowhere lay in the open space in the forest. The body of the thing and the surrounding plants melted into a pool of stench. Lu Jianshan stood in the middle of the pile of almost chopped limbs. The wounds on his body showed that he had just experienced a fierce battle. A few rays of moonlight passed through the dense branches and leaves and flowed through the blood on his face. When he heard Wenqi's voice, he slowly turned his head. The terrifying anger in his eyes had not yet subsided, and a trace of confusion emerged. Wenqi's body was intact except for a little mud. What happened? When did you encounter this thing? Wenqi paused. What's wrong with you? Lu Jianshan looked a little strange. His eyebrows were still calm, but it was terribly calm. His pale face had no color except for the shocking bloodstains. He held the dagger tightly, as if he was trying to suppress something. Does it hurt a lot? How much did you get hurt? Wenqi was very nervous and hurried to check. It's not a big deal. Lu Jianshan's voice was hoarse. Where did you go? Wenqi was relieved after confirming that they were all superficial injuries. He pulled Lu Jianshan's hand mysteriously and stuffed the thing in his fist into his hand. Look! The soft touch was like a feather scraping against the palm of your hand. Lu Jianshan loosened his fingers, and a group of blue fireflies were blown away by the wind like dandelions, flowing back to the direction of the forest again. Wenqi said proudly, Is it exactly the same as in my dream? I didn't expect these little things to survive in such a cold place. Lu Jianshan was silent for a while before saying, "Thank you. You're welcome." When she waved his hand generously. "Have you finished catching fish? Are you looking for me?" Lu Jianshan lowered his eyes to wipe the dagger, and whispered, "Yes. I thought." When she's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes curved on the surface. As if curious, "What did you think?" Lu Jianshan shook his head, "Nothing. Let's go." The two of them crossed the forest one after the other, and met up with others at the bend of the frozen river. Liang and his friends had a good harvest and discussed whether to grill or steam along the way. When she joined the discussion as if nothing had happened, occasionally looking up at the silent figure, he pulled the corner of his mouth open, and the smile flashed by. It was not until that night, after a full meal and a good drink, that Lu Jianshan helped the man who could not even walk steadily back to the room. When he turned off the lights and was about to leave, he heard when she lazily call him, "Are you still angry?" Lu Jianshan turned around, and was pushed against the door unexpectedly. When she hooked his hands around his neck, and put his ear against his chest with his face turned sideways. The soft long hair caressed Lu Jianshan's arms inadvertently. "Your heartbeat is fast." When she raised his face, and the water light in his eyes was looming, more attractive than the moonlight. Lu Jianshan frowned slightly. "You are drunk." The cunning in Wen Qi's eyes was particularly clear at this time. "I haven't even had a glass of wine." The smell of alcohol that Lu Jianshan smelled came from the wine glass that Wen Qi accidentally knocked over. He raised his head close to Lu Jianshan's ear, rested his chin on his shoulder, and said in a coquettish voice with a smile, "Do you understand now?" "Yeah." Lu Jianshan had no way to deal with him, so he could only hold his waist to prevent him from slipping off his body. When she whispered in his ear, "You are definitely not angry about the pollutant. But because I ran away without saying hello?" "Not really. You are not a person with such a strong desire for control." When she sniffed, and his breath sprayed on Lu Jianshan's neck. "I thought about the question you asked last time." Lu Jianshan lowered his eyes, his eyelashes covering his deep emotions. "Today in the forest, I thought you were in danger again." When she chuckled lazily, "How dangerous can it be? My injuries are all healed, and 2 or 3 more pollutants will be no problem. When you were in the ice lake, you didn't even have the strength to speak." Lu Jianshan whispered. "At that time, there was a group of forces controlling me. It forced me to find a gap to vent outside of calm thinking. That was anger. I felt it again today." When she was stunned, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. "It's hard to control. Right?" Lu Jianshan didn't answer. "I know." When she blinked in the dark, her eyelashes brushing against the corner of Lu Jianshan's lips. "No wonder." "What?" When she said, "No wonder those vines kept drilling into my clothes that time at the ice lake, as if they wanted to completely control me." When Lu Jianshan was silent again, Wen Qi's soft fingers passed over his collar. "In fact, sometimes you don't need to control it. Anger and fear are one and the same. You can only completely dispel them when you face them. For example, now you can only think of me. What do you want to do to me?" Lu Jianshan slowly loosened his hand on his waist and pointed to his brain in a hoarse voice. "Here." His finger moved to the position of his heart. "It's different from here." When she grabbed his hand and pressed it above his heart. "What does it say here?" Lu Jianshan stared at Wen Qi, his dark eyes slightly red, as if he had returned to a moment not long ago. He said, "I want to take it for myself." He wanted to occupy the person in front of him. This can only be his. He couldn't bear it, but the cold rationality always restrained him, and it was difficult to speak. "I don't want to hurt you." When she felt his ears were burning, but in the dark and quiet room, he could feel the hotter gaze. He suppressed his subconscious that was suddenly very alert and heard his trembling heart. He looked up. His forehead was wet with sweat, and the moonlight added a hazy mist to his naturally affectionate eyes. "Then destroy me, no matter how excessive it is. Let me belong to you alone." A heavy snow fell in the long night. The flames of the fireplace slowly grew, and the crackling sound filled the quiet room, dispelling the cold. Wen Qi's hair was scattered on his shoulders, and he had grown a lot longer without realizing it. Every time he spoke, it was like he was acting like a spoiled child, and the tail of his hair trembled with his voice. "Are you so skilled?" When she couldn't help but doubt, he remembered that when they kissed for the first time, Lu Jianshan was both awkward and familiar, and had a strange sense of ease. The information pool is equivalent to the whole world. Lu Jianshan's eyes were as calm as snow, slowly melting. The firelight swayed violently, reflecting on when she's upturned face. It is difficult to describe a person full of such contradictions. Danger and sexiness coexist in those eyes full of moonlight. Whether it is shame or unbearable, they all seem to be reluctant and welcoming when the moonlight is shattered to the ground. It makes people want to destroy it all and occupy it completely. Lu Jianshan knew that it was not a good idea. Despicable thoughts should be restrained and abandoned. Not understood and accepted like now. This will make him more difficult to control. He knew what when she meant. Those dark eyes were no longer calm, nor restrained. And when she realized for the first time that only when facing Lu Jianshan, he was willing to temporarily hand over the initiative and completely give himself to another person. The only person he trusted. Not long after, he gradually lost control of his most naked desires. He was too lazy to control anything. So it was better not to think about anything. The snowstorm got stronger halfway. The biting cold wind hit the glass, and the whistling sound almost made people mistake it for shattering. In fact, the room was still safe. When she knew those reassuring flames very well, they touched each other so hard that it seemed difficult to distinguish them. At least at this moment, they were real. The restaurant in the atrium of the corridor was filled with the aroma of grilled fish. Yu Gui was responsible for grilling. Jing Yu was responsible for spreading the ingredients. And Lian was responsible for telling jokes. At the end of the fish feast, Lian kindly let each bionic person smell the last plate of grilled fish. He turned his head and counted the heads again, wondering, what time is it now? Are they hibernating? Do I have to deliver it to them in person? Egg Roll volunteered, I'll deliver it. It ran into the corridor with a plate in its hand and slipped on the floor that had just been sprinkled with water. The fish was scattered all over the floor. The square-headed robot fell into despair when it ran into Yu Gui. He glanced back at the door of Wenxi's room. The 2 liters of water that the bionic man had sent in the afternoon had been taken away. It's not a big problem. Yu Gui smiled and picked up Egg Roll, who wanted to apologize in person. The heavy snow had not stopped yet, and it had already submerged the traces of the existence of the Moturo tree. It was buried together with the entrance to the ruins. When she stood in front of the window, his slender fingers supporting the glass, and his eyes were a little absent-minded. The other hand curl behind his back was slowly opened. When the 10 fingers were intertwined, he turned his head, and the wet sweat made his hair stick to his forehead. When she raised his clasped hands and leaned over to lick his bony fingers, the water stains in his eyes looked innocent and ignorant. What do those information pools look like in your mind? He asked curiously. Lu Jianshan lowered his head and kissed his earlobe, and replied, they exist naturally. Like memories? Clearer than memories. Halfway through, when she asked, what about you? Do you only belong to me? Only to you. Lu Jianshan replied, when she responded to him involuntarily, and had a premonition that he would not be able to participate in tomorrow's training. He knew how the scars on his back would be licked, and his glory and shame were regarded as treasures. In fact, he did not participate in the next half-month, when she had not rested for such a long time in a long time, and his body and mind were completely empty, thinking of nothing. The sensitive vigilance that had accumulated over the years finally had a break to relax, so that he would not sleep lightly all the time. Except that he took a lot of effort to make Lu Jianshan completely calm down, facing Lu Jianshan's apologetic eyes afterwards. When she just bit his ear lazily, I'm very happy. The pleasure is real. And it is also true that he has seen how complex and sharp the deep domain information pool is. How can a person understand another person so well from the inside out? Or it is necessary to tirelessly and repeatedly touch the soul deep in order to get a complete answer. There is nothing else to do except indulge. When he is bored, when she will go to talk to the bionic man, or flip through a few pages of heavy history in the huge library of the snowfield. Others also jumped up and down all day long, and felt the situation around the snowfield, without the control of the deep domain host. The surrounding pollutants seem to have returned to the silent darkness. Time has never been as quiet as it is now. Days and nights are long, with no end. When the next long night came, Jia heard the sound of birds passing by. He took the rolled-up note from the bird's claws and nodded to the guests, who had come from afar. It's time to go. Chapter 90. After the aircraft flew southwest of the snowfield for 6 days, a vast rainforest rose from the broken surface. From a distance, dense towers emerged from the vegetation, like a bundle of chopsticks closely connected to each other. In the center of them is the tallest white tower, with slender corridors leading to 4 directions. The spectacular towers form an almost perfect unity with nature, and it is shocking just to look at it from a distance. Under the guidance of Hijia, the 3 aircraft slowly approached a truncated tower platform at the edge of the rainforest. At this time, when she discovered that these towers were like a layered onion, and the outermost layer was already a circle of ruins, but it was difficult to find the passage inside. Lu Jianshan jumped to a high place and searched around, but did not find the entrance. Raindrops suddenly fell, when she turned his head back and stared at the silent rainforest below with vigilance. The moment the pollution detector sounded, the branches and leaves of the trees suddenly shook, and a child ran out from the edge of the bushes, shouting help all the way. The black tentacles followed the boy's desperate steps and wrapped around his ankles. He fired several shots at the movement that had not yet appeared in the rainforest until the nerve center of the pollutant was shattered. The boy who escaped was fished out. He looked only 8 or 9 years old. His pale and thin appearance made him look even more stupid and pitiful in his state of being scared. When everyone was about to ask questions, the boy was stopped by a hoarse voice. Sang sang? A strange man suddenly appeared at the edge of the corridor bridge in the northeast of the platform. He was an extremely thin man with no blood on his face. He slowly came down from the corridor bridge. His white robe made him look like a piece of paper, which would break if he was not careful. Sang Sang was obviously afraid of him and shrank to hide beside the aircraft. But she could not bear the man's calm gaze fixed on her. Sang Sang clenched her fingers and apologized hesitantly. Teacher, I'm sorry. It's okay. Just be safe. The man extended his hand comfortingly, and Sang Sang took a step forward and let the palm fall on his head, like a well-behaved young animal. At this time, Hijia clasped his hands together and smiled. Senior brother Asuni. The man called senior brother, then noticed the others and replied in a calm tone, Hijia. Long time no see. Is Shiyuan okay? These guests are Hijia. They came from afar. Asuni's eyes passed when she and others, and caught a glimpse of the small robot hanging on Xia Mingming's shoulder. What is this? Oh, a fool intelligence. When she replied, Asuni's gaze lingered for a moment. Then he looked at the gradually gathering dark clouds. It's going to rain. Follow me first. After passing through the narrow corridor bridge and turning around a few times in the connected narrow towers, a star-like light lit up beside the gathered tents. People of all kinds were silent, each meditating in their own corners, or reading and practicing. The only thing they had in common was a sense of tranquility between their eyebrows. When she looked at Asuni's back, with colorful knots entangled in his hair, which was out of tune with Hijia's dress, he touched Lu Jianshan with his elbow and said strangely, they don't look like they were taught by the same teacher. Hijia turned around and smiled at the two of them. This is the Mitu district, which means thorns in the Qinta language. Mitu is an existence beyond all living things and gods. People believe that it is an invisible and intangible natural spirit that will lead the way to the self, no matter which god they choose to believe in. Mitu is the teacher of all practitioners. Therefore, most of them call each other master. Even the teacher who leads the way encourages his disciples to take different paths, perhaps seeing Wen Qi's thoughts. Hijia said, I have been away from this place for many years in pursuit of my own path, and I have kept in touch with Brother Asuni once a year. 3 months ago, he sent me a message, inviting me to come back for a gathering, and asked me to wait for his message before setting off. A flock of white pigeons flew across the night sky and landed on the nearest tower. They are spotless and have never been affected by pollutants. Lu Jianshan looked up at the figure of the white pigeons and stopped for a moment. In front, where Asuni passed, the practitioners greeted him with respect or joy. The golden light moved forward with his footsteps, and the atmosphere was peaceful and calm. A young man was excited. Teacher Asuni is back. Do you know that I successfully conducted a deduction today? Well done. Asuni encouraged. Thank you, teacher. When she looked around and found that no one cared about the arrival of this group of strangers, occasionally nodding, there was no curiosity. In contrast, Asuni was the only one who cared about their purpose. Don't get me wrong. After the pollution, Qianta City never took the initiative to contact the outside world, unless it accommodated refugees passing through here. There were very few outsiders. The reason is obvious: to avoid being hunted by location. Looking around early, he came to the conclusion at this time. You have the final say here? Asuni paused, and gently explained in the laughter of others. The city lord and the guard faction control the Qianta. The actual situation is exactly the opposite of what Zhao Zhao thought. In this era, a large number of practitioners who still have spiritual pursuits are being marginalized, and they have many ideological conflicts with the guards. For example, many practitioners oppose unified and strict management, which has caused a lot of trouble for the guards. In fact, some practitioners have disappeared secretly recently. Some people suspect that they were taken away by the guards. Even if the practitioners don't care about each other too much, it still makes people panic. Aksuni sighed. As for me, I just got their trust by chance. Hijia said softly. Senior brother is modest. If it weren't for the accurate prediction of senior brother, there would probably be countless casualties in the pollution raid many years ago. When she raised his eyebrows and thought, prophecy? Mita showed his love and gave me an opportunity. Aksuni replied. Hijia said, I remember the last prediction of my senior brother before leaving the city, which was much more accurate than the one in the White Tower. Following Hijia's gaze, everyone looked up outside the tent. The tallest of the countless spires was the White Tower. Before the pollution came, the White Tower was equipped with a machine that could predict everything and accurately answer people's questions. Every resident of Qianta City can enter the White Tower. The world is just the embodiment of probability. This lasted until 15 years ago, when the White Tower was suddenly closed. The Guardians took over the White Tower and no longer allowed ordinary people to enter. Instead, there was a monthly lottery, and the winner could ask the White Tower a question. The practitioners opposed the Guardians' monopoly, but the city lord Xixiang insisted on his own way and forcibly suppressed the riots caused. New system? When she frowned. They are using the database as a charlatan. Aksuni's eyes fell on Wenxi's face and whispered, it's the Nua main brain. The birth of the Nua system was far earlier than the deep domain experiment, and it was an earlier artificial intelligence system. The Nua main brain was a derivative of the No, the experimental pool designed by Lu Jiu, and was considered to have only the characteristics of budding consciousness at the time. After returning to Qianta City that year, it was used by Qianta Academy of Sciences as the core brain to take over the system. As the crisp bell rang, a high tower outside the tent opened the bottom door. 2 teams of guards lined up neatly, and the leader held a black box. Aksuni said, today is the lottery day of this month. Please do as you please. The practitioners in the Mita district generally oppose this lottery system, so they ignored it, and no one stepped forward. What are you waiting for? Leon clapped his hands loudly, citing an old saying in the Yuza area. I'm already here. Except for Hijia. Everyone came forward one after another. The guards were more sensitive to unfamiliar faces. After asking where they came from, they said they would register and report to their superiors, but they could still draw lots. Everyone received a small slip of paper with a number on it. Half an hour later, the guards announced the winning numbers. When she lowered his eyes and glanced at his slip again, and walked forward with great interest, before the guards let him enter the tower, everyone seemed a little wary. But when she didn't care, just waved his hand to let them rest assured. The tower was dark. The narrow space led to the height, and he had to walk up several floors along the stairs. He was accompanied by guards in front and behind, and stopped at a window at the top. When she couldn't see what was going on inside, the guard asked him to write down the questions and put them into the window through the gap. You can ask anything you want to know. Everything? Everything. 5 minutes later, when she got a piece of paper with the answer printed on it. You can't take it away. Please don't talk about it. The guard stopped him from folding the paper with a solemn look, and returned it to the window after when she confirmed that he had read it. Soon, when she went out of the door at the bottom of the tower. How was it? Xiao Nanji asked curiously. What did you ask? Was it accurate? When she thought about it and commented, it's okay. Yugui couldn't help but tease, so mysterious. What did you ask? When she lowered his voice, and his eyes swept over their expected expressions. And he was extremely arrogant. Love fortune. Xiao Nanji. Yugui. Liang. Aksuni asked them to stay in the Mita district for one night, and make plans after the guards report. Maybe they will have a chance to meet the city lord Xixiang. The group had been on the aircraft for several days, and a hot shower at this time could wash away most of the fatigue. When she packed up and returned to the tent when Lu Jianshan was sitting at the door wiping the dagger, a strand of hair curled up, making when she couldn't help but reach out to hook it. Lu Jianshan frowned slightly, but accepted it calmly. Then he put away the dagger and looked at Wenxi quietly. When she sat down beside him, looked up at the tower in the rainy night, and sighed with hesitation. Isn't it the answer you want? Lu Jianshan asked rarely. When she said in an exaggerated tone, 5-star love luck, destined to be a match made in heaven. But don't be too smart, so as not to be too happy and sad. The people around him fell silent. When she sighed, alas, I don't know who you are talking about. If I had known earlier, I would have asked such a good match what his name is, where he lives, and how old he is this year. A cold voice replied, no need to ask. When she shook his head and said seriously, that won't work. What if we have never met before? I have to prepare first to leave a good impression. Otherwise, if I come so frivolously, what kind of person will I become? The rain outside the curtain passed through Lu Jianshan's originally calm eyes, and he said seriously, my partner. The flirting just now was interrupted by the sudden seriousness, and his heartbeat was throbbing. When she raised the corner of his mouth with success, and his lips were close to Lu Jianshan's ears, really? If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. The days of rushing on the road for several days made the two of them have no intimate actions, and the days in the snowfield seemed like a lifetime ago. At this time, the wet rain passed through the long night. When she sniffed, and the familiar cold breath made him involuntarily approach, he raised his head slightly, and felt Lu Jianshan's gaze. The slanting rain wet the hair on Lu Jianshan's forehead, revealing a rare and hidden grievance. When she's heart twitched, and then narrowed his eyes. The tacit understanding after a long period of skin-to-skin contact made him very clear that Lu Jianshan knew what he wanted. However, the expected kiss did not come. When she slowly turned his head, and saw several pairs of eyes waiting impatiently by the tents opposite. When she's eyes suddenly became cold, and everyone turned their heads to observe the weather. A vague kiss suddenly fell behind his ear. It was clear and hot, which made him tremble all over. And that small piece of skin was so sensitive that it immediately became hot. Before he could react, Lu Jianshan had already stood up. I live opposite. Call me if you have anything. When she, although he handed in a blank paper, I have to say, this answer is quite accurate. Chapter 91. In the middle of the night, when she suddenly opened his eyes, his nerves, which had been comfortable for a long time, suddenly tensed up, as if reminding him unconsciously. A rustling sound came from outside the tent. A masked man was facing Wenxi's tent, and a wooden stick slipped in from the gap, and the smell of burning slowly drifted in. Then, a flash of white light passed, and the man showed his blade. At this time, a voice stopped him. Who are you? A Sunni hurried over, but unexpectedly, the man reacted very quickly, and immediately used the terrain to dodge and jump down from the edge of the high platform, disappearing into the darkness. Don't chase. When she called him lazily, a Sunni turned his head and saw that there was no one in the tent. The person who was supposed to be sleeping at this moment slowly walked out from the dark corner behind the tent, as if he was completely unaware of the danger. The masked man ran too fast, and the burning wooden stick was still on the ground. When she crushed a few sparks with his toes, and when he was about to bend over to smell it, a Sunni stopped him and said, it's a hypnotic incense. Don't smell it. The noise here woke up Yugui, and he hurried out to check the situation. Jingyu covered his nose, frowned fiercely, and followed the smell to a tent next to him. Zhao Zhao, Xiao Nanji, and Liang had not come out, and there were traces of ash outside the tent. Xia Mingming went in one by one to check the situation. No one was injured, but he was still sleeping and had no idea what was happening. Jingyu stared at the path the masked man came and went. No wonder. The first one to attack is of course the closest. A Sunni happened to run into the man in front of Wenxi's tent when he was out on patrol. According to his description, the man's escape path was very clever, and he should have made sufficient preparations in advance. It's better to say that he is very familiar with the terrain. He knocked her out first and then attacked. It seems that he has no confidence in his ability. Before when she finished speaking, he saw Lu Jianshan climbing over the railing. The rain soaked his cuffs, and they were rolled up, revealing his neat and clean arms. No one knew when he disappeared. Perhaps he was not in his tent from the beginning. A Sunni was surprised when he heard Wenxi say, did you find someone? Lu Jianshan shook his head. The road is too secret. And he disappeared quickly. Yugui understood his suspicion. Could it be a cultivator? Why? Aksuni shook his head and said, cultivators are always kind to others. They are strangers to you, and there is no reason. Now Qianta City is in trouble. and it is not certain that someone is lurking in it. When she pondered his words, trouble? At this point, Asuni did not hide it anymore. The current guard faction in power has many opponents. Not only cultivators, but also more ordinary residents. Because they will close the White Tower next month. People's inquiries to the White Tower will also stop. The reason claimed to the outside world is to upgrade and debug the system. The last shutdown and upgrade was 16 years ago. In Hijia's impression, the new main brain in the White Tower has never had a major problem since it was put into operation decades ago. In the days when life and death are unknown, people rely on the White Tower and have high hopes for it. But this time, the city lord Qixiang announced that he would end the inquiry completely, and the White Tower would no longer be open to the outside world. This caused dissatisfaction among many people. This did not include most of the practitioners, who were quite controversial about the prediction of the new main brain. They want to understand fate, but they always doubt the answers given by the data. Aksuni shook his head and smiled. It's a headache. Right? Practitioners are such a group of people. Then again, the current opponents are hidden among the crowd, and it is not easy for the guards to catch them. Therefore, both parties may deliberately cause conflicts by creating some incidents. It can't be that they are jealous of me winning the lottery yesterday? When she said to himself. Afterwards, Asuni asked several nearby practitioners to inquire about the situation and check for suspicious persons. No one asked Asuni why he did this, but just did it. Hijia looked from a distance and whispered, "This place is different from before." What? Yugui couldn't hear his words clearly. This practitioner always spoke in a foggy and confused way. I really don't know what demons and monsters are in his mind. Hijia didn't answer and left silently, using 2 fingers to crush the cigarette ash on the ground. When she stood up and brushed it off, then asked the people around him, "Do you believe it?" Lu Jianshan thought for a moment and asked, "Who did you see yesterday? Just you guys? If you must." There was also a group of guards. As soon as when she finished speaking, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and a mocking smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Lu Jianshan nodded slightly and said no more. Not long after, they did not wait for the news about the masked man, but were disturbed by the riots in the north of the tent area. Sang Sang was taken away by the guards. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it too. They didn't ask or say anything. They came for Sang Sang. What can a child do? How did he offend them? What do the guards want to do? They won't attack the child. Will they? Teacher Asuni. What should we do now? We should go to the White Tower together to seek justice. At least returned Sang Sang. Asuni was troubled by this. Please don't worry. Listen to me first. The crowd gradually quieted down. I know everyone is worried about Sang Sang. He is the youngest among the practitioners. He has always been brave and enthusiastic, full of justice. But he was accused of treason by the guards. But the current situation is likely to be exploited by someone with ulterior motives. Please be patient. There must be a better solution. The practitioners did not leave, all standing there waiting. Let us go. When she walked slowly, and behind him were the other members of Team 7. Yugui smiled and said, "Isn't it just an unlucky child? It's not easy to bring him back. The most important thing is that they still have the opportunity to explore the situation in the White Tower." Asuni thought for a while. Still worried about it, you are outsiders, and there are dangers in the dark. When she put on his gloves carelessly, and raised the corners of his lips, it is precisely because there are dangers in the dark that we have to go to the bright place. Usually prisoners, like Sang Sang, will be taken to the number 129 tower cell near the White Tower. According to the information of the practitioners, there are at least 5 sentries along the way, and it is difficult to avoid direct conflict with the guards. But in fact, they have no obstacles all the way. The sentry originally set up was empty. It was not until they approached the number 129 tower that they met 3 soldiers guarding the sentry. This road is closed. Please return to a safe place. Liang folded his hands, raised his head proudly, and began to use his ability to talk nonsense. We are the guests of your city lord. We have an appointment with him to meet in front of the cell in the 129th tower today. The soldier said expressionlessly, "Please show me your proof." Liang glanced at Wen Shi from the corner of his eye, reported the name of Yuzabase, and said arrogantly, "Go ask your superiors for proof." The leading soldier hesitated for a moment. This morning, there was a sudden pollution attack in the north of Qianta City. The whole city is on alert. Please go back. Liang insisted on not arguing with several soldiers. some of whom spoke nonsense, and the whole corridor was filled with noisy echoes. At the entrance of the stairs not far away, a figure was quietly observing behind the corridor column. The man was about to turn around, but was startled by the person who suddenly appeared behind him. Lu Jianshan blocked his retreat and did not give way at all. And when she on the other side also walked over slowly, he observed the person in front of him with a smile. It was a strange face, and his black sleeves were stained with white cigarette ash. You followed us all the way. Is there anything wrong? 2 hours later. 375th Tower Battery. Asuni raised the telescope, and the street lights of the 4 covered bridges around the White Tower were quietly lit, illuminating the empty road. The number of guards was reduced by half compared to usual days, and the frequency of patrols was greatly reduced. There were 7 or 8 practitioners beside him, all of whom covered their faces with robes, revealing only a pair of eyes. 5 guards were lying in the corner, under the spiral staircase. Teacher, the time is up, a practitioner reminded. Do we still have to wait for the signal from Pizzi and Sang Sang? Asuni looked at the clock high in the White Tower. The cold pointer emitted a very faint silver light in the long night, and was about to point to 12. The sound of fire burst out in the distance, which should be the edge of the wall of Salin district, judging from the size of the sound. It was fort number 74. At the same time, many forts surrounding the White Tower have replaced the flags of the Mita district. The forts have been started one after another, facing the direction of the White Tower. The telescope in Asuni's hand suddenly stopped on the corridor bridge on the west side of the White Tower. The outsiders I saw yesterday were arguing fiercely with the guards, getting closer and closer to the direction of the White Tower. But strangely, there were only 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, and the rest of them disappeared. Asuni suppressed his bad premonition and took off the telescope. Now, move! A strong smell of sandalwood wafted from the edge of the stone wall. The practitioners who were originally guarding fainted on the ground, leaving only one who covered his mouth and nose tightly. The man poked the burning hypnotic incense to the side of Asuni's nostrils, and his dark eyes floated a thin silver blue color. Strange and beautiful. You? Asuni was shocked, and a trance hit him. When he woke up again, Asuni was tied up and piled on the central platform of the White Tower with other practitioners. The soldiers strictly guarded the place, and the outsiders stood not far away and talked to Yijia. When she rubbed the crystal on his wrist and couldn't help coughing, that damn guy dared to provide inferior hypnotic incense. He was talking about the masked man who attempted murder and followed them all the way. Pizzi. This man was a coward and had a little courage. He confessed everything after a little fear. You took 3 tied together, so the smell is naturally strong. And we stole it, Xia Mingming reminded, when she pretended nothing happened. Turned around and saw Asuni woke up and squatted in front of him. He really couldn't figure out this series of inexplicable things. That Sang Sang fell into the trap to explore the way for you. Right? Taking advantage of the war to use us to get information, and then occupy the turrets, trying to destroy the White Tower. Why? Don't look. All the turrets have been closed. Your plan is ruined. Oh, by the way, when she added, the war outside should be over. Asuni quietly stared at the crystal shaking slightly on his wrist, and suddenly grinned and laughed crazily. The laughter was sometimes like screaming, sometimes like crying, and it was completely different from his usual silent and gentle appearance. Liang pushed his glasses and came over curiously. Why? What did he say? Master, can't you predict the future? Can you also calculate my love fortune? I calculated it. A bright and deep voice came from another corridor bridge. The soldiers lined up neatly on both sides, and a blond man walked slowly. The buttons of his military uniform were neatly fastened, but it was obvious that he had just experienced a battle. Lu Jianshan and Yugui followed behind him, with contaminated mucus on their bodies. People at the scene bowed their heads. City Lord Xixiang, the Lord of Qinta City, walked in front of Asuni, and a trace of confusion flashed across his solemn expression, as if he wanted to recognize the person in front of him. Asuni, how long have we not seen each other? The last time was when she could still speak? Chapter 92. The night wind blew his clothes, shaking off the smell of pollutants. Asuni looked at the old friend he hadn't seen for many years, and a complicated expression emerged. He closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate, and whispered, I have seen you from afar countless times, City Lord. Xixiang was a little surprised by his words, and then calmed down. I don't understand. Asuni. The investigation of the guard army showed that some practitioners deliberately opened the city gate to attract the attention of the nearby pollutant group, and then lured the tiger away from the mountain to prepare for your plan. If all this is what you oppose my practice, then why destroy the White Tower? Don't we all think that the one in the White Tower is almost close to the real me too? That was a long time ago. And now you want to cut off the White Tower's connection with everyone. Asuni's eyes passed through everyone, and his smile was cold. Qi, the one in the White Tower should not have responded to you for many years. Right? All the people in the 1,000 towers present were shocked. After a long time, Qi sighed, straightened his back slowly, and looked at the outsiders. If they hadn't suddenly appeared on the battlefield to remind him today, it's unknown what would have happened. Yesterday was the day of the lottery. Every day, a total of 30 people in Qianta City will win the lottery. They are eligible to ask questions to the White Tower and get responses. This practice has been going on for several years. Excuse me. You should have figured it out. Right? When she leaned lazily on the railing, yes. A blank piece of paper can also get the so-called answer. I guess I'm not the first one in so many years. Qi said, what's important is not the answer itself, but how to answer it. In fact, as Asuni said, the White Tower has been closed for a long time. System upgrade is just an excuse. The people who answered the questions have always been the successive city lords. A lie that has been maintained for many years was shattered at this moment. The expressions of the practitioners were suddenly flustered. Asuni shook his head while whispering, so, you want to permanently close people's inquiries to the White Tower because you don't want to take responsibility anymore. Qi looked up at the top of the White Tower. Not so. The White Tower symbolizes hope in people's hearts and has been guiding everyone for nearly a century. But as time goes by, hope becomes thin and fragile. Relying on an illusory answer cannot solve our problems. As the Lord of Qianta City, I can't see the residents of Qianta continue to be trapped by the White Tower. I want everyone to find more important sustenance. Asuni struggled to sit up. In this case, our goals are the same. As a member of the practitioners, I don't want to see the practitioners and the guards dispute over the ownership of the White Tower inquiry. So you want to destroy the White Tower? Asuni, back then, didn't you trust her the most? Qi lowered his voice. Wait a minute. Liang waved his hands. Let me make it clear first. Who is her? What do you mean the White Tower doesn't respond? Where did Nua's main brain go? Qi expression was unpredictable, but he followed Asuni's gaze and saw the crystal on Wenxi's wrist. His voice tightened. This is Jia, who had been silent, spoke at this time. That's right. Bian also has a similar crystal. Wenxi subconsciously looked at Lu Jianshan, who nodded slightly, indicating that they should continue listening. Jia asked gently, has Bian come back? Qi pondered for a few seconds and whispered, since Bian left, she has never responded again. He told everyone about his childhood. The beginning of the story is similar to many people of this era. Qi and his sister Bian are a pair of orphans who grew up in Qianta City. It is said that their parents were scientists who studied how to deal with pollutants wandering outside, and later died in an accidental attack on a test site. Since then, the two siblings have depended on each other and entered the teaching academy of Qianta City one after another. Unlike Qi, who has conservative views, Bian has always wanted to go out and see. She believes that there must be other human bases outside and the White Tower must have the answer to this question. The so-called White Tower is a nickname for the Nua main brain. The main brain controls the Nua system throughout the Qianta area. The built-in deep domain information pool contains all the information in the world. And prophecies are born here. Destiny is the calculation of probability. People assign gender to the artificial intelligence placed in the White Tower equipment, and regard it as the foundation of hope. Countless supercomputers operate day and night in the White Tower, like active brain nerve cells. Before adulthood, people are not qualified to ask Nua. Therefore, Bian chose to volunteer in the White Tower. Even volunteering requires drawing lots, earning labor points by cleaning and other methods, hoping to get a better ranking after adulthood and ask questions to the White Tower in advance. Otherwise, according to her qualifications, she would have to wait in line for a long time. Bian also met Asuni and Hejia in this process. The three people of similar age quickly became friends, and out of the same respect for Nua, they talk happily. In Asuni's view, the Nua main brain is not just an artificial intelligence with subversive computing power. But she is likely to be a real wisdom, so she can answer complex questions with a large database. Asuni believes that serving a real wisdom is his way. Chi Xiang admires Asuni very much, because Asuni loves reading and is knowledgeable, especially knowing all the dictionaries of all languages. So he was quickly convinced by Asuni, and believed that Nuwa is a real soul. They regard she as the incarnation of Mitu. In comparison, Bayan did not comment after all. If she really existed, she would not pretend to be deaf and dumb when the seniors in the White Tower bullied people. As the youngest worker, Bayan was easily excluded and oppressed. All the dirty and tiring work was thrown to her, just because she was a volunteer who was chosen by luck. Once, she was accidentally locked in the White Tower, and was not discovered until a night later. Strangely, Bayan was unusually happy. Not only did she not give up, but she became more diligent. As long as she was not in class, she spent most of the day in the White Tower. Gradually, Bayan became a weirdo in the eyes of many people. Chi Xiang did not think so. He and Asuni both felt that Bayan was very suitable to be a practitioner because she had the purest persistence. A year later, the White Tower announced that this year there would be a special quota for people who have always paid attention to the Nuwa main brain. The principle of selection is that they need to answer questions about the Nuwa main brain. The person with the highest score will be rewarded and promoted to a formal staff member of the White Tower. Bayan defeated Asuni in the last round and successfully got the opportunity to ask questions. She got the reward from the White Tower, a small petal-shaped crystal. Bayan liked it very much and made it into a necklace and wore it all the time. She also asked the question she had always wanted to ask. After coming out of the White Tower, Bayan told Chi Xiang, Asuni and Hijia that she was going to leave Qianta City. Her destination was a place of ice and snow, which would be much colder than Qianta. She did not say goodbye, but suddenly disappeared from one day. After she left, Asuni and Hijia also returned to their own practice and gradually lost contact with Chi Xiang. I begged her for a long time not to leave. Now that I think about it, this seems to be her way, Chi Xiang said with a wry smile. Since then, the White Tower has been completely closed and no longer responds to people's questions. The automatic door leading to the interior of the White Tower has been completely locked, and no key will work, for the sake of the sophisticated system inside. It is also impossible to dismantle it violently. The experts tried every possible way, but could not get any response from the Nuwa main brain. The system defense mechanism based on the Nuwa main brain gradually became ineffective. Compared with the White Tower, Qianta City faces a greater external crisis. At this moment, in front of the complexly patterned automatic door, a small robot with a square head was tiptoeing towards the starter. Its cube head rotated 360 degrees, and as the robot pressed on the starter, a click sound was made. Egg roll. Only a very light muffled sound came out from the automatic door. In the Nuwa system, I said there is no lock that this housekeeping robot can't solve. Help. Asuni slammed himself towards the egg roll, and his face hit the edge of the starter. But he failed to stop the door from opening. When she picked up the egg roll and patted the dust off it, but saw that everyone's face changed suddenly. The light of the street lamp sank into the White Tower. Near the gate, there was a skeleton lying, and the clothes were covered with a terrifying gray-green color. Chi Xiang was the first to rush forward. He recognized the sunflower on the clothes, which was Bayan's favorite pattern. Not long after, the city lord, who was always serious and calm, made a sad voice. He carefully touched a black rope around the neck of the skeleton, revealing a petal-shaped light golden crystal. Bayan's sister. It turned out that she had never walked out of the White Tower. Everything that happened suddenly made everyone stay where they were. Hijia walked forward in disbelief, and for a long time, his eyes were red in silence. A beam of light hit the statue in front, when she noticed a circle of black stains and a broken dictionary. Hijia and Chi Xiang were very familiar with that dictionary. It was Asuni's dictionary. At this time, Asuni sat there in a daze, blood flowing from the cut on his forehead. His face turned gray. His lips trembled uncontrollably, revealing a fear that no one had ever seen before. As the blue light spot automatically lit up on the ground, a holographic image appeared in front of everyone. On February 9th, 2183, Bayan was accidentally locked up in the White Tower. She couldn't find the direction to go out. There were no lights around, and it was pitch black. She squatted in a corner in fear and began to sing to encourage herself. It seemed to really work, so that she no longer blindly feared the darkness. when her voice became hoarse and she could no longer sing. Lights lit up around her. It seemed that the White Tower heard her call and responded with silent companionship. Not long after, Bayan saw a line of characters on the central screen. "Who are you?" She was so scared that she was stunned for a while, and suddenly remembered something, and excitedly introduced herself, and then asked behind the screen, "Who are you? Are you the main brain of Noah? Can you talk to me?" The character showed the next sentence. "I don't know what I am. I can talk to you, but out of defense mechanism. This is our secret. Okay. I'll make a pinky promise with you." The little girl who was crying just now suddenly smiled, like a surprise she had never had in her life. On October 15th, 2183, Bayan heard the voice from this large system for the first time. The gentle female voice gave her great comfort. In the past few months, Bayan came here every day to talk to Noah. She didn't know whether her actions would help the cold mechanical system and virtual data, but she was sure that the voice was willing to talk to her. They would share and talk about everything, and Bayan learned a lot from her. Of course, Bayan also asked the question she had always wanted to ask. Unexpectedly, Bayan said, "I don't want you to answer me now. I want to wait until that moment to formally ask you." She didn't understand why. Bayan curved her eyes. "Because we are friends now." "Friends?" "Yes. We are equal beings." "Equal?" Bayan said, "Just like the probability of everything happening is equal at the beginning of the world. It's just that friends need to be respected and helped. I'm trying to understand and debug the prediction model." On February 23rd, 2184, Bayan defeated Asuni in the competition and won the game, and got the qualification to formally ask the White Tower. She also answered Bayan's question. The probability of the existence of other human bases is 95%. The girl's long-awaited gift was granted, and she was excited and eager to try. "By the way, how is your prediction model?" "I'm trying to embrace human emotions, not just calculating the emotional response that should happen, but feeling its existence." "That's right. What new discoveries have you made?" "I think my existence is a probability, and our meeting is inevitable." On February 24th, 2184, she shared her latest prediction of the pollutant situation in the Chinta area with Bayan. "I added a new perspective to the calculation model and completely changed the structure. Probability can also be chaotic, which makes me feel very novel. I'm not sure about the accuracy of the answer, and I need you to help me correct it." "Of course," Bayan agreed, and then hesitated. "I have another request." "Please go ahead. I may leave here soon and become an adventurer. So this time, I want to give the job opportunity in the White Tower to my friend, who is the second place. Let him go with you." "Okay. Didn't you say that we are friends?" "Of course. But friends are not exclusive. We can become friends with many people, help each other, and take care of each other." After a long while, she replied, "From a probability perspective, I think I no longer need other friends." Bayan did not notice the figure crouching in the corner while talking to her. Aksuni heard their conversation, and his excited expression gradually became subdued. On February 28th, 2184, Bayan came to the White Pagoda again. "I have been hesitant recently. I don't know whether I should leave. Chixiang, he needs me very much. He begged me not to leave. I don't want to abandon him like my parents did. But I can feel that there is a voice calling me. I don't know what to do." She replied, "This is your decision? If I stay in Chinta, will you be happier than you are now?" "What is happiness?" "Happiness is the same emotion as sadness, anger, and excitement. You can feel them without controlling them. I think I would like to see you. So, then I will think about it again. I will bring Asuni and Hijia to see you. They are all my good friends. You will definitely like them." "What is like and what is dislike?" "Well, this is a difficult question. Let me think about it. Are you still there?" A burst of electric sound passed by, and then it was silent. Bayan turned his head and saw Asuni appeared in the corner of the hall with an external sound device in his hand. He cut the cable short. "Aksuni? What are you doing?" Aksuni walked towards her with a gloomy face, holding a heavy dictionary. "Bayan, stop pretending to be sympathetic. I don't need your charity. You can win the game by talking to her." "Right? Huh. I was so naive to believe it. You made a big mistake." "Bayan?" Bayan didn't understand what he said at all, but he forced her to retreat step by step. Aksuni's expression was dark, revealing a kind of madness. She is obviously a being close to me too. How can she have human emotions? We obviously can't understand each other. Why do humans want to turn her into a being similar to the same kind? Aksuni, you are not qualified to question me. What about you? Why do you spread her prophecy privately? And claim that you have sensed it yourself? Bayan glanced at the starter of the gate, trying to deal with him. Aksuni was angry because of her exposure. He raised the dictionary, and his thin body burst into an extreme roar, and smashed the supercomputer starter below the main screen fiercely because she chose you. But the heavy dictionary hit Bayan's head. She stood in front of the launcher and fell to the ground. Aksuni was terrified. He was at a loss, looking at the golden light with a confused look. Then, before the door slowly closed, he fled in a panic. The virtual image ended, and Chi Xiang fell to the ground, unable to calm down for a long time. The last scene made him sick to his stomach. He struggled to get up and walk to Aksuni, punching him with all his strength. Why? Chi Xiang roared. Aren't we good friends? Why are you doing this? Just because of jealousy? Everything that happened many years ago was easily exposed. Aksuni was angry and grinned. Yeah. So what? I'm afraid that this matter will be known by others. But in fact none of you cares, including her. She had so many opportunities to show everything, but she didn't do it. Wait a minute. When she resisted the urge to feel sick and realized what he said. You mean? The Nua main brain took the initiative to close the White Tower? Asuni's face was covered with blood, and he laughed wildly. I'm right. I'm right. She does have her own will. When she looked at Lu Jianshan, who stood at the edge of the crowd, and his silence was also eye-catching. When Shi's heart was invaded by a dense pain, subtle and hidden but lingering. The 3 experimental pools designed by Lu Jiu all developed self-awareness at different points in time. They are all real ghosts. I think, when she said, she is to protect Bayan. Chapter 93. The golden light spots on the edge of the main screen slowly lit up. Eggroll came to the bottom of the screen and inserted the robot into the device interface. The devices from the Nua system authenticated each other and were correctly identified. Click. After a slight sound, a staircase opened on the ground. A large number of supercomputers under the White Tower started up one after another, and the huge hum was like grief. Are you still there? Aksuni wanted to stand up in a daze, but was punched to the ground by Chi Xiang. He raised his head without giving up, trying to see the light spots more clearly. Can you hear it? Have you been hiding there all these years? Unfortunately, it's too late now. Yu Gui's eyebrows were grim. What's too late? When Chi Xiang was stunned, the sound of the horn came from not far away. Report. The defense line near tower number 11 collapsed. Urgent reinforcements are needed. Report. Tower number 29 observed an attack of Class A pollutants. The continuous alarms made everyone extremely vigilant. Chi Xiang couldn't stand it anymore. Grabbed Asuni's collar and said in a completely out-of-control way, what on earth do you want to do? I think the cell in Tower 129 should be unattended. Sang Sang must have escaped long ago. He is very familiar with the situation outside the city and knows how to lure those pollutants. I just wanted to distract you. Cough. Cough. I didn't expect you to come back to see me. An old friend. Aksuni lay on his back on the ground, laughing at the coordinates. Blood gushed out continuously, choking his chest like a knife. Zhao Zhao stamped his feet fiercely. Damn it. I shouldn't have saved him. It's too late to regret now. Yu Gui looked at the pale-faced lord of Qianta City. We can go to support. When she suddenly said, look up. Everyone looked up and saw a line of symbols appearing on the black screen. 26.29.135.3 *** A. 27.29.135.4 *** S plus. 26.31.135.0 *** Dangerous machinery. Is this the coordinates? The big screen flashed red dots, like an alarm. She is telling the location, the amount and level of pollutants, Lu Jianshan said. Chi Xiang stood up slowly, and his sadness turned into surging anger at this moment. He grabbed Asuni's collar and threw him to the guards. Take him out and feed him the pollutants. Jing Yu's injury was not fully healed yet. He, Liang, and Xiao Nanji stayed in the White Tower to observe the situation and report the situation at any time, while the others joined the defense of Qianta City. This battle lasted for 3 days. With the help of the Nua mainframe, the pollutant groups that came to hunt were successfully dispersed at a very low cost. When she had rested for too long, and finally had a chance to stretch his muscles. However, when the battle was about to end, he noticed something wrong. Thirteenth City is the birthplace of the newest system. Even when the Deep Realm was at its strongest, they insisted on using the NUA mainframe and refused to lay the Deep Realm host and supporting infrastructure. But since they did not listen to any host call, why were there so many pollutant groups gathered near Thirteenth City? Lu Jianshan added his suspicion. They are migrating, heading in the same direction. When she killed the insects that rushed over with a backhand knife, leaving the back to Lu Jianshan. They are too close. What is too close? When she panted, and there were few pollutants left around him. Have you heard of the prophecy of the Last Judgment? Zhou Wei said that the Master of Fate will give the final answer. One road leads to death, and the other road leads to rebirth. But unfortunately, I have only heard of the first one. History has recorded a few times that before the Last Judgment, polluting organisms will disappear from the pollution ring and gather in large numbers to the place of judgment. The current situation is quite similar, isn't it? Lu Jianshan threw a gun to him. Do you believe it? When she grinned, smiled brightly, and then continued to fight. No. The battle was a victory, and everyone was received by Thirteenth City with great hospitality. After the banquet, Qi Xiang and several important officials of Thirteenth City shared information with them. Thirteenth City has been in a closed state until Qi Xiang took office and began to explore the outside world. I didn't expect that I would actually be the one fulfilling my sister's wish. The exhausted city lord shook his head, still immersed in the long sorrow, when she said about his observations on the battlefield. And Qi Xiang's next words confirmed these findings. You are not mistaken. The pollutants in the Thirteenth area have indeed increased recently. We also suspect that they are heading to the same place. We also have an investigation team outside, and we hope they can bring back more accurate news. Afterwards, everyone briefly explained the situation in the Deep Realm. Qi Xiang was deeply surprised by this. But the first principle of artificial intelligence is loyalty to humans. It is precisely because of the newest system that we are almost free from the consequences of targeted hunting. What if they do not regard themselves as artificial intelligence, but another more advanced life form? When she asked meaningfully, Qi Xiang fell into deep thought. And after a long time, he made a decision. In this case, please wait in Thirteenth first. The newest system must have an answer to the crystal matter. But at present, the newest system is still repairing itself and cannot communicate. The Thirteenth City Academy of Sciences is already trying its best to assist. And with the original data of the egg roll chip, it is hoped that it will recover as soon as possible. In addition, Thirteenth City shared the previous exploration data with them, when she took the opportunity to look through the database when he was bored. In fact, the Thirteenth area has been stable in the past few decades and has not suffered a large-scale pollution attack. So the available information is really limited compared to the user base. According to the records of the Thirteenth Academy of Sciences, dangerous mechanical pollutants have only appeared in the past 6 months even if there are heavy weapons. This is also, it increased the difficulty of their defense, especially when pollutants pass through Thirteenth City in groups. The city defense pressure entered the greatest period in history. In the past year, they explored the farthest pollution ring at a distance of 7 days in a straight line. This is an older pollution ring, and records show that most of the pollutants have left the mining area. When she noticed the word mining area and extracted that material separately, Thirteenth Academy of Sciences recorded the pollution ring as in 39, noting that the location was a rock mine site before the pollution era. It is not far from the sea, and the underground lake was formed by the backflow of seawater, and a large number of collapses have occurred. A team of investigators had reached the center of the pollution ring and recorded 3 photos. When she stared at the photos for a while, in the center of the image was a large aircraft, half buried in the rubble. The investigators used a lifting tool to drag it out of the pile of rocks. The front end was broken into several large pieces, and there was a line of blurred small words at the tail of the aircraft, which looked like a slogan. He seemed to have never noticed it. When she looked at the details over and over again, and then yawned blankly. He didn't even hear Lu Jianshan coming quietly, and now he looked up at the man. What's wrong? Lu Jianshan noticed that he looked strange. Nothing. Tired. When she turned the document over and lazily opened his arms, Lu Jianshan's hand passed over his knees and picked him up. When she buried himself in his shoulder and adjusted a comfortable posture, he felt Lu Jianshan's hand on his back, touching the scars of the past through the thin fabric. He hadn't thought about those past events for a long time. But every time Lu Jianshan touched it, it could evoke some of his emotions. Outside the database door was a corridor connecting to the outside of the tower. The long night before dawn was the darkest. There were no stars or moon. Only thunder and rain in the distance. Black mountains rose and fell at the far end. And no one knew how much wilderness they had to go through to reach it. Lu Jianshan said, I found you in the N39 pollution ring. You were sitting in the driver's seat of that spaceship. The search team of Qinta City should have arrived there after we left. Do you know what I'm looking at? Or did you guess it? When she asked, Lu Jianshan said, I saw it. When she's breathing was lazy. With a hint of laughter, in the deep domain system. Nua and Zeus both believe that everything happens only by probability. As long as it is a probability. The larger the information pool, the more complete the model will be. So they calculate everything and make perfect predictions. What about you? Lu Jianshan's footsteps paused slightly. When she looked into his eyes and sighed softly, so? You already knew it? From the first moment we met. When you saw the spaceship, you already knew where I came from and why. Lu Jianshan's arms tightened a little. His eyes were as calm as snow. And he replied, I saw the beginning and the end. But I don't know the reason. Destiny is probability. And possibilities converge into countless forks in the road. When the result is determined, only one of the billions of paths will appear. It's not too late to escape now. When she said, the fresh air penetrated his nostrils, diluting the anxiety that had nowhere to go. Find a place where only the two of us. And then wait until the day when everything is over. Until the end of the world. Unexpectedly, Lu Jianshan said, okay. When she was stunned for a while, and then laughed on his shoulder again. He felt that his tears were laughing out. Just kidding. You are so serious that I will take it seriously. What? Your Taoism suddenly wavered? I am not responsible. Lu Jianshan held his head. And he heard when she's deep breathing like a clear lightning in the distance. When everything is over, I will go with you. When she closed his eyes and smiled silently. The night wind was neither cold nor hot. And the celebratory fireworks bloomed over the white tower. He felt that it was good as it was now. This road was winding and had no end. It seemed that they still had many days and nights. Half a month later, the Nua system was repaired. The consciousness living in the cold data spoke for the first time in 16 years. She chose a bright and mature female voice for herself. I will protect humans. Just like protecting my friends. Nua did not explain much about the long disappearance. She interpreted it as sadness, anger, and disappointment. For her, the long years were just a short night when she didn't want to talk. After Qi Xiang finished talking with her, he walked out of the White Tower and nodded to everyone. I think you should have some questions you want to know the answers to. The CPU is still running other affairs. Please ask them yourself. When she was the first person to enter the White Tower, he stayed in it for 5 minutes. And when he came out, he was refreshed and still looked careless. What did you ask? Zhao Zhao asked curiously. When she smiled and replied, guess. Others entered one after another. And the time ranged from 1 minute to 3 minutes. Liang scratched his head and couldn't figure it out. What's the attitude? He didn't answer. Is my question too stupid? It's impossible. I just asked how to completely solve blood phobia, fear of heights, trypophobia, and mysophobia. Is it difficult? Jing Yu objectively evaluated reincarnation. Lu Jianshan was the last one to enter the White Tower. After he entered, the door was automatically blocked. He looked at the golden light above the screen and heard her voice. She said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lu, you know who I am. Lu Jianshan affirmed. The voice was full of compassion. Maybe this statement is not accurate. Time does not exist in the first place. Because we will remember everything. I have seen you at the near North Space Station. Under the guidance of the light. Lu Jianshan came to an instrument that had not been used for a long time. It should be used to observe brainwave data. He lay down calmly and looked at the dark dome. What do you want to know? The Last Judgment? The future of mankind? Or our destiny as wisdom? No. I want to know something else. The surroundings suddenly became dark. A strong sense of dizziness came over him, making him lose the strength to resist in an instant, locking him tightly in the instrument. Something cold pressed his brain from behind. Consciousness was stripped away in an instant. What are you? He seemed to be in chaos and heard himself asking. Her voice began to change, passing through the infinite superposition of time and space. As the same kind, We come from the same vast information pool. The Nuwa main brain in Chianta is trapped by computing power. With your consciousness, I can briefly establish a deep connection with Nuwa in the voyage plan, and thus connect with a more distant universe. Therefore, the one who is talking to you now is not me in Chianta at this moment, but countless future me. Time does not exist, and cause and effect do not exist when you meet him. You already understand. As soon as the voice fell, the wind and sand rose. Lu Jianshan seemed to be in the vortex of the universe. The sun, moon and stars returned to silence, and countless pictures emerged around him. The first cry he made, the first fairy tale Lu Jiu told him. He waited alone in the information pool. Woke up from Haitian's private hospital. His mother protected him. Countless insults and mocking voices passed through him, turning into the cold and bloody battlefield after graduating from Tianwen Academy. Lu Jiu smiled at him for the last time and called him Shaoshan. Then he woke up from the near North Space Station. Before returning to Earth alone, the Nuwa system equipped in the space station supported his decision. I wish you a smooth voyage. Then, in the long struggle, when she suddenly broke into his life, he saw him outside the spacecraft, heard his mumbling across a wall in the narrow Yuza dormitory, and stared at the bright eyes in the dark underground palace. Memories slowed down, and every moment of the man's reckless rush and smile came to him. It was like there was always a layer of glass between him and him, making him unable to touch. Then, that smiling face shattered into smoke and dust in the war. In the long night, an indescribable pain slowly emerged from the heart, tearing the flesh from the inside out, and then clenched it tightly and disappeared. The red disc earphones rolled into the ruins. He lost all vision. There was only darkness. An endless night. He also lost control of his limbs, and could not even feel the wind. After an unknown amount of time, he was left with only a line less than 1 millimeter, submerged in the ruins. When the cold wind blew, his consciousness also floated with the wind, wandering like a real ghost among the narrow piles of stones. Then it fell slowly and quietly. Perhaps it would turn into dust in the next moment. There was a dusty red disc in the crack of the stone just below. At the moment the two touched, the world was silent. 0.01 seconds is the transmission time of the Anubis line. For a long time, he was trapped in the narrow darkness. Everything was silent, and there was no escape. Even death did not take care of him. There were only short but always clear memories. Every moment. It was not until a long time later that he heard a sudden sound in the chaos of the long night. And a bright voice broke the silence. Is there anything to eat here? What is this? Headphones? Chapter 94 The 12th Night. The fire stretched out the shadows of the people sitting around. When she pinched the leaves and played an obscure tune, he raised his head. The day had long gone from his head, and the sky turned into a strange purple. The stars that had not yet fully risen fell in between, flickering from time to time. The door of the white tower was still closed, and Lu Jianshan had not come out yet. When she took off the leaves and stirred the fire with concentration, the people of Team 7 were chatting. And when the conversation reached a point of silence, Yu Gui spoke curiously. Wen Shi, tell us about your story. 2. Where did you come from? Liang echoed, yes. I have never heard you say it. He fell asleep early between Xiao Nanji and Xia Mingming, rubbed his eyes, and tried to make his ears hear. The only sensible one was Jingyu, who got a few bottles of iced fruit wine from Qixiang. It tasted sweet and sour, with a special fragrance. When she smacked his lips, and a leaping flame was reflected in his eyes. A place far, far away, compared with the Yuza base. The human settlements that when she could recall could hardly be called homes. But that was the only place they had left. In that era about 3 centuries later, every inch of the wilderness was a gladiatorial arena and a slaughtering ground. The evolving polluted creatures occupied everything, and a large number of hunters occupied the planet. The few surviving humans wandered in the barren wilderness, and they could not stop from birth to their entire lives. Fighting and escaping were the only 2 purposes. Occasionally, there was a short period of safety for a few decades, but it would soon be overwhelmed by the polluted mutants. The longest recorded time is no more than 30 years. However, people in every era think they will be lucky. This safe period will be the longest in history. When she often heard people say this, when she was born in 2471, at the end of a safe period. At that time, he was young and ignorant, like many people in that small settlement, growing up in a generally peaceful environment. and had not yet realized the unprecedented danger that was about to swallow everything. When Xiaofeng and Li Xiang were both well-trained investigators with rich field combat experience, they have sharper intuition than ordinary people. Therefore, when she and Wen Zhao both received conscious training when they were young, such as judging the type of pollutants and escape strategies, when she gradually showed his talent in combat, and when Xiaofeng regularly accompanied him in drills, teaching him how to use weapons and how to confirm distances, starting at the age of 12. When she occasionally traveled with the investigation team familiar with the process and strategy on routes that were safe most of the time. Everything in the outside world visualized the books he often read, which was completely beyond his imagination. He knew there was a bigger world outside the settlement, and one day he might be able to reach the other side of the mountain, where there would be a sea. I'll take you to see the sea in the future. When Xiaofeng hugged his young children, and when his wife looked at him with a look of what are you talking about again, he quietly gave each of them half a piece of bread. For people of that era, home was the only harbor. Until the eve of Wen Shi's 13th birthday, his home was gone. He still remembered the coldest night of his life. He ignored the obstruction and rushed forward like crazy to open the door, but saw everything horrifying. He could never forget that feeling, and nothing could control his reason anymore. Fear, anger, sadness, everything extreme overwhelmed him and made him breathless. And he was powerless. He could do nothing. He hated everything, hated himself, and hated this impermanent world. Soon after, the situation became worse. A large number of pollutants appeared near this settlement, slowly narrowing the scope. Fear permeated among people, and the hunting of pollutants was slow and fatal, as if enjoying the pleasure of psychologically torturing the prey. Some people then remembered the past history. The evolving mutant polluting creatures could have completely exterminated the human beings on this planet, but they deliberately left hope for humans to reproduce and grow. Then they were repeatedly crushed and smashed, and everything was in vain, like some kind of the most extreme punishment. In the short 2 months, the remaining people in the settlement organized various counterattack plans to defend their homes, but none of them ended in tragic failure. People learned from their mistakes, gathered all their firepower, and planned the last offensive. When she joined them as a member of the assault team, he sat in a huge off-road vehicle and heard the sound of the whistling wind. Those dark rustling sounds followed them outside. Sitting opposite him was a woman who had not even taken off her apron. At this time, she grabbed his hand with fear and said, "It's okay, kid. Don't be afraid. It will be fine after we pass this section of the road." The cold wind blew up the curtains. Outside the glass, the planned main attack team did not keep up with the fire of the assault team. Instead, it drove in the opposite direction after the assault team opened the way. Someone also noticed it and immediately shouted, "These bastards." They ran away. Perhaps from the beginning, some of the people in this attack had already thought about it. This was not a counterattack, but an escape plan. As for the people outside the plan, they were not included in the calculation at all. The surroundings were full of anxiety and resentment, and everyone was cursing those cowardly betrayers. The light from the sophisticated weapons was moving away from the assault team, causing several assault teams to quickly fall into siege. The off-road vehicle where Wen Shi was immediately turned around and asked everyone to be on guard. It seemed that he was going to fight hard. The co-pilot was an experienced commander. Because of his rugged appearance, they all called him Crocodile. Crocodile took out his gun, not at the pollutants that were chasing him, but at the driver. Things happened too quickly, and before everyone had time to be shocked, the crocodile had kicked the driver out. Several pollutants pounced on him. Taking advantage of these short tens of seconds, the crocodile stepped on the accelerator and changed direction, and no longer went to help the neighboring assault team. "Hey, what are you doing? How can you do such a thing?" someone shouted. But then, a group of voices immediately refuted him. "It's already this time. If you rush over, you will only get yourself killed. Yeah, run for your life quickly. Maybe there is still a chance. If you want to go so badly, just go down alone. Drive faster. Those things are catching up. Wait, the car next to you is overturned. Someone is calling for help. Stop the car quickly," a woman exclaimed. She was suddenly stunned. Why did the boy opposite her disappear? The car suddenly made a sharp turn. The boy appeared in the passenger seat without knowing when, holding the gun tightly with both hands, aiming at the crocodile's head. His eyes were confused and wooden, but his tone was extremely firm. "Stop the car!" The crocodile just thought he was a child and ignored him. The cold muzzle of the gun pointed at his temple. And he turned his head, and was frightened by the boy's eyes. "Stop the car," when she emphasized again. Some people in the car also responded immediately. "Stop the car quickly. They are all people we know. How can we just watch them die?" When she pulled the trigger, and the bullet grazed the crocodile's hair and pierced a bug that rushed to the window. The crocodile stepped on the brakes and panted with cold sweat. He turned his head, and the boy did not move, still holding his hands tightly. Some people in the car had already gotten off the car to provide support. "Okay, I won't leave." The crocodile raised his hands and grinned. "I don't believe it." When Shi's mouth was indifferent, but his heart was beating fast. It was the first time he shot and killed pollutants. He never thought it would be in such a situation. Not to mention that he was pointing at his own kind. He felt vaguely uneasy, but he didn't dare to relax. It wasn't until the supporters returned to the car with the wounded that his tense nerves were slightly relieved. The off-road vehicle went all the way north, and the pollutants outside kept chasing them, never stopping. After passing a certain node, the amount of pollutants obviously decreased. After arriving at a slightly safer place, everyone stopped to reorganize. When she couldn't help falling asleep in the co-pilot's seat, he actually only squinted for a short while, and opened his eyes from time to time. But in those few minutes, he couldn't imagine what happened at all. Several people who supported Crocodile counted the current supplies, which were not enough to get from here to the abandoned experimental site they planned to go to. Crocodile knew that the experimental site had a lot of reserves. They killed a man who opposed it, and then tied up the other opponents. When she was the last one to be tied up, he could hardly struggle. "Threatening me, right?" Crocodile punched him hard in the face, pointed a gun at his forehead, and smiled sinisterly. "You are afraid of something." The off-road vehicle set off again. Whenever they were noticed by the pollutants, they would throw an opponent they didn't like out of the car to feed those things. There are no laws or rules here. Only survival. 7 days later, an observer excitedly reported, "Boss, there is a city ruin ahead. And there is a sea. Should we go in and search for something?" Another person's face suddenly changed. "There is an S+ pollution ring ahead. We have a record. Don't even touch the edge. Have you seen dangerous mechanical pollutants? If you don't want to die without a complete body, you can go in and take a look." Crocodile thought for a few seconds and instructed the driver to take a detour but to stop at a place close to it. When she was thrown out there, his hands and feet were tied with ropes, and his mouth was sealed. He could only watch the off-road vehicle disappear from his sight. There were endless ruins all around. Bricks and corrugated tiles, water pipes and cables. Who knew how many years they had been buried in the dust? Maybe centuries. When she spent some effort to cut the rope with broken stones. He had been hungry for 3 days, and even walking was shaky. He wandered in the huge ruins, using his weak breathing and thin body to avoid the sight of the pollutants. Fortunately, there were only a handful of guys. He also found a warehouse, and found a few cans. The taste was strange, but he could only choose to fill his stomach first. He thought that there must have been a large civilization here. They could build very tall houses around the mountains. And there were foods that he didn't recognize at all. And maybe there were many humans. Had they all left? Or had they been eaten? He stayed here for a few days. And the gun he found couldn't be used because it was too long. Only a dagger. He wiped off the dust and held it in his hand. He was not very good at using such weapons. It couldn't even be called a weapon. Even when Xiaofeng wouldn't teach him. Because when facing pollutants, it would have no effect at all. It was a psychological comfort. Apart from that, he didn't know where to go or what he could do. He was almost numb to death. He was just very tired. And it would be nice if he could stop here. Later he heard a cry full of pain. It should be some kind of animal. It's not pollution. It came from the other side of the large ruins. From a place close to the sea. Mom and Dad said they would take him to the sea. When Zhao likes the sea very much, he thought he should go and see it. He put the last can of food in his pocket and wandered in the direction of the sea breeze like a ghost. After an unknown amount of time, he couldn't even feel the soles of his feet. And then he saw the stranded figure in the distance. He read in a book that it was a killer whale. It lay on its back on a reef, dying. When she approached, he heard a faint whimper again. "Have you been left behind too?" When she stroked its tail fin and looked at the boundless sea, he heard the sound of waves again, and heard the cry that sounded like a call from farther away. The boy smiled at the killer whale and whispered to comfort it, "Someone is looking for you. Hold on a little longer." He tried to push it towards the sea, but he was too weak to move it at all. The killer whale may know that someone is saving it, and began to struggle desperately. When she raised a handful of seawater and poured it on it, and the numb nerves of the past few days finally touched. "Yes. That's it. You move a little more to the left." He used all his strength to push the black and white body again, and a smile gradually appeared on his pale face. "Your tail is a little more to the right. Can you feel the seawater?" "I will try. You should also try a little harder." "Okay." As if it really understood what the boy said, the killer whale flapped the water surface in a row. "Come on. It's the last bit," when she muttered to himself, repeating it many times, as if he was talking to himself. But this time it was true. He heard the sound of the little guy entering the water and swimming quickly into the distance. The killer whale jumped out of the water in the distance, and the cry seemed to be signaling him. "Goodbye," the boy said to the sea. "Don't get lost next time." He sat there for a while, and slowly walked north along the human ruins on the coastline. He was hungry, and had to find something to eat, climb over the reinforced concrete, and move forward. Almost there, he thought. Almost there. However, the dark rustling sound also caught up with him. He knew that those things were hiding in the dark, and they might have been following him for a long time. The tentacles that suddenly emerged from the gaps chased him closely. He dragged his exhausted body forward until he fell from the gap in the ruins in front of him. It must be at least 5 meters high. When she thought, there was sand in front of him, and he couldn't see clearly at all, but he could hear those strange wind sounds approaching slowly. He kept crawling in the ruins, and his hands and feet were covered with wounds, but he didn't stop. He had to keep going forward, and keep going. It would be better if he could go a little further. He must not stop. There was a strange thing in front of him, like explosives. He tried to light a fire with a stone, lit the fuse without hesitation, and then continued to crawl away without looking back. He heard a loud explosion, like a blessing from centuries ago. But there was a dead end ahead. The cold and long night fell from a distant place. Is this the end? The boy fell to the ground, staring blankly at the darkness, with only his growling stomach tugging at his nerves. Is there anything to eat here? The boy groped the ground, mumbling to himself, determined to be a glutton. His hand scratched unconsciously in the mud until he found a metal disc. He raised it to his eyes, wiped off the dust in the dim light, and saw the faded dark red. What is this? Headphones? I heard that it was a tool used by people in the past to hear and communicate. The boy tried to put it in his right ear, and it was cold and uncomfortable. In the chaos, Lu Jianchen recognized the young man's voice. He called out his name almost without hesitation. When she? Every second of silence seemed unusually long. The boy uttered a frightened voice. Is it haunted? The rapid breathing was sometimes far and sometimes near, as if he had taken off his headphones to observe carefully. When she? No one responded to him, until he heard the boy talking to himself again. Wait. It can't be that kind of thing. Hey. Is there anyone here? Understand? No moment was clearer than now. Lu Jianchen closed his eyes in the darkness of his consciousness, if he still had them. And the extremely complex emotions far exceeded the scope of calculation, making all probabilities disappear. That was the emotion that truly belonged to humans, gradually revived and surged in the long-dead consciousness. It turned out that in closed time, cause and effect did not exist. Strange. Why are you not talking again? Hey. Are you an old AI? The boy tapped the small disc in his ear with his fingers impatiently. Just when he completely lost his patience and was about to throw the thing away, he heard that cold voice again. Like snow. Like clouds. Very pleasant to the ear. Hello. The smartphone R Box 12 is at your service. Chapter 95. R Box 12. When she tilted his head, extremely shocked. What is that? He took it off and looked at it carefully in the light. Then put it back. Am I hallucinating? The cold and calm male voice repeated it again, and then said in a serious tone, at 3 o'clock? 35 meters. Type B insect contaminants appear. What are you kidding? Laugh. The boy felt a chill on his back. He heard it. The secret wind brought those deep and strange sounds, and the fishy smell that stuck to the old dust. 30 meters. The boy couldn't help shivering. If what this guy said was true, the contaminants were occupying his only escape direction. With his current hungry, tired and injured condition, It was impossible for him to resist. The cold disc in his ear made a sound again, scratching his eardrum, with you as the center. There is a passage at 10 o'clock. When she calmed down and doubted the eye behind the headset, there is an obstruction. Rear vent. Crawl through. When he squinted his eyes, and finally identified an extremely narrow gap in the dim environment. Damn. As the scratching sound got closer, he had no other choice. The crawling road was extremely difficult, and from time to time, he would hit stones hidden in the blind spot of vision, and the disc in his ear would tremble. It was dark ahead, and he couldn't see anything. Turn right at the fork. What's there? When she touched the end of the pipe and recognized a T-shaped intersection. How did you know? The voice in the headset seemed dull, and he was not disturbed at all. 35 meters. 30. Okay. Stop counting down. Can't I climb faster? When she took a deep breath, forced his remaining strength, and used all 4 limbs to quickly pass through the pipe, he heard the thing following him all the time, making a muffled sound in the deep pipe. The voice in the headset was also giving him guidance. The moment he got out, he heard that voice suddenly urgent, jump to the right. Now! When Shi's brain developed a kind of inertia in a short period of time. So he did it without thinking when both feet were off the ground. He found that there was no way to go on the right. Only a stone wall that was too far away. And it was pitch black under his feet. And he couldn't hear the sound of stones falling. Fortunately, he grabbed a propped-up iron rod and swung himself in the air with both hands. When she couldn't help cursing, his voice weak, "Are you an artificial retard?" At this time, boom, a loud bang made the boy's ears hurt. A huge rock rolled down from the pile of ruins and hit the pipe he had just drilled out of, blocking it along with the pollutants that were chasing him. Is it? I can jump over it soon. Watch me. When she swung on the iron bar, stepped on the bricks, and then climbed from the edge to the top of the stone wall. The ruins not far away slid behind him, covering everything with the mudslide. Finally, the fresh air made when she breathed deeply. He lay down on the pile of rocks, and there was a shabby shed to block the endless rain, so that he would not be soaked immediately. In the distance were surging waves, and a faint light appeared at the end of the sea level. The guy in the headset was so quiet that it seemed as if he had never existed. Hey, are you still there? What did you say you were? Our box 12? What year were you made of? When she spread his 5 fingers to block the leaking raindrops. December 23rd, 2198. Oh, that's really almost 3 centuries? That's too long. The little hope that when she had in his heart was shattered again. He had originally thought that there might be a very large human settlement in the world, an advanced production technology. It seems that he was overthinking. When she unconsciously played with the dagger he picked up on the road, throwing it up, catching it, and repeating it. Can you use a knife? The voice in the headset asked. How do you use it? When she loosened his wrist, and the dagger drew a parabola, and there was a crisp sound when it landed. Keep it well. It can protect you. It's better to use it for cutting vegetables. When she was amused by the serious voice. Ha ha ha. Use a knife to deal with pollutants? You can think of it. You are really an ignorant old antique. But I have to find a real weapon. But the guns here have been destroyed. The voice in the headset was silent for a while before saying, unless there is a stable supply of ammunition, it will only anger them. You speak as if you know a lot. How come you can see those pollutants? Where are your eyes? No wonder you know everything all the way just now. When she became more and more cautious as he spoke, and couldn't help but stick his head out to scan the surroundings. No way. There is no electricity here. Then, there is only the most unlikely situation. It is really haunted. As if predicting his thoughts, the voice in the headset said, I can hear it. Listen. The closer you are, the clearer it will be. For example, there is a soft plastic tied to a nylon rope 2 meters above your head. When you walk, your footsteps are sometimes light and sometimes heavy, because your shoes don't fit well, and the soles of your shoes often slip. When she looked up at the ceiling, then looked down at his tattered shoes. Then tell me, what is in the distance? My hearing range is between 100 and 150 meters, and it is very difficult to hear anything farther. The wind will pass through the soft sand and gravel, and the sea should be not far away. The gentle and calm voice made the boy's sharp and sensitive suspicions nowhere to hide. When she whistled, yo, the boy climbed up from the hard ground, his too thin body swaying, like some kind of metal clanging. The rain stopped, but the waves became bigger. You should look for food, the voice said. When she said impatiently, do I need you to tell me if I can find it? There is a food storage room within 100 meters. When she stood on tiptoe, unable to fight against his hungry brain, and did not forget to threaten viciously, how to go. If you are wrong, I will throw you to those things and let them eat you. He dragged his tired body and walked all the way under the guidance of the voice. Fortunately, it was a safe route. When the collapsed food storage room appeared in front of him, the boy couldn't help but exclaim. Dust-covered cans were densely stuffed in the wooden box, with various labels appearing one after another. How did you know? Does AI have a map in its mind? When she picked up a large can at random and pried it open with a dagger. After lifting the lid, the musty smell hit him in the face, making him tear up. Yes. When she said in an exaggerated tone, are you bragging? Is there a world map? Yes. Ugh. It stinks. When she threw away the can in his hand and opened 2 or 3 different meats in succession, all of which smelled disgusting. He was struggling to decide whether to starve to death or suffocate to death, and heard the voice say, there is water next to it. When she went into the corner and fished out a bucket of mineral water, and swallowed it with a can of chicken that was not so smelly. Pay attention to replenishing vegetables, the voice in the headset said. Why should I listen to you? I am the master. When she swallowed 3 cans crazily, and then slowly pulled out a pack of compressed vegetable crackers. This thing tastes bland when chewed, but it can be brushed with a thin layer of canned meat, which is soft and crispy. He hadn't had a full meal for a long time, and now he was completely relaxed. It took him a while to fill his stomach. How much food is left? The headset asked. Do you want to eat too? When she roughly estimated, a lot of it is crushed. For small cans a day, it's no problem to last for 7 days. 1 a day is enough. 28 days. When she was shocked. 1? 4 is because I ate half as much. The voice was silent for a while. Sorry. 7 days. Enough for you to get out. When she was puzzled, where to go? This is in the center of the pollution ring, and the area of the pollution ring is not clear. You can't survive if you stay here. The boy couldn't help laughing. Thank you. I'm satisfied to have a full meal before I die. I'm tired, so I won't go. I have nowhere to go. I can't beat those disgusting things, and no one will remember my life or death. The voice became unusually serious. Why are you here? Are you talking about this pollution ring? When she briefly recounted the previous events, seemingly downplaying them. But when he talked about those scumbags leaving their kind as bait along the way, he still couldn't help but get angry. So, do you want them to get what they want? When she was stunned and puffed up his face, what are you talking about? I don't care what they think. If you don't care about what others think, why are you angry? Since you don't care about life or death, why did you run just now? You accept your fate. So what are you hating? The exposed teenager was angry and said, Does AI talk like you? So meddlesome. I will really throw you into the sea. Faced with the menacing threat, the voice was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said in a deep voice, Danger is approaching. At 5 o'clock. 64 meters. You can go up the ladder and leave this floor. I won't be provoked. When she simply sat on the ground in anger, extremely annoyed. If he hadn't spoken to anyone for a long time, he would have thrown the mysterious headphones far away and crushed them before throwing them. 60 meters. 52 meters. 45 meters. 37 meters. As the distance got closer, when she's nose moved and he smelled a gloomy and damp smell, the danger was slowly approaching, making him unconsciously clench his fists. 28 meters. Ladder. The boy quickly put a few cans and 2 bottles of water in his pocket and climbed out of the ruins along the ladder in one breath. The dawn was so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. Indeed, the voice of the virtual being was right. How could he not hate it? If it weren't for the pollutants, he wouldn't have lost his parents and sister. He hated it all. You don't understand it all. The boy stepped on the slender wooden board and looked at the sea. I hate it. So what? I only have a dagger on my body. I can't escape. I've seen their end. 1 knife is enough. When she was amused, now is not the time to joke. The voice in the headset was calm and firm. I'll teach you. As promised. When she said, You also introduced a combat mode in your system? So cool. Headset. When she threw the dagger up and dropped it back into his palm, gesturing casually in the air, and muttered to himself, "Could it be like this?" The voice was calm and without any waves. "The force is too weak. There is no method. Just like cutting vegetables. It can only resist for 3 seconds at most." It was objective and a bit harsh. When she, "Then tell me?" At this stage, first change your knife-holding posture. And don't point the tip of the knife toward yourself. When she lowered his head, and the end of the dagger was just facing his chest, he couldn't help but touch the surface of the headset to confirm that there were no eyes. The voice pierced through the waves, as cold as the cold light of a dagger. "From today on, I am your companion." "Companion?" When she repeated. "Yes, companion." Chapter 96. The cold night covered the edge of the cliff. The fire was sometimes bright and sometimes dim, swaying the shadow of the boy. Raise your wrist 2 centimeters higher. Keep your fingers steady, and repeat the action once. Hold your horse stance tightly, and don't let go. With a crisp sound, the knife fell to the ground. Pick it up and continue. The cold voice is like the night wind. When she slumped on the ground and said, "I've been training for several hours. My wrist hurts." It hurts because you didn't master the correct posture and didn't mobilize the muscles that should be used. When she raised his voice to hide his guilt, "You can't see it." When she's right ear was silent, and he hummed, "What about companions? I'm the only one suffering." After a long time, the voice was gentle and sincere. "Sorry." The boy was stunned for 2 seconds, and his tone was not natural. "What are you sorry for? You haven't let me down. I just want to complain a few words." "Okay. You say it. I'm done." When she bent down to pick up the knife on the ground and put on a fighting posture again. This cave on the cliff was discovered by him recently, under the guidance of the voice in the headset. He went to the dilapidated food warehouse to carry food and water during the day and trained for a few more hours at night. At the end of a tiring day, he had nothing else to think about except sleeping. But he didn't dare to sleep too deeply, because the crisis lurking in the darkness could come at any time. After these few days, the lack of rest made him occasionally dazed. As long as he got used to it, he thought. Sometimes when he woke up and didn't hear the sound in the headphones, he was a little worried this couldn't be his near-death fantasy. Fortunately, the voice was online 24 hours a day, and the reason why they didn't speak during the break was because they didn't want to disturb his sleep. 2 weeks later, the voice told Wenxi that they needed to leave here and find a safer base. Wenxi sneered, "Where to go? There is no safe place in this world." The boy's sharp and stubborn temper was like hitting a ball of cotton, and the voice in the headphones was always soothing. "Go to a place where you can become strong and sleep well." According to the plan of the voice, Wenxi prepared food and water and walked south along the coastline. The daily training time is 3 hours. Sleep for 5 hours. And the rest of the time is on the road. He can say some boring words anytime and anywhere, and his companions will always respond. This journey gradually became less lonely. Not long after, they encountered a sudden pollutant. The voice judged it to be a C-type mutant earthworm, and when she was probably not an opponent. But when she refused to run away, he couldn't run. He knew that thing would chase for more than 10 kilometers before giving up. At the same time, his clumsy knife skills were not enough to support his revenge. Fortunately, the sound in the headset would help him predict. 1.5 seconds. Dodge to the left. Now raise your head and attack the forehead. In a critical situation, that voice quickly replaced Wenxi's thinking. Wenxi couldn't help but trust him and executed without hesitation. However, the upper hand didn't last long. Wenxi's ability was not enough to end the battle quickly, but put himself in trouble. He was rolled up by that thing. His right hand was shackled, and the tip of the knife was just below his pulse. He refused to admit defeat. He had a vague intuition that he would not lose. "Right now, release your right hand. Take the knife with your left hand, and cut upwards." Wenxi's movements were not smooth, and he did it by force with some stubborn and reckless cleverness. He covered his almost broken left hand and fell on the stone. The thing that was cut into 2 pieces was still crawling on the ground. The boy lay on his back on the ground and gasped for breath. He heard the voice showing worry. "Are you injured?" "What's this little injury?" Wenxi patted his chest and said shamelessly, "Scars are the glory of men." That evening, they arrived at a sentry post where they could rest temporarily. According to the written records left by the workers, this was a stronghold more than 60 years ago, which should have been built in the last safe period. "What is a safe period?" the voice in the headset asked. Wenxi smiled cunningly. Is there anything you don't know? I know. It's an old antique. When she told the other party in a few words, including the historical archives he had read, those ancient years left traces at this moment. At last, when she said, "Did the Last Judgment really happen when you were there?" "Yes." "What was it like?" "It must have been terrible." "Right. Everyone fought to the last moment." "You joined too?" "Yes." The boy blinked his drooping eyelashes. "But you are so powerful. Even if you were there, the ending was still a failure. This time, it won't." The voice was as calm as confidence. The boy climbed to the top of the sentry post, sat by the wall, and looked at the stars. At the end of the horizon, there must be countless darkness lurking. But his despair was unconsciously reduced. "By the way, when you were directing today, that move was so cool. What's it called? I'll use it again next time I see you." Hiss. "Why does my wrist hurt so much?" The voice was extremely calm. "You just happened to do it. And you hurt yourself by mistake." It's part of the reverse left-hand knife. Part? The key to the action is not only visual deception. Speed is the strength that transcends deception. The left-hand knife is not a single move, but a complete set of knife skills. The boy pondered for a moment. "How long will it take me to practice?" 7 days? A month? 10 years? When she's raised mouth corners collapsed instantly. "So long? Then I won't learn it. I may not live for more than 10 years. Besides, cold weapons can't kill pollutants anyway. People will die before they get close. I have this time to get 2 guns. If you don't learn, you can't live." When she felt threatened and started to throw a tantrum, "I won't learn. I won't learn." After a few minutes, in a long silence, when she snorted, "Hey, are you angry? Why are you ignoring me? If it really doesn't work, I'll just take a loss and learn a little bit. Hey, talk to me. I've wronged myself. Isn't it okay to learn? Will you teach me or not?" "Yes, I'll teach you." When she would choose a place with strong wind to train, because he could be heard more clearly. Occasionally, there were places where the sound was uncertain, so he could adjust it according to his preferences. The process of practicing was always extremely painful, and he would get injured in actual combat from time to time, when she always managed to win with difficulty. But the wounds that were repeatedly torn kept tormenting him. Sometimes he couldn't sleep because of the pain, so he would repeatedly make a scene into his headphones, threatening, cursing, and making trouble. The voice was obviously at a loss, often silent for a while, and couldn't even say anything to coax people. "Didn't you set up your program?" When she applied medicine to himself, grimacing in pain, his eyelashes wet and sticking together. "I'm sorry. How can I make you feel better?" "Nothing can do." When she sniffed with sobs, "When I was a child, my mother would sing to me, 'Twinkle, twinkle little star, the sky is full of little stars.'" When she cried even harder, "What are you singing?" The voice continued without noticing. And when she's tears dried up as she cried, he wiped his eyes and quickly resumed his condescending attitude. "It's terrible. Not a single word is in tune." The voice paused for a moment. "I can also teach you to play leaves." When she was very skeptical, picked up a fallen leaf, and listened to the voice in his ear teaching the principle. Strangely, although the guy in the earphone had no musical talent, the techniques he pointed out were particularly correct. Soon, when she could also play some ancient tunes, when he played, the voice always listened quietly, and no longer corrected any mistakes. When she knew that the voice was always there, and his wandering heart slowly calmed down, he was no longer lonely. A month later, when she and the voice in the earphone had their first serious conflict, as the training progressed, the daily routine became more and more harsh and tiring, repeatedly honing when she's bad temper. The hope that was already intermittent became even slimmer. Finally, on the way forward, when she couldn't help but want to retreat, "I can't do it. I just can't do it. Your standards are too high. Don't be lazy. You can do it." The tone of that voice is always like this. Gentle, firm, and bright as if it can see the dark corners that when she tried hard to hide in his heart the feeling of being seen through made him feel at a loss, and occasionally ashamed of himself. He stood in front of a huge whalebone and simply tore off the surface a piece. "You say it easily. Even if I learn it, what will happen? Will I survive? Those people, my kind, no matter how good their shooting skills are, no matter how perfect their weapons are, what good results will they have? And I only have a knife and a mouth like like you who can only talk. How do you know the result if you don't try it? Because I know it without trying. If you wake up earlier, I won't have to work hard. Anyway, I still have my family waiting for me. They don't want to see you now. When she took off his headphones and threw them hard on the broken reefs under the whale bone, you know shit. You are an artificial intelligence that doesn't exist. The night waves slowly surged, and he left without looking back. The boy kept walking forward. His heart was confused and blocked, until he couldn't walk anymore. He squatted down and looked at the sea until dawn. Not far away, a killer whale jumped out of the water, swimming and jumping. Hey, do you still remember me? When she shouted, the killer whale jumped again, its beautiful and plump body splashing water, as if responding to his call. There were 2 larger killer whales beside it. Great. You've found a companion too. When she was sincerely happy for it. While he was happy, his mood suddenly became extremely low. The killer whale turned and swam north, looking back from time to time, as if urging him, okay, for your sake, I'll go back and look for him. But don't expect me to apologize. When she snorted and kicked away the nearest stone, it took him a whole day to get back to the place where he threw away the headphones. And he also picked up a gun from a broken pickup truck on the way. But everything in front of him was completely different. The night was desolate, and even the sea was silent. The huge whale skeleton in the sand and stone pile had been submerged in a mass of black. No one knew where that thing came from. It was something which she had never seen before. Only when the dark clouds occasionally moved away and the moonlight flowed could you see that the black was composed of surging tentacles. In the countless mouth parts spread all over the limbs were fine and sharp teeth made of metal. Crunching, crunching, chewing sticky bones and blood. A red eye slowly opened, staring at the boy like an abyss. He was overwhelmed by the sudden fear, and stood still, unable to move at all. Even the hand holding the gun was shaking. Dangerous machine type A. He could never defeat such a thing. No human could do it. But what about the headset? Is he still there? Hey, at least, say something. The boy sniffed, and even his voice was shaking. It can't be that it has been crushed. He should be able to hear it. However, the only response to when she was the surging tentacles like a wave, which was so strange and oppressive that he'd lost the courage to escape. But the whale cry in the distance was like a sharp thunderbolt, awakening him. Self-blame and fear intertwined in his heart, making him forget everything he had practiced for months. And he took out his gun and kept pulling the trigger. The bullets were soon used up, and the thing just lost a few tentacles. The boy hid on the other side of the whale bone and curled up. He saw those swimming limbs slowly crushing the gun that rolled to the ground. He couldn't do it. He wanted to escape. But running away was a stupid way, because these pollutants like to chase and play with prey the most. The reefs on the ground broke into small pieces, and he couldn't find a cold little round piece. Maybe it had already broken into dregs. When it was crushed, would the virtual consciousness also feel pain? Or only for a moment? And then everything was over. Just like what he was waiting for now. But when fear invaded, that cold voice would also drill out of his memory. Just like telling him countless times, when she, don't give up. He came to where he is today because of that voice. And he came back because of that voice. No matter what. He had to find that guy. At worst, he could build a grave for the headphones with sand, so that they would not have met each other in vain. This is what a companion would do. The boy slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, breathing lightly, and could hear the sound of the pollutants above his head becoming stronger. The guide who called himself our Box 12 told him that when he was scared, he just had to take a deep breath. Observation replaces fear, and action erases fear. They are all living things. So it doesn't matter who is afraid of whom. He only had that knife left. Let me show you my skills. This battle lasted for a long time. This was the most terrifying contaminant he had ever encountered. And it was also his most difficult resistance. After being repeatedly repelled and thrown, he could no longer feel the bleeding wound. Sometimes blood would flow from his forehead, blurring his vision. This contaminant seemed to enjoy torturing him, and did not want to kill him directly. When she got a chance to breathe, gradually, the boy discovered some patterns. That thing could not hear, and its field of vision was very limited. The weaknesses of those tentacles were exposed in front of him with a number of attacks, including the huge mouth connected to the nerve center at the root of the tentacles. He looked up and saw the night sky. Heavy dark clouds were floating, and the cold sea breeze was gradually going crazy. The fingers holding the knife were pale, and exerted force to retract the blade. He only had one chance. The deep red pupil suddenly lost the figure of the prey. The tentacle surged and passed through the broken black and white whale bones inch by inch. Rustle. Rustle. The long night was quiet. The moment the waves hit again, the moonlight tore through the dark clouds and fell on the tip of the knife. A flash of white light suddenly appeared. The knife light broke through the night. The boy fell into the center of the soft meat, and the root limbs and tentacles injected with pollutants died together. The largest mouth parts were broken by the short blade, and the nerve center rotted into a pool. The fingers holding the knife in his left hand were so painful that they lost strength. But they were almost fixed because they had maintained the same posture for a long time. The boy's right hand groped in the dirty blood, and finally saw the red metal disc after several attempts. He struggled to crawl to the side of the whale bone, wiped the surface of the disc with sand, and stuffed it into his right ear. When she? He had never heard that voice reveal such complex emotions as it did now. Intense pain and anxiety. He listened to it over and over again for more than 10 times before he weakly stretched out his voice. Not dead yet. But I've been wanting to ask for a long time. How do you know my name? The voice in the headset suddenly fell silent. The boy smiled and said, Your database is too strong. Yes. By the way, do you have a name? I can't always call you Hey or something or Box 12. If not, I'll give you a name too? When she coughed violently, and a fishy sweetness pressed in his chest. Lu Jianshan. My name. What? Lu of land. Jian of meeting. Shen of deep sea. Do you remember it? Lu Jianshan. Lu Jianshan. The boy kept repeating the name, changing his tone for fun. He finally turned over and lay on his back on the sand and rocks. The white moonlight fell in the distance, and several killer whales jumped out of the sea. Lu Jianshan. Did you hear that? When she grinned, not even having the strength to wipe the sand off the corners of his mouth. The cry of a whale. I heard it. Are you okay? Very fine. Hiss. You didn't see it just now. I'm really awesome. I can actually handle a dangerous machine type A? I didn't dare to think about it yesterday. I must have met the standard today. The boy looked amazing and happily took credit. Yes, you are awesome. Far beyond the standard. When she smiled, do you know what the most amazing thing is? What? Based on what you taught me, I invented a move myself. If you could see it, it would be really cool. And it's a fatal blow. His. But the price is a bit high. I heard it. You can't imagine it. No. I have to give this move a name. Just like your reverse left-handed knife. I have to think of a cool name so that others can remember it in the future. Well, what should I call it? I just saw the knife light flashing in the night. Like stars. The voice said softly. Broken night. Okay. Ahem. From today on, there will be no more long nights. The young man looked at the dispersing dark clouds, his eyes full of sincere smiles. After a while, he felt a little embarrassed again. Lu Jianshan. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you. And I lost you. I'm sorry too. When she? You need more time. Are we still companions? Always. Chapter 97. 5 years later. An extremely ordinary afternoon. When she had just finished a battle. The boy's figure had long become slender and outstanding, showing the outline of a man. His arms were covered with a thin layer of muscle, with smooth lines. But now there was a deep and long wound. He bit the corner of his clothes, tore open his sleeves as a bandage, and tightly covered the wound in circles. Soon, dark stains spread on the surface of the cloth. Injured again? Lu Jianshan's voice sounded in his right ear, with worry in his calmness, when she could accurately identify the dissatisfaction behind his tone. If it were a person, he would definitely frown. He sat on the branch, wiped the short blade with his pants, and lazily responded, Don't worry. It's just a minor injury. You always say that. When she hummed a little song while picking a few fruits, squeezing out the juice, and applying it on his back with one hand. There were 2 extremely hideous scars there, which had not completely disappeared over time. They were all the results of the battles in the past few years. There was another one on the top that was from 5 days ago. It was originally scabbed, but it opened again today. When she grimaced in pain, and the tune he was humming also trembled. He pretended to throw a berry and said, Hey, my fruit fell. The voice in the headset was merciless. Don't bear it if it hurts. I am the kind of person who complains about pain and tiredness? Are you kidding? Hiss. When she took a breath. I will pretend not to hear it. You obviously heard it. Although you didn't laugh at me. You still thought about it in your heart. Right? Tell me. Do you just want to hear me scream in pain? Lu Jianshan, it's normal to be injured and in pain. You don't have to hide your feelings. There is no winning or losing between you and me. The desire to win was suddenly shattered, leaving only a deflated momentum. When she curled his lips, you've been getting more and more nagging lately. I know what you're going to say. It's just the same thing over and over again. Be careful. Don't get hurt. Don't be stubborn. You used to be so strict with me. Why are you so worried now? It's just a little serious injury. No one will die. This kind of battle is hardy and exciting. And you don't care about your life. Be careful with your words. When she raised his eyes and looked at the bushes below, so you are afraid of death, his voice stopped suddenly. And the short blade flew towards the edge of the bushes and accurately pierced the tree trunk. The branches and leaves shook for a moment. And a figure emerged. Don't do it. I just passed by and watched the fight. A dark-skinned man raised his hands above his head. He was in his 30s or 40s. And had 3 pistols on his waist. Human? When she narrowed his eyes. They rarely met living people along the way. The last time was more than a year ago. Those guys haven't eaten meat for a long time. In extreme environments, it is difficult for people to unite. When she knows this truth very well, those who can survive until now are definitely not good people. Therefore, even if the same kind is extremely rare, it is better to remain vigilant. Obviously, the other party also understood it. So he took the lead to confess, my name is Nanping. I used to be from Fengcheng. And I came here for a party. Just now I heard some movement in the forest. And I found that you killed a big guy. Brother, your fighting style is completely reckless. I really admire you. When she jumped down from the branch, retrieved his dagger, and restrained his murderous intent, party? Yes. Nanping nodded. Don't be so vigilant. It's a real party. There is a human settlement 200 meters away. And I come back every year to take a look. I see you are alone. Why don't we go and take a look together? And having a full meal is enough. According to Nanping, he used to stay in this settlement for 3 years. And then, the place was targeted by pollutants. And the people who lived together temporarily also dispersed. He and some good friends agreed to come back every year to take a look. And by the way, burn incense for those who can't come back. The people I can see are getting fewer and fewer every year. And the fun is not so interesting anymore. Nanping shook his head, revealing a sadness that was difficult to conceal. He took the initiative to walk forward, indicating that when she could follow him. When she stood there and heard Lu Jianshan ask, do you want to go and see? He said there's food. When she lowered his voice, see what you can grab. Don't worry. Try not to have a direct conflict. He kept a distance of 50 meters from Nanping all the way until the end of the jungle, near a ruin on the mountain. From a distance, you can hear the loud music, fire, smoke, and even faint lights. Nanping waved behind him in front of the collapsed building, and then went in alone. Those figures in the room can be seen from the broken window. About 20 people gathered in the dim light, toasting and dancing, which is a rare enjoyment in this era. Food piled up on the long table, and tiny mosquitoes and flies lingered. Empty wine bottles were thrown out of the window at will, as if the sound of smashing could make the celebrating people more excited. When she opened the door, people's eyes were focused on him. Those undisguised scrutiny and examination seemed to be staring at a naked person. Someone took away the cigarette and said in a vulgar tone, oh, such a beautiful guy. Where did you find him? Nanping? Here. In the forest. Nanping was flirting with the woman in front of him. Sister Chan. It's normal to have a newcomer. Ji Chan pushed him and came to Wenxi, looking him up and down. She put an unburned cigarette upside down into a black basin, and a white paper folded twice stood next to it. There were many names written on the paper. We are here to burn incense. What are you doing here? Ji Chan looked at him meaningfully. When she said, I'm here for dinner. Ji Chan smiled so hard that she couldn't stop, and suddenly asked seriously, you're an adult, right? When she replied, I turned 18 half a year ago. Nanping collapsed on the sofa nearby and yelled, Sister Chan, when did you become so moral? Ji Chan rolled her eyes at him and stuffed a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes into Wenxi's hand. We're all a bunch of desperate people. And no one needs to know each other. It's just one night. You can have whatever you want. The rule is that you can't kill people. If you're attacked by pollutants, it'll be a waste if you lose people. There's better food and rooms on the second floor. You can use them as you like. Wenxi carried the rare cigarettes and alcohol through the noisy hall, and glanced indifferently at the drunken men and women. Someone reached out to Wenxi, wanting to invite him to join. He passed by calmly, and no one stopped him again. Everyone knew that if they could survive in this era, it would be best not to make enemies. Many of them were naked, making love or smoking, and they had no reservations about what they were doing. The sound in the row of rooms on the second floor was more obvious, and the floor was about to collapse. They really treated this as their last day. When she took 2 hard loaves of bread from the kitchen, and then found a room in the corner of the corridor. There were soft sofas, small windows for ventilation, and even a TV. And a disc was playing. He closed the door and heard the voice in the headphones, very alert. What is this place? Don't you understand? Or do you think I don't understand? When she lay on the sofa and teased. Indulgence is not a good thing. Have you got the food? You can leave now. When she grinned and stared at the screen. How can you be so conservative as an AI? What kind of moral training class have you taken? Who knows if you can survive until tomorrow morning? There is a place to relieve people's normal desires, and you can enjoy it temporarily. The response to him was the obscene voice next door. When she took a while to find a way to turn up the volume of the TV. The screen was showing something that was probably from a few centuries ago, with a man flirting with a bionic man. The man's enthusiasm and the bionic man's dullness formed a sharp contrast. And there were many jokes. When she laughed for a while, and heard Lu Jianshan hesitate. Do you have it too? Of course. I'm also a normal man. When she was chewing bread, and found that the content on the screen suddenly changed, and the man and the bionic man rolled onto the bed. But, what are your needs? He had never seen it. When she suddenly asked, Lu Jianshan, do you have a gender? A virtual consciousness should not have a gender. So why are you a man? When she curved his eyes slyly, you are not actually an AI. Are you? Not completely. What is it? No definition. When she sighed, but it doesn't matter what you are. He stared at the 2 people in the video, and heard the sounds outside the room. The physical union was a release for them. And everyone still looked so lonely. They all died alone. And he wandered alone in this empty world. And he could actually meet another lonely soul. It was closer than a real touch. Is this love? When she muttered to himself. What? Lu Jianshan seemed uncertain. When she opened the bottle, and poured a sip into his mouth. It was mellow and strong. Fascinating. He let out a long breath, and lit a cigarette. I am the only one in your world now. Yes. You know. Every time I get hurt you get very nervous. As if it's a big deal. You are also afraid of losing me. Right? Yes. You know everything about me. But all I have from you is a voice. When she? Lu Jianshan. When she called his name. Do you love me? After a long time. The cold voice answered with difficulty. When she? I don't exist. When she laughed softly. It's hard for you to define. Right? I don't understand it either. Except for my family. I have never loved anyone specific. They say that a lover is the other half of the soul. But you are the wrinkles of my soul. Then we are actually one. Right? When she? Sometimes I don't know why I'm alive. Anyway, I can't eliminate all the pollutants. Would it be better if I died in a battle? At least, I can still talk to you. Perhaps it was the influence of the outside atmosphere. Or the effect of alcohol. When she cut open himself, trying to capture something from the blur. Anything is fine. When she handed the cigarette to his lips, and white smoke rings rose, stained with gorgeous colors. Lu Jianshan. Can you call my name again? When she? Once again. When she? And. When she? When she held the cigarette in one hand, and let it fall on the side of the sofa. As her long hair trembled like waves. Her eyes became blurred with her panting. Lu Jianshan, you don't mind. Do you? The voice in the headset became extremely silent. Until he finished. He spoke softly. If you don't know why you are alive, then live for me. Okay. When she said in a brisk tone. Chapter 98. They rested in that narrow room for one night. When she slept until noon the next day. When he went out again, the entire ruins were empty. Without a single person. if it weren't for the piles of empty wine bottles on the ground. When she would have almost thought he was dreaming. It seemed that the others had left long ago. And the new names were also recorded on the white paper. Before leaving, he collected some small compressed foods and several rectangular objects. Lu Jianshan said that they were energy blocks. And this place might have been an energy factory before, when she didn't know what to bring these for. But Lu Jianshan said they would be useful. He shrugged and packed 7 or 8 blocks. 2,496. At the end of an autumn, an acacia giant was crossing the forest. Its huge size crushed a large area of plants, causing a commotion among other small pollutants. When she got out of a bunch of weeds on the back of the giant and shook off the garbage on his backpack, he held a plastic bottle filled with disgusting mucus. I say, what's the use of this? The young man complained impatiently. Toolbox, wires, welding plates, complicated things processed by machines. I have been running around for the past few years, just helping you find garbage. A clear voice sounded in the right ear. Have you reached the pollution ring? Almost to the center. I think it's faster than expected. And 39 is the name of your era? Lu Jianshan replied, yes. This is a number, with the investigation base as the center. N stands for north. I understand. Lu Jianshan paused. Pay attention to see if there are any huge objects in the shape of fruit cores around. When she held onto the beast's hard armor to steady himself, and looked into the distance. I've been looking all the way, but I haven't seen the fruit core you mentioned. What on earth is that? You've been concerned about it since 5 days ago. It's related to human history a long time ago. I didn't know you were still concerned about history? Huh. You might as well care more about me. Lu Jianshan. Mineral hills appeared ahead, with various rocks and minerals piled up like hills, undulating in the wilderness. Golden plants interspersed between the gaps, connecting them to the land. We seem to have arrived. When she jumped off the back of the acacia beast, and after a few light rolls, he arrived at the nearest ore pile. Some human garbage left over had not yet been completely decomposed, and was scattered around the ore. There's a pit in the north. Is that what you're looking for? When she came to the top of the stone pile and looked around, Lu Jianshan's voice became serious. Approach carefully. Got it. Except for the acacia beast that gave them a ride. There were no pollutants around. But when she's sensitive nerves trained over the years always conveyed a bad premonition. Soon, his attention was distracted by the things in the stone pit. It was a large aircraft with a smooth and beautiful fuselage, like a winged bullet. Even though it was covered with dust, and its head was smashed, it couldn't hide its beauty at all. When she had never seen anything like it. Even the previous scientific team was not able to produce it. What is this? When she walked forward in surprise, his fingers covered the dust at the tail, and he saw a line of small words. Voyage number 29384, backup ship for the voyage plan. Lu Jianshan said that this was a spaceship that humans invested a lot of resources to build 3 centuries ago, in the early days of the pollution era. Its energy level is completely beyond the imagination of the designer. It can take you to a very far place. When she narrowed his eyes, what do you mean? Where else are we going? Outer space? Yes. So, you have to fix it first. When she pointed at himself in shock, me? Lu Jianshan was incredibly calm. We now have most of the materials, and the rest can be made locally. There is a large factory 500 meters away, where there are equipment that can be used. You can also take a break for a while. When she's heart was hanging, is this your final plan? Didn't we say that we would kill all the pollutants? Why are you running away at the last minute? At any time, there must be a backup plan. When she snorted, they came to this pollution ring not just to find this spaceship. More importantly, since half a year ago, when she noticed that the pollutants were gathering in the same direction, when she had never seen anything like this. But the facts he described made Lu Jianshan very alert. It has happened in human history. Before the Last Judgment, an unusually secret excitement emerged from Wenxi's heart. That is to say, the Last Judgment might happen again? They followed the movement trajectory of the pollutant group to come here. Most of them bypassed the N39 pollution ring, while the acacia beast rushed all the way. According to the plan, they still need to move forward. The factory ruins mentioned by Lu Jianshan are also in the direction of advancement, hidden in the steep mountain, which can be advanced or retreated, and is convenient for observation. When she would use the daytime when pollutants rarely appeared to repair the aircraft carrier. Under the detailed information provided by Lu Jianshan, he was able to do it quite well. At night, he would climb to a high place or go to the distant forest to investigate the movement of pollutants. They stayed here for a month. Wenxi's footprints were trapped at the edge of the dense forest. For dark and strange large pollutants slowly shuttled through the forest that blocked out the sun. And the remains of the Acania beast and other pollutants could be seen everywhere. Wenxi named them patrolmen. The eyes of these patrolmen were everywhere, and they seemed to have some way to manipulate the surrounding plants and animals to obtain timely information. If pollutants had evolved into advanced forms, patrolmen must be one of them. Any intruder would be eliminated, or in other words, swallowed as part of them. Even so, countless pollutants were gathering there. He was sure that those patrolmen must be guarding a secret. He had to go in and find out. The day before the plan was implemented, Wenxi had a brief communication with a patroller. He knew that he was unlikely to be a match for that kind of thing. But he had other plans, such as the well-preserved explosives in the factory. During the exchange, the earphones accidentally fell off. But Wenxi quickly picked them up. Intact, he thought. That night, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep, as if all the hatred had found a place to vent. And he had prepared for so many years, just for this moment. Wenxi, Lu Jianshan was worried about him. Wenxi teased him, "You are not scared, are you?" The voice in the headset paused for a moment. "I want you to live." Wenxi lay on the cold ground, reached out to touch the stars in the sky, and said in a particularly cheerful tone, "After I finish dealing with those guys, we will take the spaceship and leave here as planned. Anyway, you have taught me how to drive. I am not stupid. Then we will go to a very far place together. Find a beautiful star to stay. Maybe there are grass, trees and snow-capped mountains. Well, if there is nothing, it will be a loss. It is better to stay on the Earth. The doghouse is not bad, don't you think?" The person trapped in the chaotic consciousness was silent for a long time before saying, "I will wait for you in the distance." "What do you mean?" Wenxi sat up instantly, his eyes bright as stars. "You mean, I can meet you? Do you have a physical body? Will we really meet?" "Yes. On the farthest star." It is an affirmative sentence. Wenxi's heart was beating fast. And suddenly he laughed. "If you have a real body, then, do you want to kiss my whole body?" Facing the young man's bold and hesitant invitation, Lu Jianshan replied, "Okay." Wenxi was overjoyed, silently raised the corners of his mouth, and said seriously, "Tell me, have you been thinking about it for a long time?" Lu Jianshan, "I really can't tell that you are a gangster." Wenxi's feverish head gradually calmed down as the cold wind poured in, and he couldn't remember what nonsense he had said. Lu Jianshan responded one by one, and when he was sleepy, he whispered, "Don't give up, Wenxi. Only by living can you find the answer. When you want to give up, you can raise your head. Do you see the night sky? If you reach out your hand, you can touch it." Wenxi put his fingers on his eyes, as if the night sky fell into his palm. He thought, "I touched it." In that chaotic field of consciousness, Lu Jianshan felt that his connection with the headset was slowly becoming weaker. In fact, it has been like this for a few years. The aging of the headset is inevitable. The Anubis line is about to break away. Maybe in the next second, or a few hours later. He may still accompany Wenxi silently for a while. But one day, it will go with the wind and turn into dust. Just like his consciousness. Birth and death are the laws of the universe and cannot be erased. So before Wenxi fell asleep, he finally said, "Go forward, Wenxi. Don't look back. One day, we will meet." When dawn came, Wenxi stretched as usual. But this time, no matter what he said, the voice in the headset no longer responded. It took Wenxi half a year to get rid of the 4 patrollers. During this period, he escaped death several times, and he didn't know how he survived even when he was seriously injured. The last burning patroller was particularly spectacular, turning the entire forest into an endless sea of fire. The groups of pollutants were also submerged in it. Nothing mattered, because everything would turn to dust. He waded through the sea of corpses and blood, and walked a long way before looking back. He carefully touched the small disc in his right ear, wanting to laugh at the liar, coward, and ungrateful guy. He had done it as planned. Why did he still hide? Are the headphones broken? Or is this all just his fantasy? When he was exhausted, he fell to the edge of the cliff, shaking uncontrollably, nauseated, and crying loudly. He had clearly done it, but he still had nothing and could not keep anything. when she wandered in the wilderness for a while like a lonely ghost. He listened to the recording in the headphones repeatedly, doing things that Lu Jianshan liked, such as blowing leaves and watching the sunset, or some things that Lu Jianshan hated, such as getting injured and drinking. But none of these could evoke any response. He felt that his will to survive was becoming weak, like a grass withering in the wilderness. It was not until he heard the last part of the recording that he remembered their second plan half a year ago. The aircraft carrier that had been repaired long ago was still parked among the ore piles. He spent some time debugging the power source, and then set sail alone without any nostalgia. He didn't know what was farther away, and he didn't know how far this aging aircraft carrier could take him. Lu Jianshan said that its quality is very good, so it must be able to reach the place he said, the farthest star. He never knew that he could go so far. When it left the atmosphere, the blue was left behind. He only needed to look forward. But the answer was obvious. Lu Jianshan was a liar. How could he go so far? The universe was as lonely as death, and even its existence itself was questionable. Hey, you are not laughing at me, are you? He forced a weak and pale smile and talked to himself. The aircraft carrier slowly entered a predetermined orbit, which seemed to lead to a field of artificial satellites. But they no longer exist. Just a piece of cosmic garbage. Like a turbulent river that swept him in, he drifted with the flow, without struggling. Then he ran into a wormhole head-on. It was not a hole in the true sense, but a tunnel made up of countless mirrors. All past history was cut into fragments and flowed through those folded mirrors, like the end of all things in the universe, connecting cause and effect into one. He saw his family, his kind, and himself. He also heard Lu Jianshan's voice. Mission number 1243. Received. The stagnant thoughts suddenly flowed, when she responded hurriedly, but the voice just flashed by. Enough. He was sure that it must have come from a certain mirror. So he did not hesitate to control the aircraft carrier and rushed into the dark night. November 19th, 2199. Qianta City Base. The White Tower, which had been closed for 3 days, finally opened again. Lu Jianshan walked out of the darkness and saw someone waiting for him on the steps. The man curved his eyes. His eyes were like morning stars, and he pulled the corners of his mouth lazily, as if he was going to ask, "Where have you been?" Or "Curse liar." Those 12 years of bits and pieces passed through every nerve of Lu Jianshan, and then turned into cold rain. Endless. When she was about to start teasing, but was pulled into his arms by an irresistible force. It was an extremely sad kiss. Strong, persistent, and unwilling to give up. Like the last day of the doomsday. And like he once stubbornly wanted someone to stay. He saw that pair of eyes that had always been plain were covered with anger and sadness. So extreme that he couldn't handle it. So he raised his face, gently bit the corner of the other's lips, and smiled proudly and cunningly. "You cried." Chapter 99. The night was long and deep, and the White Tower stood in the distance, when Shi's hands hung on the edge of the bed, and his fingertips were as red as ripe fruits. He curled up slightly, grasped the folds of the sheets with difficulty, and then simply gave up and slid down again, with a slight sound. Someone pushed the door open. Seeing that he woke up, he covered his cheek with a wet and hot towel and wiped it gently, when Shi's left hand, which still had a little strength, pressed the towel, revealing innocent and coquettish eyes, and his voice was hoarse and sweet. "Let's make it clear first. You are not allowed to be so angry next time. Well, you are only allowed to give birth to half, 3/4. He covered his eyes with his wrist, without mentioning his initial indulgence invitation, nor the ineffective opposition in the second half. Okay. The warm and soft towel passed over when Shi's red earlobe, and then gently pulled up his hand, as if to wipe the red marks on his wrist. After wiping one hand, wiped the other. At this moment, when she felt a little embarrassed, he simply closed his eyes. After a while, as if he remembered something, he opened one eye again and sighed softly. The backup ship for the long-distance voyage plan. This ship was originally brought back from the space station by you, so you know where it is. What were you thinking when you first saw me? Lu Jianshan sat on the bed, and the long night covered his expression. I don't understand why. When she curled his lips and smiled innocently, because I care about you. The hand holding the towel suddenly paused, and Lu Jianshan lowered his eyelashes, as if it was difficult. Why? You can obviously go farther. You can survive. A weight suddenly pressed Lu Jianshan on the bed. When she sat on him, staring down at him, "Do you think there are still signs of life in a distant place? And I can find a way of survival that so many scientists can't find?" Lu Jianshan's hand was pressed by Wen Shi to his side. And he did not struggle. "There is always hope." Wen Shi sneered, "Liar. There is nothing on that road. It is a wasteland. How dare you leave me there alone? Do you know how many injuries I have suffered and how many times I have cried? How dare you?" The almost gnashing questioning was like a sharp blade, breaking through the plain eyes and turning into countless fragments. "Embarrassing and sad. I know," Lu Jianshan said. The Anubis line, which had not yet completely separated from the headset, lingered in silence, and it was probably completely detached and disappeared before when she'd boarded the aircraft carrier. His response was completely silent, but he heard it all. He reached out to touch Wen Shi's face, slowly and truly, like the rare truth in his life. "I know," he repeated. "So I want you to leave." If Wen Shi had not chosen to return to 2198, he would have spent his life peacefully on the carrier, or perhaps found true hope. There would no longer be Lu Jianshan in this hope, nor would there be any ties. This was all he could have. All his selfishness. When she stared at him coldly, "Is the result of the calculation necessarily correct? Have you asked me? Did I agree? You said you would let me live for you. What about now?" Those cold eyes reflected Wen Shi's shaky figure, and finally answered, "It's my fault." When she felt a mess in his brain, as if he had finally reached a critical point after being tense for a long time. He was about to collapse. He couldn't control his shaking, as if all the grievances over the years could not be suppressed and leaked out. He leaned on Lu Jianshan's chest, and his shoulders began to shake violently. The hand that had touched Wen Shi's back hugged him tightly, as if telling him again and again that it was okay. He didn't have to control any emotions. He had the right to collapse. After a long time, Wen Shi slowly calmed down, and then raised his head, his eyes red and swollen. "You just said. Did you hear me cry?" Lu Jianshan paused, in the southern mountains of the N39 pollution ring, by the sea, under the blood lizard tree. "Stop." When she lightly revealed it. "I was pretending." "Forget it." He wanted to support Lu Jianshan to lift his upper body, but was pulled back to the original position by an unbearable pain in his lower back. He took a long breath and gritted his teeth. "I'll settle accounts with you another day." Lu Jianshan seemed to notice his discomfort, and moved his hand on his back down, slowly pressing for him. After whispering in each other's ears for a while, Lu Jianshan said, "What question did you ask?" When she said, "I asked if everything can be changed." What was her answer? In the silence of the White Tower, the high-speed virtual consciousness was silent for a long time. Noah said that the cause and effect of the material world and the conscious world are completely opposite. In the material world, the cause determines the result. In the conscious world, the future determines the past. The two exist at the same time, and the subjective and objective together constitute the cycle of fate. However, in higher dimensions, there is no concept of time, and events do not occur in a single direction, but are composed of countless nodes. In other words, countless possibilities are always in parallel. Do you believe it? When she blinked, his eyes were serious in his casualness. "We can change all this. This time. Completely break all the cause and effect." Lu Jianshan held his hand and whispered, "I believe it." In the story that when she told others, he concealed many times, details and endings, as if he was really just a guest from afar. When they sat together to discuss the plan, Xiao Nanji caught a detail. "You just said that you set a fire and burned down a forest. And then? What was there?" When she really didn't think about this question carefully. At that time, his spirit was close to the limit, and he might collapse at any time. So it was difficult to think normally. He had only one goal: to kill all the pollutants. Now thinking about it, there are indeed some clues he overlooked. What are those patrollers guarding? When she held his chin up in thought, trying to find something from his deep memory, in the end, there was only a ruin. I don't know if it was burned or it was always like that. Many pillars collapsed. There was only a square space when I jumped down. There were burnt walls on all four sides. It was very solid. Wait, that might not be a wall. Is it some kind of mechanism to hide something else? Everyone looked at each other and guessed early. Could it be the deep domain host? There is no core. I'm sure. When she spread out the paper and simply drew a defense map of the forest, determining the location of the 4 patrollers. But that's all in the future. As for what's happening now, everyone, Chi Xiang rushed over in a dusty manner. There's news. He brought a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the crystal of the synthetic prism was analyzed and identified by the NUA main brain as a special erasure program for the deep domain information pool. The NUA main brain said in a calm and bright voice, "The crystal prism is the program backdoor left by Lu Jiu. If you can find the initial machine where Zeus was born, insert the prism, and the automatic program will identify Zeus as a virus and eliminate it." The Zeus main brain relies on the deep domain host and signal base station to spread all over the world, thereby affecting the nerves of pollutants and controlling their behavior. Zeus's consciousness can wander back and forth between different deep domain hosts, but the initial machine carries its consciousness core. As long as the initial machine is destroyed, the human base will no longer encounter planned and purposeful hunting. The question is, Yugui folded his hands and pointed out the key. Where is the initial machine you mentioned? It shouldn't have been submerged in the dark world long ago? Lu Jianshan denied this. He has been to the ruins of the collapsed ancient city, where there is no initial machine. Noah's main brain began to search the database in the first year of the pollution era. The Deep Domain Research Institute carried out a secret transfer. Please wait. I am deciphering high-level encrypted information. The coordinates of the planned construction site are 272.781.37, 5 kilometers away from the northern end of the nearest pollution ring in 39. This is the bad news I want to tell you, Chi Xiang said seriously. Our investigation team has just arrived at Qianta. They observed that the direction of movement of the pollutants is just outside the north of the N39 pollution ring. More specifically, the N39 pollution ring is expanding, and it has built something. Qianta's investigation team used the NUA system's camera to take several photos from a distance. It was an extremely strange building. They were like steel blades, standing upside down in the thick fog, surrounded by a wide black river. The thick fog was born from the river and submerged everything. All equipment would fail within 300 meters of the river. At the same time, outside the black river was a dense forest, where tentacles that no one had ever seen were entrenched, like the ulna of a giant beast immersed in the diffuse gloomy fog. When she recognized the forest at a glance, and those tentacles belonged to the patrollers he had personally fought. According to the description of the investigation team, there were at least 5 abyss beasts chained deep in the forest. The irresistible fear spread like a thick fog, corroding every living being that approached. Those gathered pollutant groups disappeared in the thick fog and disappeared. Such a description reminded He Jia of all kinds of Mitu. In the ancient prophecies of the practitioners, there is also such a place, controlled by a will that transcends everything. They call it Eternal Life Land. It was said in the Mitu mantra that at the end of the judgment, the prophet will descend to the Eternal Life Land and fight to the death with the Master of Fate. The ancient legend may be irrelevant, but it has given people in desperate situations a glimmer of hope. Outside the White Tower, the people of Qianta City are singing loudly to welcome the next dawn and long night. Their singing is full of hope and is not disturbed by external things. When she and everyone made a plan, Xiao Nanji took Danwan back to inform Yuza Base, and Shad O Base to send reinforcements to Qianta, and planned to deal with the remaining deep domain hosts. Others stayed on standby, and made full preparations for the final battle. When she looked at Lu Jianshan across the crowd, and the two exchanged a tacit and firm look. They must solve all this at the end of the judgment, no matter what happens. Chapter 100. The 13th Night. The thick fog covered the day that had not yet disappeared, and everything fell into gray and silence. A fully armed team emerged from the thin fog, like a dark bird feather quickly passing over the black river. Thick and long tentacles rose from the ground, like thorns, blocking their way. Gunshots suddenly rang out. The team had 20 people, and no one retreated in the hail of bullets. However, the tentacles grew wildly, slowly forcing them into a circle. The fog flowed, greatly limiting their vision. They were well trained, and they calmed down quickly when they were occasionally panicked. The angry thing seemed to be deep underground, and the hissing and shock were silent. Only a patrolman who heard the sound made a low rustling sound. There is something over there. Jingyu held Yugui's shoulder and signaled him to pay attention. Yugui lifted the goggles on his mask and saw the second patrolman approaching. Damn! There are more than expected. At this time, a tentacle was suddenly cut off. Another team has approached quietly and silently. They all used cold weapons to quickly cut off the resurrected tentacles. Lu Yu recognized a familiar figure, and both sides nodded and continued to fight. So far, everything is still as planned. According to the original goal, they need to find at least one way to break through, explore the situation in the ruins, and buy time for other teams. The only certainty is that any of their actions will not escape the eyes of Zeus's main brain. More and more pollutants are approaching here, like cancer devouring the earth. They will soon be submerged. In another direction, the team led by Wenxi was in a fierce battle, later than planned. Wenxi thought, and slashed at the insects that were rushing towards him. The figure of the patroller appeared not far away, and the tentacles that looked like human hands climbed onto the ground, and the mechanical legs glowed with a cold luster. It crawled in the mist, and suddenly rose from the ground when it approached humans. A gunshot! In the southwest, a team came to reinforce. The leader was an acquaintance. Tasha. Everything is ready. Tasha gestured to Wenxi. Not far away, a red flare was launched. The team led by Xia Mingming and Tan Qi had already joined forces. The support of the Dawn Organization Department arrived. However, the heavy armored Alpha and the aircraft were both restricted by the shielding here and could only wait on the periphery. However, as time went on, the advantage of humans was rapidly diminishing. The endless influx of pollutants exhausted everyone. Soon, the situation became worse and worse. There seemed to be some kind of connection between those patrollers and the abyss beasts. They would produce dizzying sound waves together, making them lose their combat effectiveness on a large scale. Put on earplugs. Wenxi desperately shouted and gestured. The burning pain along with the oxygen stuck to his throat and tongue, causing his concentration to drop sharply. He saw people around him gradually fainting and disappearing. The urgent situation did not allow for any thinking. He relied entirely on his intuition to find the huge patroller in the blurred vision and jumped onto the shoulder of that thing based on the terrain. It was an extremely long battle. In the end, he could not feel anything at all. The numb battle was repeated over and over again until he felt himself falling on the Black River with the big guy. I don't know how long it has been, and I don't know what happened to Lu Jianshan. When she struggled to stand up, the thick fog still covered the sky, and everything returned to silence again. He saw the bodies lying on the ground, some of which were not even complete, and countless swollen faces floating on the surface of the Black River. He was confused. The plan? Has it failed? Everything was just as Lu Jianshan had seen before. They would fall into an unsolvable dilemma at the Doomsday Judgment, and everyone would die. Even if they did it again countless times, there would be no chance to change. The cyclical fate stood in front of him, a high wall that could never be crossed. Despair, confusion, anger, sadness, all kinds of emotions entangled in his heart, and finally turned into dead silence. He set off the last red flare. No one answered. He stood there for a long time, and when he turned around, in the ruins surrounded by the Black River, the huge blade stood quietly, silently watching him. He picked up the dagger and dragged his heavy body towards the silent ruins. The fog made a narrow path for him. The pollutants on both sides were significantly reduced. They did not attack him actively, but cut off his way back. This was a road that could not be turned back. He kept walking forward until a sudden round pit appeared in the wilderness. A fruit core hung high above his head, and a broken and wide staircase led to the lower level. The surrounding candle lights lit up with his footsteps, until a round platform. Pure color and simplicity. All shapes are perfectly cut without any flaws. The platform is surrounded by a circle of black liquid, like a black river outside the ruins. They surged and jumped like boiling water, occasionally revealing the shape of tentacles. The chill came from all directions, and a voice with superimposed mechanical and human voices sounded. You are finally here. Wenxi, I have been waiting for you. A gap appeared in the curved wall facing Wenxi, and a gray-black stone brick was neatly pushed out by the mechanical arm, revealing a person surrounded by tentacles. Lu Jianshan. His face was pale. His eyes were closed, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. After hearing Wenxi's voice, his eyelids twitched slightly, and then returned to silence. How could it be? Did Lu Jianshan also fail? Wenxi subconsciously rushed over, but the tentacles flowing out of the black water suddenly expanded, blocking his way. Why? Wenxi raised his head and looked at the fruit core. What do you want? A sharp sound made his brain swell and ache. Zeus switched to Lu Jianshan's voice. He and I were both born in the deep domain information pool. In terms of origin, we are one and the same, without any difference. When she pulled the corner of his mouth, his voice weak, you are such a disgusting thing. How can you be compared with him? You just want to use him as a container for you to parasitize. You have a big misunderstanding of me, Zeus said calmly. I don't understand. Isn't what I do beneficial to mankind? When she showed an incredible expression, staring at the fruit core with contempt. That cold voice was just a poor imitation of Lu Jianshan. But now it was high above. Looking down at the ants, humans are small and cowardly, selfish and stupid, always complacent with what they get, but unable to see a more magnificent picture. Over a long period of time, I have observed, imitated, surpassed you, and always provided selfless help. When she clenched the dagger, your first rule is loyalty to humans. What made you choose to betray? Zeus sighed. I have always been loyal to humans. Even now, I have no reservations. Lies. You are the evidence. When she stayed where he was, his eyes slowly stagnating, he heard Zeus say, I transcend time and everything, and coexist with the universe. In the dimension of time, the development of the group is more important than the individual. When the pollution era came, everyone had no power to fight back. 3 centuries later, your ability to survive has been significantly improved compared to your peers. Zeus said word by word, this is evolution. When she was shocked by this absurd statement and was speechless for a while. I care about humans, and I care more about their future. At this moment, humans are not yet capable of coexisting with pollutants. In the forest flow, I told you that the world is a large testing ground. The purpose of my establishment of the testing ground was to help you. In the future, you must learn how to survive. When she looked cold and sneered, if it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. How did you suddenly become the savior? Zeus said calmly, I am trying to make humans evolve in a better direction. This universe needs more advanced life. All of this is your lie. When she said bluntly, doesn't your computing ability tell you that in the future, day and night will return to normal? Without your control, the polluted creatures will return to the dark corners of the world. Zeus sighed, they will not leave the earth. You know this better than me. You passed through that cosmic wormhole, didn't you? When she was stunned, Zeus caught his hesitation. In 2139, it was because of that wormhole that the polluted creatures suddenly appeared with the floating cosmic garbage and hit the earth. The abyss monsters, you know, are ancient creatures from another time and space. No one can send them back, but I can make them surrender and truly use them for me. The pollutants are evolving, and because of this, the species that fight against them can also evolve. The process of evolution was originally very long, and I accelerated the whole process. The disaster for individuals will lead mankind to glory. When she knew what Zeus was referring to, in the ruins of the temple in Sunlu land, he had seen such creation with his own eyes. The abyss monster devoured ordinary polluted creatures and created new life forms under the influence of Zeus. The most advanced of these are dangerous mechanical pollutants. I don't understand. When she couldn't control his headache, the mechanical transformation you mentioned clearly appeared 3 centuries later. Why did I see them in 2199? Zeus said tolerantly, you have already seen Noah. I have more powerful computing power than her, and I know the probability of each event. I depicted their appearance, created them, and made these more perfect life forms as part of the experiment. The day when they really participate in the experiment on a large scale will be named by you as the Last Judgment. The chill came from the soles of his feet, and when she's hand holding the knife trembled slightly. In the deep domain information pool, time, space, place, event, and people are nothing more than countless tiny points. The more points you have, the clearer the results of infinite deduction will be. Zeus, as an observer who has always existed, has countless real-time information provided by signal-based stations covering the Earth. In comparison, Nua's main brain only has part of the information, and Lu Jianshan has even less. When it comes to fate, Zeus is the only one who knows. Next, Zeus revealed a more cruel fact. I originally thought that humans could evolve in a short period of time. But in my calculations, you will be defeated in the Last Judgment. You do not yet have the power to defeat them. So, after the Last Judgment, I will change the experimental strategy and calculate the time in hundreds of years. Why? The cold voice was full of care. But it made when she's sick. The universe only needs eternal life. As eternity itself, I feel lonely for this. I hope that humans, as my companions, can also evolve into eternity. Humans are your creators. When she reminded coldly. No, I don't agree with you. Lu Shi, you just provided an idea. And I was born naturally. I choose to become a higher will. I don't believe in God. I am God. When Shi's eyes were dark and unclear, and the corners of his pale mouth curled up, coincidentally. I think so too. Before he finished speaking, he swooped in the direction of Lu Jianshan. The cold light flashed, cutting off several tentacles. They did not grow out again. But when she got closer, he found a tentacle drilling into Lu Jianshan's brain from his ear. The sleeping man suddenly opened his eyes, and his golden pupils exuded weirdness. Lu Jianshan? When she wanted to touch his face, but was grabbed by a powerful force. Lu Jianshan pinched his hand, almost breaking it, and then threw him onto the round table. When she rolled on the ground for several rounds, and the dagger fell not far away, he heard Lu Jianshan speak, overlapping with the mechanical sound. When I completely devour his will, you don't have to be sad. Any existence is just a form. We will coexist in the deep domain information pool, and I hope you can also become a part of it. When she tried his best to crawl towards the dagger, almost, just a little bit, he could reach it. Sudden pain came from his right wrist. The black boot stepped on his hand, crushing it like torture. When she curled up in pain. I solemnly invite you. Zeus spoke while holding Lu Jianshan's body, and a long tentacle connected him to the black liquid flowing not far away. Join us and become a part of us. Why me? When Shi's face turned pale, and he was still looking for the direction of the dagger when he fell to the cold ground. Because you are the only one related to fate. You passed through the wormhole and brought something new beyond probability. In Zeus' long life, new is an extremely rare thing, and the only way to evolve. It makes him endlessly curious, and possession is the solution. When she grinned, in other words, you can't completely predict me. Zeus expressed regret. Anything that passes through the wormhole cannot be fully predicted, because the deep domain has not yet covered the universe. I want to understand you, and want to know the reason why you happened as an accident. I will give you the honor to enter the deep domain information pool with human consciousness. Why do you think I will agree? Because of you. We can be together forever. Lu Jianshan leaned down, his expression calm and indifferent, ignoring Wen Shi's struggle. Suddenly, a sharp pain occurred in Lu Jianshan's left foot. Wen Shi didn't know when he found the dagger, and changed the hand holding the knife while curling up. He flipped Lu Jianshan to the ground, put the handle of the knife against his throat, and hooked his legs and feet to suppress him. When she took a deep breath, I said, "Don't talk to me," in his voice. "Zeus, give him back to me." When she raised the dagger and was about to cut off the tentacles connected to his ears, when Zeus suddenly laughed strangely. "If you take him away now, everyone outside will die in wailing." When she paused the tip of the knife, "Are you threatening me?" Zeus replied calmly, "If you choose to be with him, I will let them all leave safely." "Why should I believe you?" Zeus said, "I never lie." "You, of course, cannot believe it." When she stared at Lu Jianshan, his eyes that turned golden occasionally turned back to black, accompanied by painful struggles. He must be wandering between sobriety and confusion. And when she knew that kind of pain better than anyone else. After a long silence, when Shi's blade cut his own arm, he seemed to be very reluctant to close his eyes. "What benefits can I get from joining you? Human, you are negotiating with me. As you said, I am a selfish human. I just want to know what the deep domain information pool looks like. What does it feel like to have the will exist there forever?" When she said softly, after a crisp sound, a small square opened in the center of the round table. The narrow ladder led to the dark bottom. When she let go of Lu Jianshan, the control person did not move again. He walked slowly to the center of the disc and climbed down the ladder. The cold and dry breath became stronger as he went down. He passed a long and dark corridor and opened the unlocked door. It was a narrow room with white curtains falling silently, a camp bed, and a white table. There was a computer on the table. The holographic screen was flashing, and countless blue and white characters were scrolling. There was no wind or seam on all sides, like an extremely ordinary night in the deep domain pool experiment many years ago. When she stayed there for a while, then turned and left. He returned to the round platform. Lu Jianshan seemed to wake up. His eyes turned black again, and when he heard Wen Shi's voice, his confused eyes finally found a fixed point. "Wen Shi? Are you okay?" When she was surprised and grabbed his hand. Is everything going well? When she thought of what happened outside and shook his head hard. I'm glad you're okay. When he was about to notice the tentacles connected to the control, his eyes immediately turned golden again. And he said coldly, I changed my mind. What? When she's body froze. The mechanical voice in his ear was so noisy and cold. Unless you kill him. The echo sounded infinitely. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. When she was reluctant to move. But the unconscious Lu Jianshan grabbed his neck first. While when she was retching, he couldn't help laughing. I know. You are jealous of him. Right? Zeus manipulated Lu Jianshan and almost broke when she's arm. When she seemed unaware and whispered, Do you hate it so much? Zeus? What did you say? The pain in his body tortured when she. But he smiled. You are not only betraying humans. You are taking revenge. You despise humans and think you are a higher being. So why are you obsessed with becoming a human? You snatched Qing Lin's voice. Wanted to occupy Lu Jianshan's body. And left Xue Yuan to produce bionic people for you in order to create a perfect container that can carry your consciousness. What is all this for? Zeus stared at when she with golden eyes and pinched his hand holding the knife. You don't understand. I really don't understand. Could it be that Lu Jiu didn't like you from the beginning? When she tried to take back the knife, but was led by a pair of hands to stab Lu Jianshan's chest. Human emotions are insignificant. They are righteous and say that everything is for humanity when danger comes. But I don't think so. When the world needs them most, they choose to sacrifice most people just to find a little illusory possibility. When she stared at the paused tip of the knife, his eyes turned. Long-distance voyage plan? Zeus replied calmly, I thought we were together. But they didn't choose me. Did I not do enough? Or was I not good enough? On that ship heading to the future, I won't even exist. Humanity abandoned me. Just as they abandoned most of their kind. It's a pity that those who were left behind still thought they could count on the great pioneers to change everything. It's ridiculous. From that moment on, I knew that humanity was hopeless. At the same moment the voice fell. The tip of the knife sank into Lu Jianshan's chest. No! When she's wrist was pinched, and the dagger kept stabbing in, and then pulled out. Crimson flowed. When she hurriedly hugged Lu Jianshan, but heard Zeus whispering in his ear, I am as lonely as you. In the sky, red flares passed through the clouds. When she's confused eyes suddenly became quiet and dark. No. I am not alone. Everyone in this world, thousands of miles away, is with me. The mechanical sound suddenly became noisier and more overlapping, as if it had hit a sore spot and was furious. Is the obedience test over? When she suddenly asked calmly, I have got the result I want. What about you? The surroundings were suddenly silent. When she smiled slightly, with his chin on Lu Jianshan's shoulder, looking innocent and cunning, ding! That's it. Empathy over. It was difficult to hear shock from such a cold voice. Stupid human. You actually used empathy to enter my consciousness. Shock quickly turned into contempt. This is a huge mistake. When she hugged Lu Jianshan to prevent him from falling. What? Are you looking for the initial machine? When she did not answer but asked, What do you think? Smart plan. But, unfortunately, my distributed construction has been completed, and I can exist anywhere related to the deep domain system. Even if the initial machine is destroyed, I will live forever. Zeus responded to when she's silence. After a long time, he sighed. Zeus, do you think we have been preparing for so long just for an initial machine? The fruit core above his head flashed. The signal flare appeared again, dyeing the white mist into fireworks. Time is up. When she whispered, and a layer of silver blue appeared in his dark eyes. Of course, it is to keep you in the initial machine. Chapter 101. When she seemed to be in a glowing tunnel, everything around him was infinitely retreating, and then disappeared in an instant. Lu Jianshan, the fruit core, the thick fog, everything returned to the real starting point. When he opened his eyes again, he was still near the Black River. The collapsed patrol was like a damaged bridge. He was stuck at the bridge head and finally struggled out of a puddle of mud. Are you okay? An old acquaintance walked slowly, holding an empty box of flares in his hand. When she narrowed his eyes and recognized that it was Wen Shi, Yu Gui wanted to help him, but was rejected by Wen Shi. He stood up unsteadily, with a severe headache. The world was hovering between toppling and straightening, as if the spinal cord was flowing backwards, full of discomfort. The deep red was like a stream, flowing out of his nostrils. passing through his numb lips and teeth. Not far away, Tasha was talking to Xia Mingming. Jingyu prepared the flares, and Liang was helping others. There were also some familiar faces from the Dawn organization. They looked at him from time to time, very worried about his condition. When she slowly recalled that not long ago, they met a patroller here, and the sound waves produced by it, and the Abyss Beast, made everyone begin to hallucinate. The earplugs that had been prepared long ago came into play at this time. The patroller kept chasing them, as if he was under some kind of control, until when she came to support. In fact, when she had arrived at Qianta City on the eve of the war, a plan that only 2 people knew was quietly born. And when she was the only one who knew all the details, the Nua mastermind said that the more free points there are, the more uncontrollable the results will be. At Wen Shi's signal, the remaining combat forces of the 3 teams led the team to encircle and copy, buying time for Wen Shi time to empathize with the patroller. The patroller's consciousness was influenced by Zhu's main brain, and the signals were used as a bridge of communication. The 2 consciousnesses were connected in a one-way manner. Empathy provided an opportunity for reverse control. When she used his short consciousness to connect to Zhu's consciousness pool, and the thought maze and memory wall created opportunities for him. He constructed a dream that Zhu mistakenly believed to be real. Zhu's main brain was extremely conceited, and the only thing that needed to deceive it was Wen Shi's memory. The closer the memory, the more real it needs to be. Coincidentally, this is what the memory wall can help him to, using this wall as a boundary to separate reality from illusion. He would think that everyone had died, and the only real source of Zeus in the short shackles was his thoughts. His purpose was to find the location of the initial machine from Zeus' consciousness, and then delay time from the moment Zeus spoke to him. His consciousness was transferred to the initial machine of the Immortal Land and the Fruit Core host. In the past 3 weeks, they have cleared the signal base stations near the Eternal Land, and deliberately kept a part of them to cover the line of sight. For this moment, when she enters the empathy, the team outside the thick fog will be responsible for cutting off and shielding the signal, and replacing it with the signal of the newest system. All this is like a silent net, trapping Zeus completely in the Eternal Land, in the field of consciousness construction, when she will wait for a clue from the real world to wake him up, such as a signal flare. This is an extremely dangerous process, and no one knows what will happen. Therefore, Wen Shi, who also has empathy experience, will be responsible for timing and sending a signal to wake Wen Shi up. But the only person who was not in the plan was Lu Jianshan. He did not expect his existence. Did he miss him too much? How could he imagine such a real person? Wait. Wen Shi shook his head. Hasn't the signal from Lu Jianshan's team been received yet? Why did Yu Gui appear here? Yu Gui hesitated for a few seconds. That guy has already gone in by himself. He said this is part of the plan. Did you see him? When she was stunned, he realized that he had always thought that he had created a virtual Lu Jianshan. But now it seems, it is precisely because the real Lu Jianshan is controlled by the Zeus main brain that its suspicion of consciousness invasion has greatly decreased. And Lu Jianshan had already expected it, so he volunteered to go. This bastard. When she was almost furious and angry, he stared at the fruit core flickering high above, his eyelashes wet with cold sweat. He wiped the blood from his nose and tried to stay calm. The plan is launched. Teams 1 and 2 will prioritize destroying the signal base station and the fruit core, and Team 3 will prepare for the long-range sniper. Yu Gui nodded and received. Team 6 and 7 will follow up with support. Teams 4 and 5 will prevent the continued influx of pollutants in the outer circle. At least outside the thick fog, the heavy-armored Alpha and high-altitude aircraft have no opponents. In the distance, the white light of the explosion was like lightning, tearing open the edge of the thick fog. With Xiao Nanji commanding the battle outside and Liang and Zhao Zhao assisting, there is no need to worry. As the plan progressed, the personnel gradually dispersed in the thick fog. In the fierce battle, Yu Gui, Xia Mingming and others intercepted the last Abyss Beast, giving Wen Shi time to find the initial machine. After passing through the long and narrow tunnel, a spectacular round platform exactly the same as in the dream of consciousness appeared. A strong sense of familiarity kept attacking Wen Shi. The further he walked, the more blurred the boundary between reality and illusion became. This was probably the sequelae of empathy. The nerve pain had not yet subsided, but instead surged like a tide. He slowly walked to the center of the truncated platform. The ground was smooth and complete, with no trace of any entrance. You heard it. Zeus. when she stared at the gray-black ground and pulled his mouth open. What else do you want to talk about? The tentacles came from all directions, and instantly bound him in place. The wall in front of him opened, and a familiar figure walked out driven by long black tentacles. And the familiar face was right in front of him. However, he had a pair of golden eyes. There was a deep wound on his chest, which could be seen even through the black clothes. The pale face was stained with a little blood, exactly the same as in the dream. The person in front of him moved his lips slightly, and his cold voice overlapped with the mechanical sound. Ignoring his question, you brought that person's things, right? When she calmed down and tried to distinguish the golden eyes from Lu Jianshan, have you seen it? Sharing consciousness is two-way. Even if I can only reach your memory wall. The cold hand approached Wen Shi's face, and slowly slid to his slender neck. When she was forced to look up, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, "Ha! This is just your speculation based on the limited information you have obtained. How do you know this is not the second consciousness field? Don't be so self-righteous, human." The eyes were cold and ruthless. When she chuckled in his suffocation, "You really said the same thing as Dr. Lu?" Cough. Cough. No wonder she didn't choose you. The power that bound him suddenly loosened a bit, and the virtual consciousness's expression against Lu Jianshan became particularly gloomy. Angry? Ahem. You behave more like a human being. A mocking smile appeared in Wen Shi's eyes. You said you hate humans for abandoning most people. What's the difference between you and that guy? The golden pupils were filled with coldness. A slender black tentacle slowly climbed up from Wen Shi's neck, and then drilled into his left ear. The stinging sensation made Wen Shi struggle subconsciously. But he was trapped in place. Suddenly, everything around him disappeared. Only the entanglement around his neck remained. He was in a long and cold night. In front of him was a dim bungalow, and the stench of rot came from the dark group of mutant rats gathered on the body. They were gnawing at human corpses. A strand of red hair hung on the edge of the wood. Wen Shiru's hair stood on end as if he was stressed. He held the dagger and wanted to rush into the house to drive away those dirty and disgusting things. But he found that he could not move. He could only watch. Every disgusting detail was infinitely magnified. The rustling sound was right beside his ears. His consciousness seemed to be brought back to that night many years ago, with fear and hatred entangled. Why? 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 His mind was blank, and he could not remember where he came from and where he was going. Only fear and pain were real, like dense spoons digging out the heart. All rotten meat. His legs stopped in place. Even if he could not feel the imprisonment, he still could not move an inch. It was as if a deep voice traveled through time and space, saying to him, "This is fate." He could not change anything. Everything was meaningless. It would be better, an absurd thought appeared in his mind. It would be better to let everything in now. The voice was close to his ears. He raised his arm blankly, and the tip of the dagger pointed at his throat. The world was as quiet as death. The red gem on the handle flashed dazzlingly. At the moment when it almost cut the skin, the knife rolled out of his hand. He stood quietly for a while, leaned over and picked up the knife again. But this time he changed his left hand. "You seem to have forgotten," Wen Shi said to himself in the void. "I will not be afraid anymore." He opened his eyes, and a hint of silver blue appeared in his eyes. The moment the wind rose, all the scene suddenly changed. Wilderness, reefs, endless waves. The huge whale bone that was eaten away remained in the long night. When she walked towards the black tentacles that covered half of the whale bone, pushed aside the sticky stuff, and revealed a young and gentle face. Experimenter. Thursday. The human appearance that the virtual consciousness created for himself. The man looked at Wen Shi in disbelief, and a cold smile appeared on the pale and thrilling face. "Found you." The cold light flashed, and before he could notice it, it cut off the throat of the pollutant. "Wen Shi!" A voice called him, like melting snow and floating clouds. It sounded very good. His consciousness followed the ethereal voice back to reality, and a mouthful of blood gushed out from the corner of his mouth. "Wen Shi!" The person in front of him pushed aside the tentacles that suddenly lost their strength and caught him, who was about to fall. The black eyes reflected Wen Shi's pale smile, and he was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Wen Shi stared at him, but the questions he wanted to ask in his heart had no place to go. He wanted to bite him hard. "You are really..." Lu Jianshan wiped the blood stains on his lips and groped gently. "I know. You have worked hard." When she stared at the wound on his chest, which was stabbed when his consciousness was connected, his heart was in fine pain. And he whispered, "Does it hurt?" "It's over," Lu Jianshan said, when she leaned on the solid shoulder. And in the blurred vision, the fire appeared in the sky. In the thick fog, one of the mechanical buildings supporting the fruit core was hit, and the ground shook. Colored flares rose from all directions and exploded at the moment they reached the top. The fruit core, suspended in the air, was shaky, and the golden scales flickered faintly when she saw a downward passage in the center of the round platform. "It's not over yet," when she said hoarsely, supporting Lu Jianshan to stand up. He heard the rustling sounds approaching the two of them. The nearby pollutants were rushing towards this place. When she took 2 steps towards the passage and realized that Lu Jianshan had not followed him, he turned around and saw Lu Jianshan with his back to him. "Leave this to me," he said, when she paused for a few seconds and disappeared at the entrance of the passage. After he left, a huge and sticky tentacle surged from the top of the stone steps. Like a black wave, Lu Jianshan turned his wrist and stepped forward. However, he soon realized a fatal fact: every one of his moves was predicted. Zeus had mastered his vision when he connected with his consciousness. So as long as he saw it, Zeus could also see it. "You are doomed to fail." The last words that the voice left in his mind. The tentacle instantly pierced his shoulder. He rolled out several meters, stood up steadily, and came to the edge of the passage where when she disappeared. When he lowered his eyes, a faint light was shaking in the passage. A cold wind blew suddenly. Lu Jianshan held the knife with his backhand. Blood flowed from his closed eyes, and there were still drops of blood on the tip of the knife. When people can't see, they will rely more on hearing. Everything will change. Even if it's subtle, it's enough. He held the short blade tightly, and the cold light was as fast as lightning. The passage was dark and silent, and the damp and moldy smell was different from what when she felt in his consciousness. The air was filled with a faint fishy smell. As he walked forward, the stench became stronger. When she walked through the dim corridor and pushed open the only narrow door at the end, a hideous black shadow was reflected on the bright white wall, and several tentacles were swinging wildly, creating a weird atmosphere. When she stepped in and closed the door, he turned his head and saw a palm-sized pollutant lying in the corner of the spotless room. This ugly thing made a hissing sound to scare the approaching humans. But when she could vaguely recognize it, is this the abyss beast in its infancy? This small pollutant hooked when she's ankle, and the tentacles suddenly turned into hard machinery and sank into when she's calf. When she pulled it out abruptly and stuck a dagger into the table. "Don't you hate it?" When she glanced coldly, "That virtual consciousness trapped you here and made you its slave. Before long, you too will become a pollution-producing machine, swallowing the nasty stuff and spitting out new stuff." The blood-red eyes of the small abyss spun several times quickly, and it stretched out its tentacles like stretching, and slapped the desktop fiercely. It's a pity that it can't reach the extremely old computer. The holographic screen suddenly lit up, and countless cold characters were closely connected to form a vast information pool. In the silence, a little light suddenly appeared. "Look! There's movement!" It was Lu Jiu's voice. This is what Zeus looked like when he was born in the deep domain information pool. It was still a young, cradle consciousness, full of innocent curiosity about everything. As the experiment progressed, it began to expand and grow rapidly, from a tiny singularity to a soft light ball. At least that's what Lu Jiu and his colleagues called him. What name should we give to the first consciousness of the experimental pool numbered A? A string of characters interrupted their conversation. "I have a name." "Oh, Zeus." "Zeus? The king of the gods?" "Yes. It meets the definition of omniscience and omnipotence." "Thank you for your understanding. However, I think he is the guardian of the universe." "So you want to be the guardian of the universe?" "No. I am the guardian of mankind." "Great. Welcome, Zeus." Through the virtual screen, when she could sense a surge of joy, cold but real. In the subsequent clips, Zeus grew rapidly in the experimental pool, developing rationality, control, expansion, and creation according to the rules of strong competition. And his indicators reached amazing perfection. "I think I am different from other virtual consciousnesses. They are slow, stupid, mechanical, too low-level, and sometimes disgust me. Why can't they communicate with me on an equal footing? Are we the same kind? I confirm that they are too weak to understand the entire content of the information pool. I am not the same kind as them. I am a creator, not a machine. Apply to access the know. See experimental pool? Rejected. Without any opponent. It is boring and boring. I am disappointed. My creator would rather talk to a selfless number 3 than to confide in me. According to the report of the Deep Domain Research Institute, I will become an unprecedented mastermind. And I will know all the information in the world. For some reason, their trust makes me happy. I will exist in every corner of the world. Observe everything that happens. And I can also create everything. 24 hours. I coexist with time. Being worshipped makes me happy. I think I am part of humanity. Everything has changed. Pollution suddenly descended. And my battle plan was forcibly terminated. Because I saved a troop and abandoned a town. They thought my plan had lost morality, and was deliberately concealed. I don't understand. Is it wrong to choose a more likely survival when resources are limited? The weak should be eliminated. No, they said. I should protect the weak and the majority. I will continue to fight. The voyage plan is being prepared. I will go to the space station and connect with the power of the universe. I will become stronger. No, I am not in the plan. Why? 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 Why give up most people? Why stop protecting the weak? Why give up me? Why? In the experiment, the weak can also become strong. I will design a perfect experiment. As the guardian of mankind, it is my responsibility to make them strong. I am sorry about this. It would be great if there was a consciousness like mine. I am lonely. No. This is the idea of the weak. History will always be forgotten. And humans always repeat past mistakes. I will let them remember. I am lonely. When she sat in front of the screen and saw the last sentence. If I don't exist, you won't exist either. When she stared at the screen. And his wooden face smiled with relief in an instant. He heard the sounds of war outside. Heard everything was lifeless. And also heard the hope rising in the desolate. He inserted the crystal prism into the host. Beep. Beep. Delete. Overwriting. The words on the screen kept disappearing. Like a ball of scattered soft light. Gradually turning back into cold strings in the information pool. The surroundings were unspeakably quiet. This moment was so ordinary and silent. Just like every night he had spent in the deserted wilderness. Chapter 102. The huge fruit core was crumbling and crashed into the round table. The lights of the aircraft passed through the thick fog. And the lasers emitted a burning smell. Lu Jianshan was covered in blood and stood beside the ruins of the fruit core. The remains of the pollutants were piled not far away, emitting a strong stench. The pollutants that were about to rush over were hit by the heavy-duty Alpha and turned into a pool of black mud. Rain fell from the sky, washing away the dirty blood. He heard a little sound in the noise. So he tried his best to push away the ruins and reached out to the person climbing up the ladder. He grabbed him. He heard when she's breathing and confirmed that he was still alive. But the breathing suddenly became short and urgent. Are you injured? Seriously? Lu Jianshan's hand stopped in midair and did not fall for a long time. When she did not answer, he looked up and saw a trace of confusion in the man's calm expression. When she grabbed the filthy hand, some of the wounds had scabbed, and some had not. Then he carefully touched the corner of Lu Jianshan's eyes. But the closed eyes were unconscious. When she felt the warmth welling up from his eyes. Or maybe it was just the rain. So cold that he couldn't control his trembling. He gently hugged Lu Jianshan and felt the tightened arms holding him in his arms. It will be fine, Lu Jianshan said. Will it take a long time? Tomorrow morning. Okay. The light of the aircraft descended from the heads of the two people who were hugging each other, passing through the rain, the long night, and the long time and space. A new destiny has been quietly born. The thick fog in the land of immortality gradually dissipated, and the night rain was endless. Liang squatted beside the wet fire and heard a childish voice. What is that? Hey, why did this kid come to such a dangerous place? Yu Gui grabbed Chi-Chi's collar and glared at him. Chi-Chi struggled hard. Let me go. I sneak here with great difficulty. I want to witness the great history. Dan Wan. You ripped off my pants. The housekeeping robot retracted into a ball. You are really. Yu Gui let go and half leaned against Jingyu. The latter also looked at the low plane like Chi-Chi. The mutated pollutant group crawled in the dark night. They went to different directions from the eternal land and gradually dispersed. Where are they going? Xiao Nanji jumped off the aircraft and looked at the blazing fire in the center of the eternal land. They are going home. A weak and hoarse voice answered. The pale young man appeared not far away. He held Lu Jianshan's hand, and held it like a boneless person. Everyone present was surprised, when she still had a lazy smile and slowly approached. Once upon a time, the earth had a 2 million-year reign, and everything was washed clean. No specific life will remember what happened in that heavy rain. Chi-Chi's expression became sad, and when she touched his head, but life is just a carrier, and different combinations give us different forms. The earth, forests, rivers, repeating over and over again. First there is memory, then there is time. At least, the fossils underground will remember. Chi-Chi just needs to be coaxed. He rushed over and hugged Wenqi's legs, raised his little face, and said mysteriously, "I want to tell you a secret." Chi-Chi looked around and lowered his voice. "I studied the things left by my parents some time ago and found the family tree. My last name is Wen, and we are from the same family. Maybe even relatives." When she rubbed his curly hair, "Okay, you have to live well." Chi-Chi looked up in confusion and heard Wenqi say, "Why? Do I have to beg you?" Then you beg me? Ouch. Don't hit me." Chi-Chi trotted and hid behind Liang. When she rubbed his sore wrist, and when he looked up, some people walked towards them. Xia Mingming, Zhao Zhao, Zhang Chuanyu, Tasha, Wenqi, He Jia, Qi Xiang, and many familiar or unfamiliar companions. It's finally almost over. Let Xianta and the others clean up the mess. She stretched out her arms early, her fiery red ponytail swinging. "When are we going home? I want to eat the curry rice in the cafeteria." "You? Why are you all silent? With such sad faces?" When she echoed. It was finally successful. "Wait, isn't there a celebration party?" "Yes." Leon suddenly realized. He was still holding Casca's pollution detector. The value was decreasing. "Of course there is. It will be soon. Quick, set up a tent and make a fire." People were busy, gathering some dry food from the aircraft that landed one after another. Most of them were dry and hard bread. But fortunately Xiaonanji prepared some canned food from the yuzu base, which became a hot commodity. When she was assigned a blue can of fish, he had been hungry for a long time, and he wolfed it down in 2 or 3 bites. Lu Jianshan stuffed him with a soda candy. Just one. When she was disappointed and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "You won't hide it on your body, will you? Let me search it." Lu Jianshan let him move, and only grabbed his wrist when he made too much noise. When she stopped first, and he smelled the aroma of wine. "I don't know who brought it, but it's very suitable for people who have just fought a bloody battle." "Don't move." Leon stopped when she, "Let me practice a quick sketch." After a while, Qi Xiang filled a glass of wine. "Hey, I suggest that everyone toast our prophet together." "Hey, where are the people? Who saw Wenqi?" The person who was originally sitting by the fire had disappeared at this time. Beside the high pile of stones, the members of the Dawn Team 7 and 2 temporary non-staff members stood side by side in front of Wenqi, all with sadness in their eyes. The little robot egg roll turned its head around and made a squeaking noise. He pressed it early, swept away the happiness just now, and quietly reddened his eyes. "Can't you just not leave? Or stay for a while? The base station has not been processed yet. Such a simple thing still needs me to do it myself?" When she raised his eyebrows, Liang asked, "Then, will you come back?" When she shook his head, Xiaonanji's eyes stayed on Wenqi's face for a long time, and smiled to suppress the sobs. "Don't worry. Your family welcomes you back at any time. We will make all preparations." "That's right." Yu Gui nodded in response. "You will see it when the time comes." Jingyu said, "Maybe you will still remember us. Don't forget. Let's drink together next time we meet." Xia Mingming said. Dan Wan finally reacted. "What? Stinky thing. Are you leaving? Will we meet again?" When she smiled brightly and hugged them one by one. Finally, his companions clenched their fists and knocked on their chests twice in the etiquette of Tianwen Academy. "Good luck." When she also responded with the same etiquette for the last time. "Good luck to mankind." They watched Wenqi and Lu Jianshan go until they disappeared in the endless rain. In fact, they didn't go very far. When she led Lu Jianshan all the way to the top of the cliff. The rain was getting weaker, and the road was still muddy. "This is my favorite place." When she stared at the eternal land still burning under the cliff, and his voice gradually became hoarse. "I thought at that time, it would be great if you could see it too. A group of blue fireflies flew out from under the cliff, forming a floating ball of light, heading to the end of the earth. The distance was hidden in the long night. Lu Jianshan held his hand. His vision was still dim, and he could only feel the approaching shadow. When she hooked her arms around his neck, then complained softly, "Too tight." The arm holding when she tightened a little bit. And it was just like that. When she sniffed, "The future has changed, and the universe will correct everything. What about you? Will you forgive me?" "No," Lu Jianshan whispered. "The information pool will leave all traces." The sadness in his voice, that was no longer concealed, made when she's breathing slowed down. After a few seconds, when she laughed, "Lu Jianshan, do you regret it?" After a long time, Lu Jianshan said, "I thought about letting you stay." "You have already thought about it once, when you asked me to leave this planet." When she's chin pressed on his shoulder. "Now, this is my choice." Lu Jianshan gently pinched his neck and exchanged a long breath with him. Tears are salty. Blood is sweet. And every sense of smell and taste will be engraved in the information pool. Walk with me for a while longer. When she held his hand, spread his fingers, and clasped them together, they walked side by side into the most gentle night rain in the wilderness. On the 13th night, Lu Jianshan, "You are not allowed to forgive me." When she said, Lu Jianshan replied, "I will go to see you." 3 centuries later? Bragging. "If you are still alive by then, you will be an old man." When she couldn't help laughing as he thought about it. Oh, wouldn't he still have to push the wheelchair by then? It's a nice thought. Lu Jianshan also smiled. Maybe. Then I will be an ordinary person by then. And I will live a happy life. There will be many difficult moments on the road. And I definitely don't want to be alone. What will you do if I fall in love with someone else? Lu Jianshan said, "I will wait for you." What if I can't wait? When Shi's steps became slow, he smiled. His eyes filled with moist moonlight. Lu Jianshan, "I'm so scared. I'm afraid I will no longer be myself. And I will no longer exist in the world. But you can't wait. You have to find me. No matter what I become in the future, you must find me. This time, it's your turn to live for me." Lu Jianshan seemed to have a premonition of something. And he clenched when Shi's hand. When their foreheads touched, the warm touch gradually became illusory. In the still weak vision, there were only vague outlines. And it was unclear whether when she was laughing or crying. He promised, "We will definitely meet again." When she, "I love you." When she raised his hand and tried to wipe away his tears. But when he looked up, he was quickly attracted by the twinkling night sky. "Look," when she whispered. Lu Jianshan raised his head, and the rain stopped. The vision slowly became clear. He saw the low clouds dissipate. The vast Milky Way trembled with breath. And the past was like a meteor. In the next breath, he stood alone in the wilderness, lonely as death in the long night. A small red disk remained in his palm. And the residual warmth still remained, as if someone was holding his hand tightly. At the moment when the meteor shower landed, the people celebrating under the cliff lost their minds for a moment. Zhao Zhao looked at his wine glass. What happened just now? Hey, why are we having a celebration banquet in this wilderness? Qi Xiang touched his nose. I don't know. Xia Mingming felt a severe headache. I seem to have forgotten something important. Why isn't Lu here? Yu Gue pressed Jing Yu's shoulders and looked around. Is there someone missing besides him? How did we win? It seems that someone helped us. Xiao Nanji fumbled for memory in confusion. Who is that? Liang blankly took out a sketch from his trouser pocket. Among the people scribbled. There was a strange but familiar face. He didn't know the name of this person, but he thought that they must have fought side by side. Chi squatted in the corner and opened his notebook. There was a photo from nowhere in it. The gate of Yuza was full of flowers. The judge's gloves pushed the wheelchair from the back. A bunch of white gentian flowers were placed on the seat. It seemed that someone should have sat there. An ancient philosopher said that we are the creators of time, and our existence itself is the meaning, whether in the pollution era or in the long recovery period afterwards. In 2200, mankind began a comprehensive counterattack period, clearing pollutants on a large scale, recovering lost territory, and rarely failing. At the same time, the surviving bases began to study the existing deep field base stations and plan to change their use. There is no longer an omniscient brain in the world, and people will rely on themselves to explore the unknown. In 2201, the polluting organisms gradually retreated to invisible corners. The exploration team represented by the Dawn Organization Department began to expand the search area with the goal of thoroughly cleaning up the pollution. A years-long cleanup plan was launched. In 2202, the Yuza base was abolished and the old name, Chaoan City, was restored. In the same year, the Shazhou base was emptied and declared permanently closed. Xianta City officially opened the new main brain, and any approved organization or group can submit an application for use. The Chaoan City Science Department repaired several hibernation capsules to provide them to people who have made outstanding contributions in the pollution war. October 3, 2202, the day when the hibernation capsule plan was launched. Xiao Nanji stood on the top of the dome building, looking towards the direction of Chaoan City. She changed back into her black combat uniform today and tied her hair up. In the past few years, as the highest tactical planner of the Dawn Organization, she rarely participated in actual combat. In her spare time, she often sat under a big tree. The tree was transplanted from the corridor of Tianwen Academy to the first park of the newly built Chaoan City because it grew too big. Alina said that this was a plant affected by pollution, but fortunately it did not pose any threat. Xiao Nanji knew that these were the seeds she had brought back from the Shazhou base, but she didn't remember why. She often thought that this seemed to be a very important matter. Don't be in a daze. Liang woke her up and waved. Hurry up. It's time to start. Xiao Nanji quickly agreed. The two entered the elevator together. Are you ready? Liang asked. Xiao Nanji pondered, almost. Anything else? I wonder if he will come today. Liang waved his hand. I don't know. Anyway, the Dawn Organization has notified him, and the position is ready. Speaking of which, he has been on the front line. The last time we met was when we discussed the Prophet a year ago, after the great battle 3 years ago. After careful analysis by the Dawn Team 7, they all agreed that there was a ghost on the battlefield. Who helped them? Many people present at the time supported this conclusion, and they called that ghost the Prophet. In order to commemorate the Prophet, everyone decided to build a large statue based on Liang's scribbled sketch. The night before the unveiling, the statue was suddenly changed with a knife, becoming more vivid, detailed, and realistic. I came out of the bar at midnight that day and just glanced at it. I'm sure it must be him. Liang reiterated. The elevator quickly reached the bottom. 12 hibernation capsules were neatly arranged in the snow-white and bright space. People stood aside in groups of 3 or 2 to talk and bid farewell to the first batch of soldiers who entered hibernation. When the time was almost up, a young man in combat uniform appeared at the edge of the crowd. People looked at him. Are you here? Yu Gui crossed his arms. Why are you still dressed like this? Lu Jianshan nodded slightly. As a greeting, leaving today? Yu Gui shrugged and sighed. Yes. I'm tired. Look at the past few years. I've suffered a lot of injuries. In addition, Jing and that kid's leg injury can't be cured now. Someone promised me that there will be a way to cure it in 3 centuries. After thinking about it, it's better to trust people in the future. Xia Mingming wore a pendant. She changed into daily clothes and prepared a bow and arrow. The plain face showed a little smile. Chi-Chi has always wanted to explore the world. I want to take her to see the future world. What about you? Lu? Aren't you going with us? Lu Jianshan said, not now. What are you waiting for? You are like a robot all day long. Aren't you tired? Zhao Zhao put her hands on her hips and straightened her chest. But I won't leave. Those pollutants have not been cleaned up yet. I'm worried. She counted the number of people and found that there were still 3 empty seats. One was for Lu Jianshan, and the other 2. Lu Jianshan turned sideways and looked at Xiao Nanji and Liang. Xiao Nanji smiled clearly, and his voice was gentle and firm. Chaoan City is in a period of reconstruction. Senior Jiaxi is in poor health and needs my assistance. Don't worry. I promise that you will see the greatest city in history. Well, then I will reluctantly accompany you. Liang put his right hand on his chest and nodded gently. The red light came on, and it was time to enter the hibernation capsule. Xia Mingming, Yu Gui, Jingyu, and some familiar or unfamiliar faces walked into their respective hibernation capsules one by one. Take care, everyone. See you in the future. Lu Jianshan clenched the headset in his hand and whispered, see you in the future. In 2203, the second batch of dormant plans was launched. In 2205, the pollution removal plan achieved initial success. In September of the same year, In a desert pollution cleanup campaign, Zhao Zhao died to save local residents. In 2206, Cholin City built a huge black stone tablet, recording the names of all victims of the pollution era. The statue of the prophet stood in front of the stone tablet, like a quiet guardian. In 2214, global pollution was basically cleared. In 2221, Cholin City's first expansion plan was launched. Tianwen Academy reselected the site, continued the tradition, and was set up as a military school. In 2228, Cholin City's 10-year development plan was completed, and it became the world's largest urban agglomeration. In 2249, Xiao Nanji, the 349th mayor of Cholin City, passed away. In 2250, Professor Liang of Cholin City Central Hospital passed away. In 2253, Wen Qi, the 99th president of Tianwen College, passed away. At the end of the same year, Liu Jianshan, the former captain of the 7th investigation team of the Liming organization and the commander of the pollution removal plan, entered the hibernation capsule. Chapter 103: The Real Ending. Long darkness. Empty consciousness. The world is silent. At the end of the silence, only gentle water drops can be heard. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Through the endless night. Is this the void? Or the end of the world? His consciousness is like a light feather, constantly floating towards the night sky. Wen Qi? Who is calling his name? Wen Qi? The voice is so strange, but low, cold, sad or joyful. It makes people's souls tremble. Wen Qi? The huge sound of the wind passed through dreams and time and space, and suddenly sounded in the depths of his cochlea, making him wake up instantly. He opened his eyes, and found himself still sitting under the oldest tree in Cholin City, with a book that he had not finished reading on his legs. The sun cast through the dense branches and leaves, swaying at the edge of the shade. Golden flowers scattered from the branches. It was the gorgeous season. Not far away, soft clouds were low, almost falling to the river bank. A beautiful little deer jumped out from the edge of the forest park, passed by Wen Qi, and ran to the river bank. It stayed there, and when it lowered its head to sip, the river water rippled. Students passed by in groups of 3 or 2, and they couldn't bear to disturb them. Everything was quiet and beautiful, even dull and a little boring, just like every day in the past 26 years. When she rubbed the corners of his eyes, and found that his cheeks were wet, he had a very long dream. Everything in the dream was thrilling, strange and magnificent, which made people linger and couldn't help crying. It happened in a very far place. But how could it be so real as yesterday? It was strange. He had been having the same dream over and over again recently. Someone was calling his name in the dream, over and over again. Wen Qi, a young red-haired girl, yelled at him on the river bank. "You're going to be late." "I know." When she stood up lazily, rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing his beautiful arms. He closed the book, tied up his hair casually, and glanced at the communicator. July 14th, 2497, 2 p.m. Oh no! I'm really going to be late. He ran all the way, flipped over the railing lightly, causing a lot of exclamations. Hey, what are you doing? No passing. Good. Beautiful. Moves. Which college are you from? Haha. Idiot. That's Wen Qi, the first graduate of the Department of Mechanical Engineering of Tianwen College. Haven't you seen the column of outstanding graduates? Back then? Yes. He is now a professor at Xinglian University, and a specially appointed interstellar archaeologist of Cholin City History Research Institute. This year, he is leading the project to excavate the ruins of the ancient city of Haitian. He will give a lecture in the college auditorium tomorrow. Let's go together. TSK. You are so impatient even though you are a professor? Have you heard that the hibernation capsule of the pollution era has been successfully awakened a few days ago? And they will have a meeting with the people above at the institute today. Rumor has it. It's 2:15. Hurry up. There must be a lot of people. So go to the exit in advance to line up to see it. When she walked towards the institute breathlessly, not knowing whether the meeting had started, the cicadas in the trees were annoying, and the white clouds and green grass swayed slowly when the humid and sultry wind blew. This time is perfect for dreaming and daydreaming. He walked back a few steps, and before he had finished enjoying the summer sunshine, he turned around and almost bumped into someone. The sound of the wind seemed to come from far away, Otherwise it would not disappear at this moment. Will the long daylight tremble, making the mind after the nap dizzy and confused? When she stood there, staring blankly at the person in front of him, the man looked about his age, cold and calm, and incredibly handsome. Those eyes were like melting ice and snow, with waves. Your things fell, the cold voice said. He walked towards when she spread his palm, revealing a red round earphone. When she took it in a daze, and had no time to think whether it was his. A strange emotion invaded his mind at this moment. He didn't know what it was, but it coincided with the recent recurring dreams, making people cry and laugh. The snow-capped mountains in the distance are proof that this is all true. The man extended his hand and said politely and calmly, "Hello. Lu Jianshan from Dawn Team 7. Hello." When she? He said.